and all kinds of other stuff. He saw the scrotum. That's him. He's got all those great Transformer
I mean, he looks
moments.
very different with gray hair, but he really rocks it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the Batman was so good. Like,
Yeah.
not to relitigate the movie stroke we were on about it, but man, what a good movie. Oh shit! Wait, we're not on stream yet, are we?
We are on stream now. We are. We are live now. And everybody, the next 2 games that we will be voting between are Alice the Madness Returns and Little Nightmares, both of which kind of have. I'm going to be doing those as I sort of head into the night for me. So I was thinking something kind of, you know, dark and creepy-ish. You know.
Little Nightmares is terrifying.
Yeah, I would vote for Little Nightmares out of the 2.
I mean, it's amazing. Like, the art is gorgeous, but it's terrifying. Like, I haven't played it. My friend has played it, and she came over to my apartment because she was like, I don't want to play this alone in my apartment, so I'm going to come to you. And I was like, and trying to ignore it as much as possible because I cannot handle horror.
Select a difficulty.
Never heard of it until today.
Yeah.
It's pretty recent. I feel like it hasn't been around for super long, but it was like one of the PlayStation free games not too long ago. Was when I gave it a look. But yeah, it's got a good it's not like a horror game like you know, the ones where you walk through a tunnel and things jump out at you. It's got a real vibe kind of thing.
It's very much a vibe thing, and like the title really
told me
brings it to the point.
Son,
it's a little
you're
nightmare.
special. You were born
That's what it is.
Great things.
Alice Madness Returns. Is that like a
you know what?
Wonderland kind of
yeah, it's a retelling of the Alice in Wonderland story, but it's a dark retelling virtually. It's a dark fairy tale, pretty much.
Dark Alice in Wonderland story. Groundbreaking. No, I'm sure it's very fun.
But it's got some real dark stories, real dark storytelling to it. Bioshock, my only knowledge of this entire game basically is that you have a big daddy and you're trying to protect the little girls or something, and then everyone is a capitalist.
That's Bioshock 2
pretty
is
much.
the one where you're the big daddy. We're not playing
The
that
big
one,
daddies
are we?
exist. So.
Yeah, but you aren't them. There's some guy in a sweater.
You'll know. You'll understand.
Pretty much most games have capitalists in them somewhere.
Somewhere.
This is
Chat
the
is saying,
overt one.
Yeah.
Game audio is
saying
real
the game's
loud.
audio is really loud.
Let's
drowning out everybody except Tim.
No.
There we go.
It is very funny to me how many fictional capitalists are just literally Walt Disney. They look exactly like him. There's a Batman the Animated Series episode where the bad guy is literally Disney and he wants Mr. Freeze to cryogenically freeze him. And I was like, wow, are they allowed to do this?
That's so funny. I've never made that connection before, but that is what that is. It's a frozen head
yeah,
kind of thing.
He's like some fucking like tycoon with, it's not a theme park empire, but it's real similar. And then it turns out he's like, yes, I'm going to hold Mr. Freeze hostage until he gives me the same kind of frozen immortality he possesses. And then he ends up frozen in an iceberg at the end.
That's so funny. Yeah. It's,
yeah,
it's a good one. Grant
and they
Walker.
all look exactly the same. They all have that little pencil mustache and the side-swept hair, and it's all because of Disney.
So I have to wonder, Nando, you're kind of the comics guy, right? So, I mean, how do you feel about the future of the Marvel and DC EU right now?
I mean, the DC one has no dedicated future. No one knows except James Gunn and his friend. So apparently, they like, it seems like what they're gonna do is a hard reboot, but maybe keep some of the actors, but maybe recast them also. It's awesome. Jason Momoa might play a different character and just stop doing Aquaman now. Like, genius.
No, he was so good as Aquaman.
Yeah, I feel like if you're familiar with the character Lobo, it's definitely more of like kind of what he is. So I feel like it's natural. It was always the character that made more sense for him to be. Yeah.
Oh shit, you're so right. They barely even need to put makeup on him.
Honestly, yeah, it's gonna be a nice, like, I feel like he needs, I don't know, like the whole Aquaman movie is about him being like a, air quotes, fish out of water of like, oh, you don't fit in, you're not a good king, you blah blah blah. But we need a movie where he's just allowed to be like a piece of shit the whole time, you know? And like that's bounty
Yeah,
hunter
we need to hear
Roadhouse
him
kind
put
of
on
movie.
his. Yeah, we need to hear him put on his best accent and call himself the main man, and it'll be fantastic. $1 bazillion, please.
Yeah, I feel like that could be pretty sick. And so that'll be good. And then they're going to keep making Batman movies, so those are still good. And the Penguin's getting a show, and he's the best part of those. So
Penguin is getting a show.
Penguin's getting a show.
Colin
Did
Farrell
Penguin already
Penguin.
got a show? I feel like there
that
was a
Gotham
couple
show was about Penguin mostly, but this is like the Colin Farrell Penguin, like, Jersey gangster version of the character, which I really appreciate. Because
Sopranos does Batman.
Well, Gotham City is in New Jersey canonically. It isn't like, kind of an island where, I don't know, like Jersey City is. So it should be more Italian.
That's only because Gotham and Metropolis can't both be New York City. That's the only reason it's in Jersey.
That is, Metropolis is also, Metropolis is in, Delaware. There is a New York City. Yeah, the Eastern Seaboard is a disaster up there. Because you got Gotham, Metropolis, New York, and, Bloodhaven, which is also a mess.
Also, I do... Chat, you gotta tell us what you think of the Marvel and Star Wars kind of... Marvel and DC, kind of, what do you think is happening there? Do you think it's good, bad? I don't know.
Hottest takes.
Yeah, the hottest takes.
Yeah. I thought that Star City was supposed to be the parallel to Chicago, the big Midwestern city, and then everything else was on the coast.
Yeah, you've got Star City and you've got Center City, which I think Center City is supposed to be St. Louis.
That makes sense.
And then Coast City is on the West Coast. I feel like there's a couple of others. I think
Coast
Fawcett City, where Shazam is supposed to be from, is also in the Midwest. But
that makes sense.
Most of them are on the East Coast.
In Philly now.
Yeah,
somewhere.
It's fair.
Shazam was
we don't
really
have
good.
We don't have a whole lot of guys. I would like to take Doctor Strange back. He is supposed to be from Philadelphia, and he does not have that in the movies. He's got his weird fake New York accent, but I think he should have a weird Philadelphia accent.
I think that's just Benedict Cumberbatch doing his best.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
Benedict Cumberbatch, let me be your voice coach for the next Doctor Strange movie. We can reclaim this character. Say Benedict. Wooder.
The funniest thing that happened there is Benedict Cumberbatch is a good actor on screen, but having watched What If, I can conclusively say he does not know how to voice act, and he really struggles to hold on to the accent. No shade to the man. It's not easy. It's just oh boy, he's struggling. And they're giving him no help.
He's got one of those accents too, in that What If episode, it comes up a lot where he has to scream, and it's really kind of falls out when he starts yelling about Christine or Mamu. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't work.
Happen.
Why is there a monster in this city?
Someday I hope that Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman will get to act opposite each other in something that isn't bad. I just think that would be pleasant,
Are you suggesting that something that they have been in before is bad? Because
Sherlock is terrible, Tim. Just accept it.
Sherlock is. I like Sherlock. No, I don't. I don't really care what people think.
You liked the first season of Sherlock, and then everything else was just coasting on the goodwill from the first episode.
I liked the first two seasons of Sherlock.
That's fair. Yeah.
I have always. Yeah. I mean, look, I loved the Reichenbach Falls episode. That was the Fall of the Reichenbach. That was.
I liked it when it was setting things up, but then when it became clear that none of them were going to pay off, I stopped liking it so much. Also, Moriarty killing himself was the dumbest possible thing they could have done, and it was the most overt writing of no one's gonna expect this, and it's because it's fucking stupid, guys. We were giving you too much credit.
It's not a very good show, and you will start watching in the beginning, and it's kind of fun, and it's new. And by the second season, you're like, I don't know about this. And then whatever his name is, the sexy priest from Fleabag shows up, and you're like, this is something. We're you know, but it doesn't do. Yeah, it never delivers on that.
The sexy beast from
also
Fleabag
pointed out that they're in the Hobbit together, which I'd forgotten about.
That was the other thing where it's I would love to let these people be on screen together in something that isn't bad.
No, hang on. I will disagree with you here. Okay.
Yes. Good.
And no. The thing is that here is the objective. Where the hell am I going? Here is the objective truth about the Hobbit films. Okay, and it is that number one is is a genuinely fun, passable adaptation. Like, it's not perfect, but it's fun. It's fine. The worst part is that they have Azog, which was just a terrible decision from start to finish. The second part has genuinely incredible moments. Like, the stuff between Bilbo and Smaug, like, actually looks and sounds fantastic. It's exactly the sort of thing that I could be like, yeah, sure, why not? That can be from the book. Like, that's good, yeah. And then, but of course, everything else is stretched thin. You know, it's butter scraped over too much. And then the fifth, Then the third film is an abomination. It's genuinely awful.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. The scenes with Bilbo and Smaug are the best part of all three movies, because those actors are just really good, and letting them play off of each other is fun, and Martin Freeman is at his best when he's looking slightly befuddled and mildly passive-aggressive, and dealing with a dragon with that energy is really fun. And then Benedict Cumberbatch just loves chewing the scenery, so letting them, like, play off each other is incredibly solid. But the entire rest of the franchise doesn't hold up, and they were screwed because they were trying to be more Lord of the Rings, and it's really hard to be Lord of the Rings.
Well, it's not only hard to be Lord of the Rings, but it was a bad creative decision to do that. Like, it was the thing. Like, you could have very, very easily done. Like, I could understand doing 2 films potentially, because if you've read the Hobbit book, you'll know that they skip through, like, the entire battle, you know, in like 5 pages, and like Bilbo just kind of goes to sleep, you know.
He gets knocked unconscious in his defense. It's not his fault.
It's not. So, like, you can understand them stretching out that stuff that would otherwise basically have not been anything. But I mean, the third film is just, I watch it and I'm baffled by why they did what they did. I am baffled as to why they would make the decisions that they did. It's just ungodly, you know.
I think, oh god, what was it? The definitive version of The Hobbit that everybody should experience is the audiobook narrated by Andy Serkis, because he's really good at voice acting. Like, I mean, this is a man who does most of his career in a mocap suit, so I think he's used to acting with, like, very small parts of his body at a time, and voice acting is one thing he's very good at. And of course, when you get to Riddles in the Dark, like, you can, like, hear in his voice, he's like, I'm gonna do it. Does
he actually do it?
Do the thing. Oh, he absolutely does it. He goes full hog on the Gollum voice. It's incredible. And his Bilbo is very good, too. And also, like, none of the voices sound like he's, like, imitating their film performances. Like, his Gandalf's a little bit different. And all the dwarves are distinct from each other. It's impressive. He's good at it. He's good at his job. But yes, it's 10 hours. I got through it on a trip, and it was very, very solid, because I highly recommend experiencing the Hobbit audiobook while going on a long journey. It's peak immersion. But the thing about those movies is they're bad, and they make me sad. And there's that really good Lindsay Ellis video essay series about, like, the knockdown consequences of those movies getting made and the actual detrimental effects they had on, like, the New Zealand actors group. So yeah,
it was a big thing here. Like, politically, like, the Hobbit's stuff being made here, it was a political issue. It's honestly a bit weird to explain, but John Key, our Prime Minister at the time, very interested in kind of his legacy, and he was a very popular Prime Minister, for the record, like, very popular. He basically won every term he wanted, and then when he left office, he decided to resign before getting voted out. But he was very interested in kind of, like, his legacy and stuff like that, and of course he was super into kind of keeping the Hobbit here, because it was kind of a part of that, I guess. Yeah,
it was a big thing.
It's, I don't know, like, I do, if you actually watch the behind the scenes stuff, you can tell that Jackson wasn't really given enough time or preparation. I feel really bad for him being put into that position, you know, that he was. I mean, obviously he chose to do it, but it's pretty clear that he was never given the space that he needed to actually do it the way that he would have originally envisioned, because he started off with basically, you know, a quarter of a finished project. All of the pre-production stuff had virtually been done, and he had to basically be like, well, we're not allowed to, like, restart but we have to work with this. But I don't believe in that creative vision, you know.
Yeah, I mean, part of what screwed them over is, like, what made the Lord of the Rings movies so good was all the effort that went into them. Like, people still talk about, like, yeah, you know, there's actual Elvish in the music, and, you know, everything has a leitmotif, and the chainmail, like, they came up with a new method to make a lot of it fast, and it's all different scales, and they use body doubles, and there's almost no CGI, and it's all models, and, like, you can feel how much love and care went into it, and the Hobbit movies feel like they were rushed.
Yeah.
And that's just a shame.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I just hijacked your talk about Marvel, Nando.
Oh, well, that's... I mean, Doctor Strange is the whole thing now. Him and Wong pretty much drive the universe, so that's all that really matters. But now those movies are... Like, I feel like it's weird, because you look back on, like, the most recent ones, and I think they've had some ones that we all liked a lot at the time, and we kind of forgot about them, right? Like Shang-Chi, I think everybody was pretty cool on. Spider-Man,
so
WandaVision, like, what's the other one? Loki... They made some pretty solid things recently. A lot of the ones this year have been less of that. And then that's, you know, it's tricky because it just doesn't have a bit where they all line up and do Avengers stuff. So it's a little less like, I don't know, it doesn't feel as together. But I don't know, the next ones are going to be weird. I think Guardians 3 is probably going to be the best movie they've made. That's just a guess, but those are always pretty good.
Yeah,
and they're going to kill a bunch of them, so the acting's going to be good too. And then
yeah, that's the thing that they're
Ant-Man might be
hitting up
good
against
too.
now that I find really interesting is like actors are aging, and so the stories that they're telling and the rate that the real world is happening at are different. And I love seeing how companies deal with that, because like in a comic book you can just write the same story forever, and the character can just be the same age forever, and like there's no reason you have to reckon with that in real world time. But like Tom Holland will grow up at some point, and we will all have to deal with that as a Spider-Man. So I just find that really...
I've been reading the current Nightwing run because I was assured
Tom
by somebody.
Taylor. Yeah, there's good stuff in there.
It's quite good. It's clearly written by somebody who really likes the character and also really likes all the stuff this character has done. And also thinks that maybe Nightwing should take a nap and get a puppy, which I personally wholeheartedly support. But it's so funny that they have to reconcile with the fact that Dick Grayson is not even 30 and is still having flashbacks to like his time as Disco Wing with the Teen Titans and like before that, and it's like okay, what kind of time abyss are these people living in?
Well, especially with the Robins, because like I would understand if it's like I'm Spider-Man and I've always been, you know, kind of 20, and that's, you know, how old everybody in my universe is. But like some of them have to be 10, and then they grow up. So like Damian Wayne starts as 10, and then over the course of maybe 4 or 5 years, he becomes 13 in comic years. But nobody else ages. But nobody else ages. And like that's one of the weirdest parts with the Bat family. It's just they all have to age at different rates. Like.
Yeah, it's like there has to be a line of like who's younger than who, but also Dick Grayson is not allowed to turn 30. So
yeah, I was trying to figure this out when we were talking about the Batman, like casting the Bat family. It's just like what the ages people think they are, because there is no. It doesn't seem like completely agreed upon like how old they all are right now or what their prime age is. But like I don't know. Some people think Dick is like 22, and I think that's a little young for what's going on now.
But like, he dropped out of college.
I know, but like it's weird because it's like he has to be younger than Batwoman, and she can't be older than like 26, 27, just based on like how old she appears. Or Batgirl, excuse me. Batwoman, he's got to be younger than her too, but she's like I think 30 usually.
Batwoman is allowed to be like a grown up like Bruce Wayne is, but even then, people are like Bruce Wayne is mid-20s. It's like Bruce Wayne cannot be mid-20s. What are you talking about?
No.
Bruce Wayne's age is also a disaster, but yeah, it's extra weird with some of those guys because it's like Tim has to have come in at least a year after Damian or after Jason, I think. Like there's got to be a bigger gap there. But also, he is still, like, 16, I want to say. They may have aged him to 18 at some point, but, like,
I think Tim is allowed to be in college now, because he's, like, he's, you know, a chronic undersleeping conspiracy theorist, and college just works for that, but...
Right. And then that makes sense, but then that means Jason can only be 1 year older or 2 years older than him, and it's like, they're definitely... There's a bigger gap. Like Jason is at least in his mid-20s, it feels like.
Yeah, Jason's like a whole man. He spent a while dead. He's like a criminal mastermind now or some shit. I don't know.
Although, Man, taxpayer. Hello, welcome.
Oh. Hello?
Oh.
Oh no, sorry. I was just, you know, the meme, what is it, like the, hello there. Oh man, taxpayer. Oh, this is not working. Never mind.
I don't know what this is. Is this a New Zealand thing?
No, it's the, you're like going, you go, hello boy, or something. Oh, here comes the boy, hello.
Oh,
then you're like, here comes the taxpayer, and look, it doesn't work. I was.
You're trying so earnestly, and I see where you got where you were going. I see every decision you made in your mind to get to this point.
Yeah.
I can see the code.
It's like a beautiful mind's in front of me. I'm like, I see how he got from here comes the boy to the taxpayer variant of it. And that one is read very straightforwardly.
You see?
Oh,
and
boy.
it did not work. And
No one can see us right now.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I thought that was
see
just
that
my
too,
connection.
yeah.
Yeah, and the comments are like, eh.
Uh-oh.
hello, is yeah, I just had 2 blue screens. So it seems to be okay at the moment.
Oh, that's very pleasing clacking noises.
Is someone's
Indeed.
audio picking up my clacking? Because that was me.
I know I can hear you, but...
Oh.
I think it's my clacking. I'm really sorry.
Oh, really? My bad.
Earlier on the mic check, it was fine. I didn't pick up on it, but now I see my icon light up all the time. Sorry, I have a bit of clicky keyboard.
Very pleasing click clack.
Okay, hang on. Let's see if we can start up Bioshock again. If Bioshock potentially crashes again, I'm afraid we might have to switch to Mirror's Edge.
Oh no, not the fast-paced action game.
But we do have some other questions which we can get through.
The stream looks to be alive again, although the timer has frozen.
Time? Oh, I can. That's easy enough to change.
Yeah.
I don't know why the timer's frozen.
All right, chat. If we're coming through and you can hear us, you know what to do.
Now might actually be a good time for me to bow out. I've been here like 5 hours.
Oh boy.
I should really go to sleep. All right.
Good idea.
Thanks for having me on and everything. Nice to see all of you, new people, old people.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy.
Adios. So I looked it up. It's Eternal Darkness, the PlayStation game or GameCube game where it's like a whatchamacallit, Elder Gods, like Cthulhu thing. At one point, it goes like, if your sanity meter goes too high or low or whatever, bad, it will be like, oh, should we delete save file? And then it pretends to, and then, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Tim, I'm so proud of your chat. They knew what to do without me even specifying what emoji to put in there.
Nice.
Bananas? Banana screens of death?
Potatoes. Every time OSP has a stream and they need to check the chat paying attention to something, Red tells them to spam potatoes. It's always on the After Darks. I'm always the one moderating.
I have this slight theory, which is that my audience's million subscriber circle is a circle, and then you are just a bigger circle around me. That's my theory.
It's possible. You put out content that we don't, and there's regions of no overlap where you cover like the actual techne of writing and stuff like that. So I'm sure you've got some people in there who.
Oh, I'm sure. I just know that there's a lot of overlap. Every single time I look on your subscribers are really interested in this thing, it's always your channel that it's number one.
Oh, shucks.
And whenever your subscribers are watching this video, and it's always like, trope talk or myth thing.
Yeah, thank you.
I find that very funny every time I open up the, because I produce 2 podcasts that aren't OSP related, but if you choose the OS pod or either of the other 2, the first 2 recommended podcasts are just the other 2 points on that chart.
You're the connecting link.
Not even listed as the copyright holder in all of this, so it is just the audience overlaps that heavily that it's.
Well, we
it's
mostly
connected
cross-recommend them. It's like, hey, if you're here, check out Movie Struck, or hey, if you're here, check out Movie Difficulty. Yeah.
Connected to
Also, we passed 11,000 at some point. I think when we were all panicking.
Oh yeah, 11,000. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, they say the game volume's really loud again.
I can switch that off in a second.
Please hold.
Hang on, just Discord mentions probably panicking or something. All right, putting the game audio down. A second. There we go.
Woohoo! Woo.
And subtitles on.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch things with subtitles on?
Oh yeah,
all the time,
100%.
constantly, every day.
Absolutely, I do it every time as well.
Second question: everyone who answered yes, how many of us have ADHD?
All of us.
It's the audio
How many
processing
of us do
disorder,
have
babes.
ADHD? How unified are we?
Well,
Me.
in the not officially diagnosed, but check every single box on
doesn't
every
matter.
single thing. Yeah. So
Are the vibes there?
the vibes are present. The vibes are immaculate.
Okay, great, love it.
My friends do seem to think I have it. Though I've never
absolutely
been tested.
agree, and I must say I do dare consider myself a little bit qualified to judge.
Ho 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 ho.
A little bit.
Oh, where's my... Do I have a wrench yet? I was meant to pick up a wrench or something, wasn't
Are you
I?
gonna fix something?
But yeah,
Your
it's
little
it's
home
overlap, and there's hefty overlap between it and various forms of audio processing disorder. If I'm writing, I can't be listening to anything with words, including the presence of people talking anywhere.
Hence why I didn't get anything done all night. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, that's like exactly the same as me. I can't write listening to music. I can write if I listen to like white noise rain.
Yes, I keep rediscovering that white noise works really well for me and then forgetting about it. I can't write listening to music, but I can draw listening to music, and if I do that, it's much easier for me to get in the zone. Talking to people while listening to music is almost impossible. I've sort of had to learn because I am now on a second D&D thing that's happening. So first of all, Rolling with Difficulty, D&D podcast, 2 seasons out now, 1 season coming later soon. Check that out.
January 2023.
Yes, but also I am on Joe Cat's new D&D game, Hard Wimpy,
that's cool.
which has it's a live streamed live play, which is much scarier. It's come out the last 2 Wednesdays. I think the VODs are up on his Twitch, and an edited version will be up on YouTube soonish. But we get like diegetic background music just streamed through the Discord while we're talking, and like for the first about 10 minutes that was happening, I was like, I have to put all my brain power into hearing what the other people are saying. Ooh, we're at a very pleasing number right now.
Ooh.
All ones, baby.
Very pleasing number.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, a bit of a learning curve on that one, but it's gotten a lot easier. But for that first day, I was like, how quiet can I make this before people notice?
Nando, do you have like any... I don't know, like, do you write film scripts? Do you have any ambitions to like make films any day or create comics?
Yeah, I've got some stuff that I've worked on, like, you know, nothing like super serious. A lot of it, honestly, it's kind of like, I'll, you know, have like an idea. I'm like, oh, this is fun. And then have to do, you know, just like work or something. So it's like a kind of a rainy day situation where it's like, I'll be able to sit down and write one of these days. But yeah, I've talked to, like, I've been working with some people and stuff like that, but nothing done. Yeah, it's tough because, you know, I don't know if this is the same for you guys, but YouTube is a very demanding job time-wise.
Yeah.
So it's tough to go like, it's tough to spend like your week writing a video or whatever, and then go like, you know what I should do to chill out is write some more stuff. Like,
Yeah.
One thing is, I do have luck doing that sometimes. It really depends on the mood, but like, I found that pretty much as soon as like the bolt of inspiration strikes of like, oh man, I really want to do this one specific thing. If I harness that in that exact moment and don't let it die down, then I get a lot of relaxation done very efficiently. But it's highly situational and can't be controlled.
Oh shoot! Well, I have not updated the chat description. We got Mirror's Edge. And no, we're not voting for the Mirror's Edge in Bioshock. Next up, we're voting. Here we go. And sorry, hang on. There we go. Updated. Sorry, there we go. Finished. Oh, yeah, I mean, I definitely was like took up all my time working on YouTube for a long while, but I think I now have encouraged myself to work a bit more on my writing and submit to magazines, and I spend a lot more time doing that now.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, and hey, you handle a whole freaking webcomic.
Yeah, that's fun. It is fun. The thing is, a lot of these were stuff I was already doing as like hobbies and side things, and like these were the things that I worked on to relax from the other stuff I was doing. So that rhythm hasn't really changed. It's just now also I get feedback on them, and that can be shockingly motivational. Like, I think that creating for, like, the accolades you'll receive is kind of a losing battle, because it's like, you know, if you're not enjoying the actual creative process, you're going to be wearing yourself down to nothing. But it is still very cool to be, like, to be able to be, like, when I'm drawing a page, like, oh, they're going to hate and or love this. But, you know, I sort of, the work pattern that I ended up developing through college and then afterwards when I had more full control over my schedule was very much like, you know, you unwind from one thing that's productive by doing a different thing that's productive. Not because it needs to be productive, but because the things I do to relax are all creative. So, like, even if it's not something anyone else is ever going to see, it's like I'm still, you know, drawing. I'm still getting better at drawing in the process. Or,
yeah.
You know, I'm still playing music and singing and stuff like that. And now they just all have outlets, and I try not to let the now existence of deadlines control what things I do when. So far it's worked. It's a bit like keeping a bunch of plates spinning, but I enjoy spinning plates, so I guess it works out. But whenever people are like, do you have recommendations on how to manage things? I'm like, I do not, because I'm not even sure how I do it. I'm sorry. But
I mean, that's fair. But I mean, balancing these sort of creative things, and of course because we're monetizing everything we do, I suppose, and it's all creative, it's like, is it a job, is it a hobby, is it relaxing, is it work, you know, there's always things cross over. But I mean, Nando, what sort of thing are you interested in writing?
I mean, when I was back in pre-COVID times, I was in a sketch comedy group, so I do like you know, I say this in one of my videos, and it does exist, but I haven't almost a spec script for like a Marvel sitcom kind of show, but it's not necessarily Marvel, but it's like just a Seinfeld-esque kind of thing about superheroes. But like you know, I feel like that's more my jam. Is like,
so like you're very, I mean, I know you're superhero focused, but like, do you have any kind of interests outside of kind of the superhero genres?
Oh, I mean, I have share of interest, but I haven't I feel like when it comes to writing things like that, I've had thoughts where I'm trying to think of one specific one that I've had ideas about, but to a certain point, it's like, because I feel like I heard somebody talking about the movie "Don't Worry, Darling" like this, where it's like,
oh,
have any of you guys seen that one?
It's
the
the Marilyn Monroe, right?
It's
No,
the movie
that's
that really
Blonde.
feels like a movie, you know? It's just like...
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
it's the
exactly.
one with
Yeah,
Harry Styles.
it's the
Yes,
Harry
it's the one with
Styles,
Harry
Olivia
Styles.
Wilde, like, Yeah, so someone described that on a podcast I was listening to as like they were saying that it's like the person that wrote that immediately and thought like this is a cool idea and didn't check to see if that was an idea everyone had before, and then they just went with it and it was like,
what
oh
is
no, that's
the idea exactly?
First idea.
Well, they're like stuck in a simulation, right? Sorry, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, it's kind of a simulation, although originally it seems, I believe in the script it was going to be like a kind of like a The Village situation where they're just in like an isolated community in the 1950s, which makes a lot more sense when you consider some of the things that happen in the movie. Like there's like a plane that crashes and it's like, what was that in the simulation? I guess nothing. But if it's a, pocket of community that just has never seen planes before, then it's like, oh, that makes way more sense as something to jumpstart the plot.
Yeah, that's very Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, like that idea of like, what if, you were closed off from civilization and slowly you start to realize, like that's something that I feel like they were describing as like that first idea that you have, and then you have to have like 15 more ideas to come up with something that's kind of unique in that genre. And I feel like with things like superheroes, comic books, stuff like that, I know all the ideas, so I can kind of start from that place as opposed to like trying to write something that I'm not super familiar with or don't have that expertise in, and then writing like the most basic version of that.
I suppose, yeah, I that's totally fair. I mean, Red, of course, you're writing a mythological story, and that takes a lot of those familiar structures and works with them.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I've talked about this from several different directions. I think the idea that an idea has to be original to be fun is possibly the worst thing for new writers to worry about, because good stories are not always original stories, and original stories are not always good stories. Originality is a tool. It's useful, but as long as your story is not a literal beat-for-beat carbon copy of another story, it'll still have merit, and even if it is very similar to another story, that's when you run into the holy shit, 2 cakes thing, where, the audience for that one story probably likes that there's more things just like it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Something to see for that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, my original literal motivation for wanting to write my own thing is as mentioned, ADHD, not diagnosed, very bored for a lot of my childhood. And the entertainment I had access to was pretty limited. But when I was about 10, my dad loaned me their copy of Diana Wynne Jones's Tough Guide to Fantasyland, an alphabetized list of stock pulp fantasy tropes of the day, framed as though it's a travel guide for somebody who like falls through a portal and winds up in Fantasyland. And I was enamored with this book. I wanted to use it like a friggin' guidebook. I wanted to put everything from that in a book because I hadn't experienced any stories that played these tropes straight. I just thought they sounded like fun. And obviously that's not what I ended up doing, but like the fact is a lot of creators are inspired by the works of other artists because they want to do something like that.
Oh, 100%. That is something people can ask me, all the time, like, how do you do an original story and stuff like that? And like, I don't think there's anything wrong with reading a type of story and going, hey, I really love the vibe of this. I love that it has this particular kind of setup and this particular sort of answer, and then kind of coming up with a new rendition of that, Like, as long as you're not, like, plagiarizing, it's just a type of story you want to tell. So,
yeah.
Like...
And also... no, go ahead.
No, I tell you in a bit.
Well, I mean, just, like, in my experience, like, even if you think like, oh, I'm just taking this wholesale from this other story, like a lot of times what you're getting out of that story is not what anyone else is getting out of that story. like sometimes you'll watch a show and it'll like hit right here and you're like, oh my god, that's genius, I should do that. And then like a couple years down the line you rewatch it and you're like, I don't know why I liked this so much. Not because it's bad, not because it was bad, but because you've already gotten what you needed out of it. Like there was one specific part of it that really hit just right, and it did something to you in your head, in the back room where all the creative gears are arranged, and it shifted the way you look at the way you create in a way that maybe you're not even aware of now. And now that that's done, when you look at the thing, you're like, it's not as well balanced as I remember. Like, there's a lot more fan service than I remember. That's a near universal experience for me going back to shows I liked.
I definitely had that with Aragon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Aragon, to me, it feels like it would be like the narrative equivalent of like cotton candy for a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
You know, like it's so
everything
fun.
you could
Everything here
imagine.
everything here is sweet and amazing, and then you go back to it and you're like, this is like a worse version of Star Wars. But a worse version of Star Wars is still an awful lot of fun.
No, this is all really cool. I think I have to dip, and this is the real reason why I need to watch Sonic the Hedgehog before recording tomorrow. So
yes! I'm so proud of you! One or two?
I've seen it before. The second one is what the podcast is on. I'm going to rewatch the first tonight to prep. But this has been really fun, Tim.
Thank you very much for joining me, Sophia. You're always a fun one to have along.
Hell yeah.
Once more off into the edge of the world. You guys have fun. Enjoy the night shift.
Give us your Shadow Fancast hot takes. And if they aren't all me, I'm going to be personally upset.
You know, I really do think that an Adam Driver Shadow the Hedgehog could do a lot for the world, but in that...
No, I agree.
He and I are always competing for the same roles.
I'm with you. It was that or Timmy Chalamet for me.
Fuck!
That one I think is a bit more of a hot take than the because I could Adam Driver yell delivery really working for some Shadow line reads, but more on that later. You guys enjoy debating that. I'm off.
All right, good night.
Bye.
Oh.
Oy vey.
Hello.
Hello.
Who has joined us?
Who
speaks? It's me. Do you not recognize me?
Oh yeah. Hi. No. Sorry.
Wow.
No, sorry. That sounded really enthusiastic.
Welcome.
Hello, Ellie. Parentheses comment. Welcome to the chat.
You can just call me Ellie. That's
fantastic.
Fine.
There we go. The staple of the streams. But Nando, I did want to ask, like, are there any stories where what's the best kind of comic book story that you look at and you go, man, I wish I could create something like that?
It's a good question. Because, like, Now I'm like going back and kind of looking at some of my books. I know, I guess. I'm trying to think of like a good. I don't know. There've been. I like some of the books that I like. I've kind of vibed with recently. There's a book that came out maybe less than a year ago called like One Star Squadron. That was a kind of. It was like a superhero talent agency. Not talent agency, but you could like rent them out for a birthday party or security or something. And they were all just kind of sad and like kind of retired supervillain or superheroes who were, you know, kind of on their last legs. I do like that genre of like superpowers as a metaphor for some like workplace kind of something really, what's the word, like mundane. I think those stories like that are fun. I'm trying to think of somebody else that's done that. There was a MODOK story not too long ago that was that.
Oh, that's interesting. Have you read the webcomic that was co-created by Brendan Lee Mulligan and Molly Osterhag called Strong Female Protagonist?
No, but I've heard of it. I've actually, because obviously love Brendan, huge fan of everything that they do.
Oh yeah.
But no, yeah, I have never read that.
I've read through it, I think, like twice, because every time I start reading it, I go into a bit of a fugue state, and then it's like 1 a.m. and I have to rethink my life. But it seems to be kind of frozen, like right before the final arc would start, but what was covered is really solid, and it's got this very sort of like existential perspective on superheroics. Like, I tend to like my superhero stories very like simple and clean and positive. So I sort of like tolerate the existence of Watchmen because it's actually solid, and like Swamp Thing I think is interesting, but like everything that's sort of trying to be that, I'm like, this doesn't have to happen. You don't need to put this in the colorful, everyone's wearing their underwear on the outside story. But that comic has pretty much the only like realistic interpretation of superheroics that I actually like really like, possibly because it doesn't use realistic as code for depressing. Like a lot of the characters are not having a good time, but it severely unpacks what all that means and treats everybody like a real complicated person, some of whom may use their superpowers to pretend like that's not true. Like there's a psychic character who basically pretends like to himself and the narrative that he's this extremely logical person who's like built all these walls in his mind to wall off those inconvenient emotions, and it's like, oh, that's really bad for you actually. So highly recommend it. It's very good.
And so, I would like to extend that question to the chat. What story to you guys makes you feel like, hey man, I really wish I could create something like that? Because for me personally, I was floored by the film like Arrival and Stories of Your Life by Ted Chiang, the short story that's based on, and that story to me, like I freaking just have an absolute weakness for sci-fi stories which have huge, big sci-fi concepts packed into really small, intimate, small cast stories. You know, not like big space opera stuff, but like, you know, a mum dealing with her issues type things like that. I love that sort of thing. So that's exactly what my book is. You know,
I was about to say, never could have guessed. Having read your book.
I was about to say the same. I'm like, where have I seen this before?
Yeah.
Oh man.
People in chat are saying Bioshock, Marathon, Journey, Sherlock, Superman, Monster, the manga.
Superman is so good.
Yeah, I want to watch Monster.
Wait, which one? What is Monster?
It's a manga
anime,
slash
right?
anime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, the movie that Charlize Theron
What?
got all like dirty for? Like that? I guess that's a cool movie.
No,
But-
it's
Yeah.
I think I remember, I looked this up a while back. I didn't watch it. Again, not really my flavor, but it was like, you know what? I'm not going to talk about a thing I don't know about. What am I doing? It does look interesting, though.
I have found an extremely disturbing bug.
Ooh.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Is it now?
Hey Red, I don't know if you remotely listen to podcasts, but just you mentioning that you like superhero stories told in unique ways. Have you heard of the podcast called The Bright Sessions?
The Bright Sessions. That doesn't sound familiar.
It's not, I'm not sure how massive it is, but I listen to niche podcasts anyway. It's a story about a therapist who does therapy for people with superpowers of varying abilities, but the superpowers often seem to be manifestations of individuals' like issues. Like there's a chick with anxiety that can time travel when she time travels away from situations instead of a panic attack.
This is just Misfits.
It's just a what?
It's just Misfits.
Yeah, basically,
yeah,
but
that
like
does feel
less
like
edgy and a bit more wholesome. But it was just another cool like story where it's like these are technically superheroes, but it's actually far more of a commentary on things like anxiety and depression and social relationships and stuff like that.
Oh, that's so interesting. I really like that.
I would recommend it. It's really cool, and like because it's done as therapy sessions, you get these like really wholesome little character developments from the perspective of the therapist.
Aw.
It's very cute.
Oh man, I love it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't know. There are always those stories which like are very formative in like our own creative tastes and what we want to make and stuff like that. But yeah, Arrival would definitely be one for me.
Almost every classic Studio Ghibli movie is still that for me. Every time I think I'm hot shit, I go look at the background painting of a single frame of any Ghibli movie, and I'm like, oh god.
Oh, yeah, right?
When I watched Howl's Moving Castle, I was like, this is so unnecessary. This scene is never coming back. Why did they do a full fucking painting you can hang in a museum for the background of this half-second shot that we're never gonna see again?
So amazing.
I love that so much of like film theory and all that is to not put in anything that you don't need to progress the story, and Ghibli films are just like,
yeah.
And they just do that for entire films. And it's
Ghibli
wonderful.
films really understand the value of time to breathe and empty space.
Yes.
My mom has a very like strong opinion about this because when I was little, the insistence was always that we'd watch the Ghibli movies we had subtitled because the the dubbed version would like add lines in the big silent contemplative shots. Like a character would be like, "Wow, that's so awesome" or something, and she's like, "No, goddammit, way to completely miss the point." So to get the authentic experience, we saw it in Japanese instead.
That's
I
wild
get that.
they
That's
would do
pretty,
that,
that's
though.
nice.
Yeah. Well, it's like in Kiki's delivery service, I guess, like, Gigi talks way more in the dub, just, like, will not stop giving little sassy, comic relief commentary, and it's like, I don't know a single cat that would ever willingly make that much noise. Anyway.
I mean, if you really want to go far back, the Warrior Cat series definitely was formative in my creative stuff. Because back in the day, in late primary school, it's what got me into, like, writing and, like, role-playing and stuff like that. And while, of course, it's not literary gold by any means, it was a medium to get me into writing, and I'll always respect that.
I love that this comes up every year.
I know, like, it's an important part of our culture.
I was
Are you
a Warrior
aware
Cats kid.
of the
I
glorious
gotta say,
story of Warrior Cats?
having grown up in the Warriors animation community, like
oh my god,
a significant part of my friendship circle is professional animators who started in the Warrior Cats animation community.
oh my god, did you work on some of those?
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have a whole separate conversation about this because this is going deep into my past.
This is so interesting.
Cool.
I was never into Warrior Cat. Like I can like see in my head like the library at my middle school where I kept seeing all these book titles and just not being interested and like just instead reading the little basket of comic books they had near the door.
Yeah.
Like, I could have been a Warrior Cats kid. I could have been an Aragon kid, but no, I just read witch comics all day.
Yeah.
And the X-Men Evolution tie-in comics that are much darker in tone than the actual cartoon.
I mean, has that formed you as a person?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think that Witch was my first exposure to magical girls as a genre, and also definitely formative in how I understand comic books can be laid out, and the fun, colorful adventures you can have while still having utterly horrifying subtext in the narrative. Yeah, it's good stuff. I've always liked comic books and always wanted to make one, and every time I try and write prose instead, I always get too bogged down in the visual descriptions because I can't just draw them. Because I'm bad at it.
Oh, that's the mood.
Yeah. Warrior Cats was a wild time. But hey, witch.
Yeah, no,
Wait, when you mean witch, do you mean like witch as in like the animated series witch, right? Like the
well, there was an animated series, but I read the comic book it was based on.
Blah. I'm so sorry.
But yes, WITCH. It's hard to Google because it's explicitly an acronym of the names of the main characters. And they've like, it's like a French magical girl comic, and they all have elemental powers except for one of them who has quintessence. And yeah, it's cool. It's a magical otherworld story and an urban fantasy story, and then a different magical otherworld story because there's like 3 different dimensions stacked on top of each other. Like one of them is like the in-between dimension full of like magical Tibetan monks, and then one of them is like the magical otherworld that's full of like trolls and.
I watched the whole series. It was solid. It was solid.
Yeah. I tried watching the show, but it's one of those cases where like the comic is so good, and then having to hear like the dubious early 2000s vocal performance just pulls me right out of it. But that was.
Of Witch and comics, have you read Witch Hat Atelier?
Witch Hat? I have not. I've heard the name definitely, but I haven't read it.
It is fantastic. If you like witches and comics, I highly recommend.
Good. I'm getting so many good suggestions. I love the people in chat like listing all the witches, like you know it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Struggling?
I don't really know what I mean to do to kill this turret. I walk past it and it takes out half my health every single time.
Chat says you're supposed to hack it, but they might be trolling. I can't tell.
You gotta be up close to hack it.
Oh, right? Was anyone here an Animorphs kid?
I really wanted to get into it, but I never saw the books. I always saw them advertised, and I was like, oh, I want that, and I never actually got to read them.
we had a few random ones in like the basket of books in like my 5th grade classroom, and I would always take them out and read them just because the covers were insane. And the actual books were really good. And it's definitely one of those cases where, like, as a kid when I was reading it, I was like, yeah, this is hardcore. And as an adult reading it, I'm like, oh, this is hardcore. Because it's like, you know, when you're a kid, it's like, yeah, of course kids are the main character. And then as an adult, you're like, oh, literal child soldiers. Interesting. So...
Yeah, but when you're a kid, you don't mind being a soldier. That's the great thing about child soldiers. They don't mind.
Tim, it's a little early for you to get cancelled. You've got a while to go.
Cancelled for your hot takes on child soldiers. Oh boy, but yeah, no, Animorphs is nuts because like that was the whole point. Like K.A. Applegate was like, yeah, war is shitty and inflicting it on children is awful, and the consequences, the scars linger forever, and it's like, wow. Incredible. Okay.
Maybe I'll pick it up and read it as an adult.
Definitely worth a shot.
Look, I just watched Neon Evangelion for the first time as well. And you know, frankly, I thought that was another great piece that demonstrated the strength of child soldiers. Every single time he was told to get in the robot.
In the robot.
Yeah, get in the robot, Shinji, and it worked out great for him, didn't it? He saved the day in the end. So the message is get the child in the robot, and then you save the day.
Yep, that's the only message of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yeah, I'm glad. That is the only message.
Children should get in the robot. I love Evangelion because I watched it exactly wrong. I watched like the first 3 episodes with a friend, and then that friend watched ahead, and then I watched the finale, and then I watched End of Evangelion. That was it.
Oh,
I missed the entire middle bit.
Yeah, I watched End of Evangelion afterwards. Made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Actually,
the correct.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, like, Nando, what's your approach to anime and manga, given it's kind of, in my brain, comic adjacent?
Yeah, I mean, I don't read a ton of manga, and by that I mean 0. I'll watch anime when they like. I'll try one episode of pretty much anything. A lot of the times, like for instance, I tried Chainsaw Man, and I just couldn't do it. There's something like about it that it just I couldn't catch it. Can
I oppress, and I don't mean impress, I mean oppress one anime on you for you to try?
Oh, I've watched some. I mean, I like One Punch Man is my favorite. You know, one of my favorite like seasons of anything.
Of course.
The first one, not the second one. That's bad. But like, I'm trying to think. What else? What are your recommendations?
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yes.
I watched a couple episodes of that, and I did enjoy it, but I just kind of fell off.
No, watch the whole thing, subtitled.
It's very good.
So good. It is my go-to for the best anime. In that it is the most coherent, holds together the best, is the best planned and paced. And because it's made by a woman, it has really good female characters in it and a minimum of fan service, which is good because.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was made by a woman. I thought it was written by a guy.
Hiromu Arakawa, I believe. Yeah, she always portrays herself as like this kind of cow because she grew up on a farm and she thinks cows are great. And all the stuff about like Ed refusing to drink his milk is because she's thoroughly in Big Dairy's pocket. She's a Big Dairy propagandist. It's great.
I had no clue about this. No, but seriously, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is genuinely one of the best shows. Like, honestly, it's just incredible to see how, like, when you watch it all come together, you're like, oh, everything was planned. Everything makes...
Yeah. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, it gets better on subsequent watches. I've watched it like 5 times.
But like, the great thing is that it's not like one of those shows where, and not to say these types of shows are bad, but it's not like one of those shows where you kind of have to go, well, it doesn't make any sense and it doesn't feel that good, but then the final like 10% is like makes it all make incredible.
Yeah,
but no, it's like it's good from start to finish.
Yeah.
You know,
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood just doesn't miss.
Yeah,
it's
it
just
doesn't
really
miss.
good.
And then like the last third of it is just like constant climax.
It's So if that's your thing, you know.
Yeah.
But no, it's incredibly good, and also like the hard part recommending anime is that like all anime has a certain level of like anime bullshit in it, and you don't know what the level of anime bullshit the person you're talking to is willing to tolerate. Fullmetal Alchemist has very little anime bullshit.
It's true. There's not really any filler the way you kind of imagine filler being. And
yeah, well, there's no time. Like they even skip over some kind of important stuff early on because the 03 version covered it, and they were like, we don't want to repeat the fucking. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't. People in chat are gonna try and make you watch the 03 version. Don't. It'll make you want to watch the good version less.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. It's just nowhere near as good as Brotherhood because they started making it when the manga was like a quarter of the way through tops. So the plot goes fully off the rails. And the rules of alchemy work differently, and they keep breaking them a lot of the time anyway. So just don't bother. Watch Brotherhood. It's fine.
Yeah, it's and like the endings. I don't know. I found the ending just a little bit underwhelming. Like the answers to everything was just a little bit less interesting.
Well, the spoiler alert: the fact that the gate leads to our world was like the biggest shark jump they could have possibly done.
Yeah, I mean, like I have like a weird relationship with that trope. You know, the trope of like it was the real world all along, or like there's another world out there. You know.
Yeah.
It can be done well. It can be done well.
Yeah. Sure.
You don't think it can be done well?
I think that it really needs to be earned, and it frequently isn't. And also like I have this weird beef specifically with the kind of story that's like reality as you know it is still there, but there's also a secret world of magic and wonder that's like parallel to it that you just can't reach. And the thing is, like, if I were less of a fantastically minded child, I think these stories wouldn't bug me at all. But I've had to like remind myself that magic isn't real a lot to function as I grew up, and running into stories that are like, no, it's actually real is just not good for me. So when you get stories that are like, here's your world, here's the connection to the fantastical other world, I'm like, I know this is fiction, but my brain doesn't believe me. So that's my extremely personal beef with that context. Well,
I feel that so much.
Yeah.
I skip the step where I remind myself that magic isn't real though. I just live in that world.
Yeah, it's tough. I think, you know, when the process of growing up is basically, especially if you are very like, you know, a very dreamy kid, it's a lot of micro disappointments as you learn that things you thought could be possible aren't possible. And, you know, I think that, like, if escapism works for you, that kind of story can be so much fun. And if it really doesn't, it's not going to work. And there's, like, a razor-thin line for whether or not that stuff is good for you or feeds into the exact bad stuff that your brain, like, eats itself over. Yeah.
Good points.
But, yeah, the one exception I have is Oz, because the Oz books get so fucking crazy. Like, my dad reminded me of this the other day. In the 8th one, TikTok of Oz, they invent cell phones. In 1914, they have cell phones. So, yeah, my brain doesn't even try to process that as like, wow, Oz could be real. It's like, no, Oz is its own fucking thing. Oz is just doing whatever.
Oh, wow. I haven't engaged with any of that.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I didn't know any of that happened.
Really? Oh, the later Oz books are nuts. It's great. Like, Dorothy just moves to Oz full time after, like, the 3rd book because the Dust Bowl starts, and they're like, oh, our farm's being foreclosed on. I guess we could try and, you know, deal with the Great Depression. Or, and hear me out on this one, we could just live in the magical dimension where I'm a princess and besties with the immortal Child Queen. Yeah, let's do that. So she and her aunt and uncle, or whatever they are, just move to Oz, like, forever, and then are just hanging out.
Casually as you do, move to Oz.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the option.
Yeah.
Chat accusing me of being a chunibyo. That's not fair. Nobody else in this chat knows what that means. And also, it's the exact opposite of what I just said. How dare. Anyway.
I don't even know how I died there.
Bioshock.
Something killed me.
You could try being good.
You know what? You could try shutting up. That's what you could try.
But
Maybe
you've been
that's...
so good at avoiding spikes in this game.
It's true. I have avoided every spike. I haven't died to a single spike.
Hell yeah.
Can't argue with that sort of record.
Yeah, you got the spikes down.
I don't know where the hell this is.
Is everyone excited for Hades 2?
Yes.
Yeah, it's come up a couple times.
Why didn't they call it Kronos?
I was thinking about that. Well, like, what are their options for titles if they want to create a convention that's not just Hades 1, Hades 2? And I don't know. It would. I mean, Kronos makes sense.
They'll have had so many meetings to discuss it.
Yeah.
Like I
mean, I'm sure
feel
Hades
like
is
I
still
can imagine the long journey that it took for them to be like, no, we have decided we will call it Hades 2.
You know what?
Yeah.
I mean, so often, like, you know, these sort of things, people think about like radical titles so much they just end up going with something real lukewarm. Not that Hades 2's bad or anything. I was just surprised it wasn't called Kronos because like I thought the whole point was like Hades is the villain, now Kronos is the villain. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it like in terms of marketing and stuff, it's probably a very sensible decision because there's a lot of media out there that references like Hades, Kronos, and all those names. And if they start naming each new game like a new name, then they have to like compete with all that media each time. Hades now like has such an the name has such an association with that game that they.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think like, oh, it's about Hades, the god of the underworld. They think, oh, it's Hades, it's the action-packed game that I like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's so true. Absolutely true.
So wait,
I stayed up.
No, some of you guys.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, I was just gonna ask Ellie, what's your story? I feel like we haven't met on one of these before.
I feel like we've been in the same space in here before, but it's usually pretty busy.
Yeah.
I just know Tim. I work at games. And
Ellie, should I tell them how we met?
You can.
So Ellie was my #1 fan, and Ellie decided to.
I hesitated because I was like, is Tim going to tell the actual story? No, Tim was in desperate need of a big assistant on early videos, and I reached out and offered my services as an animator.
It's true. It's true. No, it's cool. Ali was one of the first people that was when I was still very small that kind of reached out to me to be like, hey, I like your content, and we could work together on something. And I don't know what it was like for you guys when you started getting, like messages from people to watch your stuff, and it's like it's exhilarating. It's invigorating.
No, absolutely.
Yep. That was when we had similar channel sizes.
Yeah. I guess that was. And then, gosh, what is killing me? Something is firing at me, and I don't know where it is. You're up there, yeah. And sorry, I'm very bad at multitasking.
Oh, that's okay.
So we worked on something, and then we just kept talking, and then eventually she's kind of worked with me quite extensively over the years, I suppose.
Oh my gosh, when I found out Tim made his thumbnails in PowerPoint, I was like, this is an intervention.
No! Oh.
Hey.
Incredible.
And then we got onto Photoshop, and that's when that really kicked off. Because my goodness.
That's
wow.
So cool. No, I like that.
Whose thumbnails were you roasting earlier?
Tim, were you roasting someone's thumbnails? You are not allowed to do that.
Look, you don't understand.
No, I think I do.
I can get him to blow this up for me, maybe? I don't know. What the hell am I meant to do? I can't kill him from a distance. I don't really know what I mean to do in this part of the game. I've got to get through a door, but... Oh, I can just find more ammo. I think I've just got to kill this guy and then... Oh, hang on. I had my Incinerate ability. Where the hell is he gone? Can I use it on this? Nope.
I feel like we all don't want to break your concentration.
Well, I died, so concentration is broken anyway.
I don't think it's gonna do any good.
Ugh. My goodness.
Well, at least you are alive.
Yeah, could always be worse.
Like, metaphorically, maybe. Telekinesis? I have a telekinesis ability, but I don't really know what to use it on. Oh, apparently I picked something up.
That is what telekinesis is usually quite good for, yeah.
Oh, I've got to pick up the bomb when he throws it. Okay, cool, that's fine. Done. Alright, I figured it out. There we go. I'm gaming pro. Oh, I just murdered someone in a wheelchair. Oh.
Ooh.
That's the first thing you do when you're a gamer.
Look, there was just someone, like, sitting there, and I thought they were gonna kill me, and so I just went for it.
Pro gamer
move.
move.
Not hold up in court. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
For the country.
I don't think that's an acceptable reason.
You don't understand.
Officer, he was coming right at me.
Yeah.
Vibes what?
Vibes, exactly. I'm so glad you understand.
It is currently 6:33 a.m. for me.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. That's pretty early.
Well, I woke up at 4. And went to bed at 1 and woke up at 4. So we're doing great. That is the second day in a row. So this is awesome. Incredible energy. Tim will know it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's gonna be awake forever.
Ellie actually just worked on is with one of the companies that worked on one of the games that was just announced at the Game Awards.
Yeah. We just announced the game. Transformers Reactivate.
Oh, I heard good things about that. I just actually saw the
go
trailer.
follow the social media, and that's all I can say.
Love Transformers. Do you have a favorite Transformer?
Well, in the last 24 hours, it's come up on my timeline 3 times that there is a Transformer named Firestar in the context of the Warrior Cats community, so I think I gotta say.
Is that a thing? Is that true?
God, that's so funny.
There's a Transformer called Firestar.
Actually, that makes sense. That's like a Transformers type
Yeah,
name.
it's a cool name. You know, exploding thing. 2 things that explode. That's a Transformer name. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I just find it fun. I find it funny that those 2 worlds collide over the name.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm looking at this announcement trailer. This looks sick. I'm excited.
Oh heck yeah, man!
But yeah, I'm a sucker for
We're
Transformers.
all very excited.
Have you what was I gonna say? Have you ever played what was the other game they released not too long ago? The Transformers. It's called Devastation. I can't remember. That one was fun too. It's very different, but
I have not played any Transformers game. I don't play very many games, I gotta say. I appreciate watching other people play them.
By the way, people in the comments are saying, "Yo, congrats! I loved the reveal at the end of that trailer."
Oh, that's really nice to hear. That is lovely to hear. It's been really nice, like seeing on social media people be excited.
We do have another question. This is from Zico. Pancakes or waffles, which do you think is better? Now, this is like a particularly American thing, right? Like, Americans really care about this question.
Oh. I mean, yeah, I feel like probably most people have opinions. on the subject.
Oh, I'm sure, but I mostly hear like Americans, like they love both of them.
Yeah, no, they're both good. I think the thing is, like, waffles are more high maintenance. Like, pancakes are very easy to sort of whip up. But waffles, like, you need a waffle maker. Waffle makers are always a bitch to clean. But, like, given the choice between them, I prefer waffles because they're nice and crispy.
And chat, I would love to know your thoughts as well. Type me waffles or pancakes.
So when you say pancakes, do you imagine like the risen, quite thick, fluffy ones, or like the nice thin crepe kind of pancakes?
I think fluffy is a pancake. Like what I'd expect to get at a diner is like a stack of 3, I don't know, less than an inch probably.
No more,
like
no less.
It must be 3.
It must be 3.
Yes. 3 and 3 alone.
I feel like the option is usually pancakes, waffles, or French toast, and then French toast wins by a mile. But
really,
I don't know. Yeah, French toast is delicious.
Oh yeah,
French
toast is incredible.
And the other 2 are sweet, right?
French toast isn't savory, not inherently.
It's got it can have. That's the thing. It's got more flavor just
wait,
on its own.
sorry.
I feel like than
French
the other
toast to me is a very sweet thing, right? Like it's egg soaked bread with like cinnamon and sugar, right?
Yeah. But
okay,
like
that's not how we do French toast in the UK.
I mean,
How do
egg
you guys
soaked
do
for
French
sure.
toast?
Like cinnamon and sugar is standard in the American recipe, at least.
Yeah,
but
I would say I'd expect that from French toast.
Yeah, it's like egg soaked bread fried in a bit of oil and salt for us. So you don't put any sugar in. It's very savory.
Interesting.
Oh, that is interesting.
That is interesting. Huh. I'm glad to learn this about French toast in everywhere else in the world except us.
I feel like in the U.S., French toast is most commonly served with like butter and syrup, and also very frequently with like fruit and whipped cream.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's like the most
Fruit and
common
whipped
way to
cream
do
part
it.
is really where it goes from 0 to 100. Like it's
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm about to die.
No.
Congratulations.
Well, I've got 3 first aid kits, so theoretically I should be able to survive this, but I just don't have the ammo to take out these guys. I do have. I keep on forgetting I have abilities. I need to remember that I have abilities.
I mean, it seems like it's on you that you're having this problem.
Thanks for that. I mean, I'm so glad that you could remind me of that.
You're very welcome.
You know what it is? You know what's really cool? Is that you get to freaking Roy Mustang with this ability.
Ooh.
And I'm sure Reed knows what that means.
I know exactly what that means. To find out, watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Wait, why do I want to... I don't want to... Oh gosh, I nearly... Man, you know how in some games, like, the corpses go, like, start spasming?
Yeah. Ragdolling.
Yeah, ragdolling. That
fun.
is very much what is happening in this game a lot.
Beautiful.
What's the chat say? Chat's saying waffles a lot. French toast is definitely sweet. So, this... In my household... we make pancakes by it's a cup of milk, a cup of flour, and a 1 egg, and that is the mixture for the pancakes.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And then if you want any sweet things, you can add cream and raspberry, whatever, and so on. The hell am I don't know where we're going. Open the emergency exit. Ah, there we go. Oh, when I have bullets. That's good.
Ho ho ho.
Yeah. So I'm alive. Alright. Alright. don't really know my way around this place just yet, but I have a nice little arrow that tells me everywhere I'm meant to go.
Yay!
You know, normally I hate those mechanics, but to be perfectly honest, in this game, when I'm live streaming in front of people trying to focus on a conversation, I do prefer that.
Yeah. It's an anti-frustration measure.
But I don't really know how to do it, though. Burning, but I don't really know what that. Oh, I was at the wrong door.
Oops.
These people keep on trying to murder these little children.
And they're not even wheelchairs, so like they're not doing this. Although, if one was, things would change.
We love the extremely blatant morality mechanic of kill or spare this adorable small child.
Yeah, it's wild. Was this like when that started? That kind of like be good, be bad, skill, not skill, but like dichotomy.
Oh, that sort of gameplay, you know?
Yeah, because the thing I'm playing right now, the second Infamous game, and they do that every so often too.
There's a really early version of it in the it's a whole series again. The Fable games did it a lot.
Oh, sure.
And those were back in like the 90s, right? Like earlier, even 80s.
Yeah, those are pretty old.
Yeah, I think that maybe BioShock popularized it to a degree, but it definitely existed beforehand.
I am gonna let chat decide if I kill the child, though.
Oh God, why would you put that tool in the hands of chat?
Chat, tell me, do I spare the child, as I save the child, or do I kill the child? Please type in chat.
Wait, why would chat tell us when chat can donate about it?
Oh yeah, that's true. People who donate get all the say.
Yeah, for Doctors Without Borders, let's vote on whether or not to kill this child.
Kill the child. Kill. Oh my gosh, everyone's saying kill. What the hell?
Come on, guys. Let your dollars speak for you.
Spare, kill. Oh my gosh, it's really 50-50. My goodness. I didn't realize it was such a difficult decision.
Can you, like, attack but not kill? You know, can you, like, maim the child? Your options as far as...
Only 50% kill the child.
Could we potentially like hook the child up to like a system so we drain them of what we need from them, but they stay alive, like, you know, Torchwood style? Like,
let's fucking Omelas this shit.
I think that 50% over 50% say save. What do you guys think?
I think that they should probably let their money speak for them. It's for a good cause, remember.
It is.
Possibly killing a child.
Alright, okay. Someone said steal the child.
Ooh.
Okay, alright.
That seems like a good in-between.
No, it's not a good in-between.
It's a decent compromise.
Horribly... Someone said horribly disfigure the child. What?
Yeah, that seems like a decent compromise.
Oh, this is the...
Somebody just donated, but I don't know what they want to do.
They didn't actually say whether we should kill or spare. They were just really tired.
Check.
But thank you for... Yeah.
That's cool. I feel like the spare is...
Yeah.
I'm looking at some...
we've actually... Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna trust. I think that donor wanted me to spare the child, and so I am going to have the children fight the other children. Okay, I'm getting unhinged.
We need Child Fight Club.
Yeah. Hunger Games. It's okay. So, just to be clear, I need to...
Spare the child from this curse of earthly life. See, you get it.
I hate those terms. Choose whether to rescue or harvest. What?
Harvesting is
Well, you
probably
didn't
good
say
and
anything
fine.
about harvest before. I think we need to harvest this child.
Yeah. Okay, chat. Vote for kill or harvest.
Yeah, I didn't know there was any benefit.
Someone just drop $100.
It did. It did. And
did they say whether we should kill or spare the child?
I'm reading subtext here. Guys, I'm gonna spare the child because I think that's what these people want. But the next child, for the record, it's gonna be a donation. It's gonna be a donation thing, all right?
Yes.
This is your first one. This is your first free thing. But next time, it's gonna be whoever donates the.
Oh God. We're like one of those predatory mobile ads that's like, save this woman and her child from the freezing cold.
Oh man, okay, just want to be clear. I'm pressing L, like I'm focusing very... Alright.
Alright.
It's still pretty weird how you rescue them. Oh, did I like take their curse from them or something?
I guess?
I'm watching... Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see. We had it paused for a second, but now it's moving.
There was a delay.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh man, I love a creepy capitalist utopia that infuses children with weird shit.
I don't understand. It was for their own good, and that child just got saved, and saving is a positive thing, right? So how is this a bad outcome? The child.
Oh, it's not. I mean, admittedly, she is currently alone, unpowered, and unsupervised in a creepy undersea capitalist dystopia hellscape full of basically zombies. But yeah, I'm sure she'll be fine. She's fine.
I want to be very clear, everybody. No, actually, hang on. Do you reckon I should go for the slightly more evil version of this, which is I threaten to kill the child unless they donate?
Oh, that's a little evil. I think maybe when we reach child number 3.
Okay. That's the problem. What's the incentive? What do they want? And then we do the other thing, but it's so 50-50.
First one's free, but I think... I mean, look, we can learn from every capitalist hellscape that's ever existed. It's bad to make yourself the common enemy. It's good to pit the proletariat against itself. So we need to make the chat take sides.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Alright, I'm increasing my maximum health because my... Ooh. Alright, okay. Yeah, so to just, that was your free child, guys. You got a free vote on that one. But next time, it's whoever pays the most. We're living in a capitalist dystopia in this game. That's why we're playing. We're role-playing hardcore here. Whoever pays the most decides the fate of the child.
Something, sweat of brow, something.
Yeah.
Everybody is entitled to this. Everybody is entitled to the sweat of their children's brow.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I don't want to fight the big daddies. Oh no, I just shot one by accident.
We all know that putting children in robots is really the way to live.
I don't want to hurt the big daddy.
The odds of you hurting the big daddy are very low. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
You're just enrichment for the big daddy.
Ooh.
Yeah, Daddy's got his own chat going about what happens to you, and
wait, where the hell am I?
Big Daddy's like punch or drill through his little torso, and the donors are flying.
Hey, I'm. What's my mission at the moment? How do I check my mission?
I think it was in the map or something, right? There was a
oh, here we go. I saw I got a map. I didn't check. So, okay. Health state. It's not really showing me where I want to go, though. There are places that I haven't been. Go to those. You know, there's an awful lot of water for how much open electronics there are around this area.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you get all that good steampunk content, you know?
Am I trapped here? No, there's an exit around here.
I love that every single sci-fi story that's ever had this premise has been, like, trying to build a utopic society in a naturally extremely hostile environment preserved only by constant technological maintenance is doomed to failure within, like, a decade, and people are still like, hey, we should go to Mars.
I mean,
obviously, this guy isn't as smart as Elon Musk. I don't think you could expect, Elon Musk would have much less water and more wires, and it would be a cool place to live. Big Daddies would be, I don't know.
And he'd just buy the right to the sweat of the brow of the people who, and the title that lets him say it was always his sweat.
Jeez. Oh, I can
Personally, I think his takeover of Twitter has only convinced me that we should definitely put him in charge of putting all the rich people on Mars.
That's true,
I think that plan is great, and we should do it.
I need to go and find the other child. Where is the other child?
I would like to see the baby.
It does feel very much like that. Going.
That's some suspiciously red water down there. It's probably fine.
I will find the baby and I will rescue the baby, but this time, guys, it's the next donation. Oh, there's the child. I found the Big Daddy. Found the Big Daddy.
We found the child.
Don't hit the.
I've got the child.
Don't hit the child. Okay. Oh no, I killed the. Okay, I killed the woman that was around. Now where is the child?
Where's the child?
Where is the child? I don't actually know. I actually don't know where the child is. I found the Big Daddy, and he's usually around where the child is, right?
The Big Daddies are usually close to the child, yeah.
Oh, there he is. Hello, child. I'm not gonna hurt you. Well, unless chat decides to tell me to.
I am at the whims of a cold and uncaring populace that think of you as entertainment.
I'm not. I promise. I'm not attacking Big Daddy. I'm pointing my thing away. Do I have to kill the Big Daddy to decide?
I'm only here to maybe kill the child.
Maybe.
Yeah. Do I have to kill the Big Daddy in order to decide whether or not what I do with the child?
Did you kill the last? Wait, did the last one not have a Big Daddy?
No, the last one didn't have a Big Daddy. It was just sort of found. I think I have to because currently I can't really do anything. Yeah, you have to kill the Big Daddy to save/kill little sister. All right, okay.
Well, good luck.
Yeah. I get you now.
Oh man, I've been rewatching a lot of College Humor's actually the game from Nerdy Corrections, and one of them.
Oh yeah.
There's like a mini game where they try and identify video game enemies by the sound, just the sound of them, and nobody got the Big Daddy sound because in isolation it just sounds like
an
extremely. Well, it just sounds like an extremely tinny recording of someone having a very bad time on a bath, like on a toilet. But
I don't think this is going to die. I have no weapons, and oh no, I've got a machine gun. I forgot I had a machine gun. Nope, I died. But I remember I have a machine gun, which means now I should be able to kill it.
Hooray!
Okay, alright. We're good. Let's go kill the dead. Then do as with the child, as chat says. People saying they appreciate my pacifism, but you have to kill the Big Daddy.
Is it pacifism, or is it just, I don't want to get my face stomped in by the scary man with the drill arm?
Guys, someone just donated $100.
Oh boy.
Hang on.
Oh,
Someone
no.
donated. Andrew KS donated $250 saying, save the rest of the little sisters and I'll throw in $250 more. I feel very strongly about this.
Oh boy, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but then $100 to probably kill the daddy and the child. I'm afraid currently we're pretty persuaded to save it, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, I'm feeling pretty persuaded.
Yeah, it would take a pretty hefty
hard
drop
to argue with that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue with that.
And I do think it would get you the good ending if you were finishing this tonight.
Yeah, I don't know where the daddy's gone. The hell am I? Oh, I'm like all the way over there. Oh, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Let's see. I didn't really want to kill the Big Daddy. The Big Daddy was cute. Like, the Big Daddy was like... Oh, come on. Like, the Big Daddy, like, cared. I kind of feel for the Big Daddy. You know, they're protecting...
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, they protect these weird little child goblin things.
Are they, like, robots, or are they, like, mutated people, or what?
I think
it's the second one.
Yeah, I'm not 100% up on the Bioshock lore, but as I recall, there is something that was once a person in that suit. And I believe in Bioshock 2, that's what you're playing as, and it's a bit of a twist when you figure out that you've been a Big Daddy.
I feel like, I'm not super certain on this, but I think the lore is like, if you hang out with one of the little girls long enough, you become like a monster man or something, and then you have to put
I thought you were going to say
like
you also become a little girl.
Childhood is contagious. I'm just going to look this up. I'm curious what the Big Daddy lore is. I feel like Googling Big Daddy will only result in good things.
Yeah.
It's weird too. I feel like having
it's foolproof.
Oh shoot!
It's they're smaller than I remember from when I played the game. Like
Bioshock
I'm surprised
did
that
crash.
like you're about the same height as them.
I think they're just so terrifying that like as they move.
It's possible that they like up the size in the second one. You know, bigger, better, more type thing.
That makes sense.
Okay, let's see.
Someone just donated $100 to vote for Little Nightmares next game, and
the game rules.
And they are sparing the children. Vote to spare the children in Bioshock. You know what?
Huh? There was a draft version of the Big Daddies where they were like in a wheelchair without the bottom half of their legs, which I think would make them a little bit less terrifying.
I mean, they're in wheelchairs, so then it's like, they're dangerous. You gotta do something.
Hang on a second.
This game is very weird.
My game just crashed, and I think I've just been put back a huge amount. Is it because I didn't save the game?
Oh my God.
Is this one of those games where you have to save manually?
I don't know.
Probably. It's kind of old, right?
Yeah.
Here, 2004, whatever. At least now you know what you have to do, so you can just kind of run through it.
I don't know. I was kind of just doing things automatically. Yeah, crap. They put me back a huge amount. That really pisses me off.
Oh man.
Time for Mirror's Edge to save the day. Come in, find some children in that to save.
Okay. So in Bioshock 2, you are playing as basically a prototype Big Daddy who gets your like brain restored by this Tenenbaum guy, and it seems like inside the suit is a heavily spliced, brainwashed person who's been basically conditioned to protect the little sisters with their lives.
Why were they told to protect them?
Because the little sisters harvest Adam from corpses, and Adam is super important, I guess. And they're pretty helpless on their own on account of being little girls.
But they but they harvest. Oh god, I am so far behind. Holy crap!
No!
That not happy. That's really annoying. Get the key from Steinman. Well, we're at 12,400, which is pretty damn amazing.
That's really good, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not even halfway through yet.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh, I just keep dying.
No.
Yeah, it's not a super easy game. Like watching you play it again, I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of tough.
Yeah.
No, or I'm just bad at games. That is also a distinct possibility.
Well, so we started with, what was the first game you played? It
I
wasn't
played
the one.
Hades.
Oh, you played Hades first. Have you ever played it before?
No, it was like literal first time.
Oh boy, how'd you like it?
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of disappointing, you know, like I wish that obviously I could sort of take a bit more time to focus on it and stuff like that than I currently get to, but I really enjoyed it. It's not typically my sort of game. Usually I'm a lot more into kind of like stealth and kind of out of ammo. Oh my god. I'm stuck on the bit that I'm back to the bit that I was like that I got screwed over on a million times last time. Oh, and I've got no ammo.
No.
Mechanically, that irritates me.
Hmm.
Alright, so I have to save rigorously. That is my lesson.
The environmental storytelling in this game is really solid. I feel like that's a big part of what made it so big in the first place.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't really know everything yet, but it's so far I have picked up a hell of a lot, even though I haven't really been paying attention. You know, not as much as I could at least. Yeah, I mean I do like the design of the Big Daddies though. So
yeah,
how did the children come about exactly, or is that like a spoiler?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it'll be explained, but from what I gathered, just from the Big Daddy Wikipedia page, it seems like the Little Sisters are similarly like modified and conditioned because basically this place seems to have kind of had a scarcity crisis, and the reason why Little Sisters harvest Adam from corpses is because that's the only way to recycle the stuff, and it's such a scarce and precious resource now. So they made the Big Daddies to protect the Little Sisters while they did that so that they could prop up their failing society. And now you're here right at the tail end of everything going to hell.
Well, that's beautiful.
Yeah!
Nice to know that innovation stayed alive right till the end.
This game definitely takes a pretty dim view of like, hey, let's let this like genius inventor tell a whole bunch of people how to run their lives.
Elon Musk
It's funny.
Nothing. Continue.
Oh, I'm talking about this in one of my videos coming out soon, kind of about like Man of Steel and why certain parts of it didn't work and stuff. And it really is funny how much this year was the year that it's like, nah, rich people are idiots. Don't listen to them. Like the idea that Mark Zuckerberg could be Lex Luthor doesn't make a lot of sense back in 2015, but it makes 0 sense now. Like, I can't even sell little VR headsets.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar in structure to like when a show is really hyping itself up and everyone gets into it, and then as things progress and it becomes clear it's never going to pay that stuff off, like all that hype turns to nothing because it was built on a foundation of what turned out to be nothing.
Yeah.
I feel like rich people fanboys go through the exact same process with the added twist that it has the difficult realization that they don't actually live in a meritocracy and that this person is not super rich because they are a genius. But
yeah, because I guess the fantasy is that you can then become one of them, and it's like not only are they not smart, you can't do that either. Like
exactly, yeah. It's like, I'm sorry, it's not because he's a genius, it's because his parents run an emerald mine. That's literally the only reason, and you can't meritocracy your way into that. But it's tough, because a lot of people really want to believe, like, if I'm just smart enough, I could be Tony Stark. Like, I could be the cool person. I could bootstrap my way up, and it would be fantastic. Because those are fun stories, and the real story isn't compelling, and the person who's the protagonist of that story isn't particularly interesting. But people who are fans of, in my experience, which is limited, people who are fans of that flavor of guy don't tend to like the guy. They wish they were the guy, or rather what the guy sells himself as.
That's totally fair. And of course, it's sort of tangentially connected to this is the great man of history theory. I don't know if you that, but that always tends to irritate me, and people kind of go, oh, these Napoleon figures, they were the greatest, most incredible people, movers of society, and it's like, I mean, yeah, they were the right people in the right place at the right time with potentially quite admirable skills, but it's a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah, standing on the shoulders of giants and all that.
But it's the same with the great people today. Like, you can be like, well, Elon Musk did amazing things, and it's like, well, there are so many sociological factors that contribute to his place in those amazing things.
It's more realistic that he gave piles of money to large teams of people who wanted to do amazing things and then did. Anyway, it's all very interesting, and I think a lot of it is because, like, we tend to take narratives at face value most of the time, especially when those narratives are living people selling themselves. So if it's like, oh yeah, I built myself from nothing, it's like, oh, I so desperately want that to be a true thing that can happen. Even though at the same time it's like kind of depressing, because if you're just not trying hard enough, like, you'll run on the wheel forever trying to make progress just because you think, if I can just push myself just that little extra bit, I will finally be rewarded for my efforts. Just like what happened with these people. And it's like, well, it didn't happen with these people. They came pre-rewarded, and then they did a bunch of stuff after that. Anyway.
What's the old line that Americans don't think of themselves as poor, they think of themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires?
That's exactly it, yes. Yeah.
I mean, they said it at, like, I remember watching somebody, it must have been like Mitt Romney or something at some speech, talking about like how there's two kinds of people. There's the rich people and the soon-to-be rich people, or something like that. It's not even like a joke. It's something they say because they're like, this is a cool idea. You should.
Hey, look, I admire the optimism.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, if you can convince somebody that they are not being exploited, they just aren't trying hard enough, they don't hold you accountable for putting them in that situation. I mean, the American middle class has been shrinking for the last several decades. Very few people are actually middle class now. But they don't know that because the change has been slow. It's like the frog in the pot of boiling water, like, if you raise the temperature gradually enough, you don't notice, like, hey, if I'm one paycheck away from being evicted, am I not middle class? It's like, no, I'm sorry. You're not middle class. Middle class used to be house and a picket fence and 2.5 children. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
We live in a world, right?
Yeah. I will say the very funny thing that's been happening, though, is all these people simultaneously destroying their own reputations just by never shutting up.
Yeah, it's insane. Like,
it's because they're so out of touch. Like, they don't realize what's been maintaining their image has just been that nobody knows enough about them to be like, oh, wait, you're an extremely uncool weirdo.
Yeah. It does seem like they just... I guess part of it is they're those kind of people who just don't have people in their lives to tell them no about things. But, like, also, it's just the weirdest thing about rich people that I feel like I've learned this year. It's not that they're, like, dumb, because I always knew that. It's so tacky, so much of what they're doing. Like, when, what's his name? I remember seeing a video. This will stick with me forever. After William Shatner went to space with Jeff Bezos, they asked William Shatner, like, what do you think about going to space? What's it like? And he has like, oh, well, you know, the universe and thinking about how small we are, something, whatever. And then just Jeff Bezos comes. He's like, "Look, do champagne." He shakes up a bottle of champagne, starts spraying it out. It's like, what are you, like? They're just so like narrow-minded, and they don't know how cool some of the things they're doing are, and how lame they're being at them. It's bizarre.
Being out-philosophied by William Shatner is rough. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I almost feel bad because like nobody's born like that, right? Like nobody's destined from birth to be so completely disconnected from A, people, and B, the, I'd say, fundamental human desire to strive and create and like change the world. Because I feel like if you're handed a big pile of money, which in our current arrangement of society is a way to change the world just from minute one, and it's like, do whatever you want with this, it's like, that never goes well. That never goes well. This is the same thing you see when like online creators hit it big and get a big pile of money and are like, finally, the passion project I've always dreamed of. And it's always a tire fire. Because it's like pie in the sky dreams need to go through about 8 levels of refinement before they can become anything real.
Is this like a low key subtweet about the Ginny Nicholson's new video about
the theme park that wasn't.
The theme park that wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely part of it. Like that sort of helped consolidate a few thoughts I've been having in this space, but it's just like, you know, we're all creators. Like, we have things we really want to make real. But in the process of trying to make those things happen, we improve as creators, and the things that we can make get better. And that's such a fundamental part of it. Like, if we just jumped to the end and could, like, psychically manifest the perfect final draft of whatever it is that we really want to exist, it wouldn't be as good as whatever we're going to actually create and improve along the way. And I feel like it's almost in the same way that, like, video games aren't fun if you just turn on God mode and breeze through it. It's like, but it's not even about fun. Like, there's an actual merit in work. Like, actual improvement happens.
I'm so glad you understand that work is a moral thing, and that you have, like, the capitalist, and you know that you're secretly like you wanted to play BioShock or whatever because this is your.
We should really be putting children in robots.
Yeah, this is. I do think too, like, part of the thing is like you need to suck at stuff for a while. That's the thing. I feel like if you're Elon Musk, you just don't get to suck. You do, but nobody tells you do. You don't fail and you don't learn anything. And like, that is a fundamental human experience that they're all missing. Yeah.
It's genuinely important to mess up and then rebuild, and to be able to acknowledge that. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of layers to this. I'm always fascinated by the many different flavors of guy.
I didn't kill the wheelchair person.
Yeah, good timeline.
Wait, did you save your game? You should save your game.
I have saved my game now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I've only just joined. Hi, I'm Merphy. I would like to know hi. Hello. I'm just curious, is this a theme? Are we killing people in wheelchairs in this timeline?
Surprisingly, that is in fact a thing that's come up a few times.
Okay, okay.
Do you have any strong opinions on that?
I'm gonna go against.
Do you believe in saving the children or not? That is the other moral
What are your thoughts?
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, no, I like kids. I've got 2.
Oh, fantastic. What are your thoughts on brow sweat ownership? This is also seems to be kind of an important thing.
Should you be able to own your children's, like...
I understand that middle of the night conversations are oftentimes strange, but y'all are wild.
It took us a while to get here.
It's even middle of the night. Yeah, but at least the New Zealand folks.
Yeah. I woke up just for this, just to be here to talk about murdering children.
Yay! We've been talking about the myth of the billionaire meritocracy, but we could probably move on to something a little bit less directly relevant to current events.
Well, to
a
start
lot of
with,
this makes more sense if you've played BioShock or are familiar with, you know, that whole thing. I feel like out of
we
context,
do have
that
a couple of questions, and
yes.
But first, Merphy, please tell the chat what you talk about, what you're interested in, your channel, where to find you, that sort of thing.
Yeah, sure. So I talk about books and manga, basically just reading. I like to read, and that's all Avatar. And you can find me at Merphy Napier.
Yeah. And you do some amazing book reviews, and you talk about some incredible stuff. And you,
that's so nice.
You read at an ungodly pace.
I just don't. I read. I hike. I'm getting back into rock climbing, and like that's my whole personality.
Oh, incredible!
Oh no,
I want to get back into rock
climbing. That sounds like a pretty great personality.
Yeah.
It's like hyperfixations.
Yeah, hyperfixations. That's my whole family, man. We
PhD people. Yay.
Yeah, YouTube people. That's true too, isn't it?
The overlap between YouTube people and ADHD people is not small.
Yeah, definitely. Which I do. Overly sarcastic. Okay, it's 2 a.m. Overly sarcastic. Give me your YouTube name.
Productions.
Productions. Thanks. I literally just woke up. I watch your channel a lot as well.
Oh, thank you. I would not have guessed that from struggling through the name.
I know, right?
The other thing we have here is a couple of questions. One of which is for Red. I just want to say I love your webcomic Aurora. How do you pronounce Eliuna or Elinua?
Elinua. Yeah, it's Elinua. 3 syllables.
There you
go.
Thank
you guys.
So you heard it from the horse's mouth. It's pronounced Eluina. There we go.
People keep asking me and then being like, "That's wrong," and I'm like, "Okay, cool. I guess I'll never win."
We have another one to spare the child, spoil the rust and rods of oppression. What anthropomorphic personified version of death is your favorite? Oh, come on! There's only one answer for this. There is. Yeah. I will not accept any other answer for a best anthropomorphic personified version of death. I think Red and I know what the answer is. But
it's your guys' answer, because I feel like we might not be on the same page about this.
Okay, well, let's hear it, Nando. And in fact, I hope Murphy's on the same page as me, though she may disagree. But do go ahead. Tell me what your favorite is, Nando.
I mean, oh man, maybe this is the popular answer, but like Sandman has the best death, right? Like we've all decided that was true.
She's a close second.
But
yeah.
Terry
Pratchett's Death of the
yeah.
Classic Reaper man. He's just so good, so lovable.
And I mean, for close friend of Neil Gaiman, I would be shocked if there was not some kind of like conversation between the two of them about like how to create something.
It's funny because like when they worked together, the version of Death in Good Omens is such a non-entity. And I think it's just because they both had such strong visions in their head of what death should look like, and they barely overlap. It's like they're both nice, kind of, incongruously so.
Yeah.
But Death of the Endless and, like, you know, capital D Death are very different characters that don't hybridize well. So the one that turned up in Good Omens as one of the horsemen is just kind of like just a chill skeleton on a motorcycle. Not very involved in the plot.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Good Omens is a fantastic book.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
And a great, there was a great rendition of it as a TV series with David Tennant and
Michael Sheen.
Yeah,
not the other. Not
Martin Sheen.
Not Martin Sheen. Very different.
That would be, yeah.
Yes, Good Omens was really good, but also like, here's the thing. This might get my Pratchett fan card revoked, but I had trouble getting through Good Omens a lot of the time. And I think it's just because, like, Neil Gaiman, for all his merits, is, in my opinion, not a very good character writer, and Terry Pratchett is a very good character writer, and putting them together only works sometimes.
Sorry, did you say Neil Gaiman is not a good character writer?
I'm sorry!
I was wondering about that, too.
He world builds spectacularly, and then he just populates his world with the most, like, bland people who never react to anything like real human beings, and like to the point where characters will comment on it like, "Wow, Shadow Moon, it's crazy how you don't have more opinions about stuff." And he's like, "Yup,
Sandman,
whatever."
Famously not at all, you know, with any real characters.
I I'm just saying, like, you need to do work to dig up what people are feeling. The reason why I think he adapts so well is because then you let actors loose at the characters, and they actually have to do something about it. Like, the portrayal of Morpheus in the comics versus the portrayal of Morpheus in the show is subtly distinct, because Morpheus in the show has to be able to actually express an emotion beyond vague ennui.
Your own fans are turning against you, okay? In which we've got Red, I love you, but this is blatantly untrue. There we go.
This is going to be the thing that finally gets me cancelled.
There you go.
Love it.
People going, no. Murphy, what do you think?
I think you're going to lose donations over this, Tim.
I know.
You're associated with this take.
I'm
going to stand by this shit. The reason why I love the Sandman show so much is because it injects personality into characters that had none. Look, comic Morpheus would never be caught dead crying. He would just make it rain for 6 weeks. Show Morpheus cries nearly constantly, and it's better that way. Anyway.
Do I have the power to kick someone else when it's not my stream?
Do I take that as you agreeing with us on the Terry Pratchett death front?
Okay, so no, I just enjoy fights. Here's the thing. I'm a fake reader, and I've never read Pratchett yet. However, I do have a book. I have a book on my stack of books that I plan to read very, very soon that is Pratchett. But for the longest time, I didn't think I liked satire, absurdist fiction. And then Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy taught me how wrong I am. So now I'm about to dive into Pratchett.
Good.
Okay, that's good.
So
hey, look,
I
would never ever impugn someone for not having read something. I would only ever impugn them for refusing to do so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There are plenty of books that I refuse to read. Do you want to fight about that? Because I'm down to fight.
Please tell me which books you refuse to read.
No, I don't want I don't want the fight, actually. I'm all talk.
Just for the record, chat is expressing a large amount of support for my hot take.
No,
chat. The weakest part of Gaiman's writing is the character.
No, chat's just been brainwashed, okay?
On your own channel, your own fans.
I've already established that I am a circle and you are a bigger circle than me.
My domain is vast and powerful. But anyway, yes. The thing is, Pratchett is so good at it that it makes everybody else look so much worse by comparison. And when you put them on the same story, you get incredibly interesting behind-the-scenes world building and like good dialogue that's all written in Pratchett's voice. And then everybody else is so flat. And then like with the show, it's like, oh yeah, I wasn't imagining things. Crowley and Aziraphale's like 1,000-year romance is the only interesting part of this. Everyone else is just kind of here.
Okay, but the way you just described that indicates that you think that Pratchett does extraordinary world building and extraordinary characters, and Neil Gaiman added nothing.
I think Neil Gaiman added a lot of flavor. Neil Gaiman's specific
Neil Gaiman's
brand
world
of...
building is phenomenal.
I think you are confusing something here, okay? I think you're confusing something here. Gaiman tends to write a lot of passive characters. That's not the same thing, because you said that he doesn't write characters to react to, and you're correct in the sense that Shadow is a very passive character. He doesn't really do much, and we've got the same kind of issue in Sandman, I guess, in some sense. Sandman Morpheus is a passive-ish character. There's a lot of observation going on. That's a storytelling style that he has taken to.
Right.
But I don't think that's the same thing. Like, Margaret Atwood also writes characters who react a lot, but is very character driven, writes a lot of really interesting characters.
I think the thing is, like, Gaiman has an incredibly interesting perspective on the world, and I love all of the ways he constructs urban fantasy. The worlds he creates feel very alive in a very interesting way. And then it's populated by characters that, yes, are extremely, like, passive. But if you have a passive character who is not going to take action in their own life, I feel like the least they can do is react to the new situations they find themselves in. And these characters don't do that, which means they basically don't do anything. And, like,
okay, but
No, here's the thing. I'm gonna offload some of the heat onto another person who absolutely didn't ask for this and isn't here to defend himself. My friend Austin, who DMs Rolling with Difficulty, has never read the Sandman comics and watched the shows in isolation from that. And he honestly found them kind of dry and characterless, and we were like, we who had like read the comics were like, no, it's so much better. it's actually a huge step up. But he also mentioned, like, yeah, some of the scenes are just really, like, simple, like, camera A, camera B stuff, just, like, really back and forth, nobody's moving, nobody's
I just want everyone
anything.
to know that I am now back up to where I was. I have saved, which means that we can continue from where we are.
So you're killing children again?
Yeah, well, hey, the donations will decide whether we save or kill the child.
Is that donations making on
Oh,
this?
yeah. Roll them in, baby.
Chat and donations are deciding whether or not to kill the child.
Perfect.
Oh, no.
But yes, the final slice of this point is just that all the scenes that he was like, these are so boring. It's like, oh, those are straight off the page. Those are actually incredibly faithful recreations of what this scene felt like when it was written down. And I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with story and theme-driven storytelling. I just have a lot of trouble getting into any story where the characters basically don't exist.
Okay, I have a counterpoint for you, but first I just want to note that Tim, last year's live, I joined at the point that y'all were discussing killing children. So I'm just saying that this has happened 2 out of 2 times for me.
Suspicious.
Yeah. You were playing Zelda and you had just killed a child in that as well.
What?
And y'all were discussing the morality of it.
What is there child killing in Zelda? Which Zelda was
I don't
this?
know. It was an open world. Do you remember, Tim?
You killed a child in Breath of the Wild? No!
Guys, I killed the dad! I killed the dad!
Kind of situation.
Yay, good job.
Oh, with absolutely no health left. Literally 1 hit and I would have died. Alright, child. Guys, I'm pausing. I'm going to look at the donations. We're going to tally this up. Alright?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Grinchy Coco says, you're doing great, Sweaty. XOXO.
Wow.
Hooray!
Thank you for the $20. $19. Keep up the fantastic work. $100. Yeah, okay, hang on. So here we go. Spare the child, spoil the rust. That's $10 for that. But I think pretty strongly, $250 has taken spare the child. So we're going to spare the child this time, guys.
Wow.
Murph, I hope you're happy.
I am. I'm very invested in this child I've never met that's fictional.
Yeah, well.
Why did you kill a child in Breath of the Wild? I can't get over this. I'm racking my brains over who it could have been.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it now, because I don't remember any context. I just remember the conversation.
Open world Zelda. Okay, do you remember the art style at all? Like, was it kind of Ghibli-esque or was it cute and toony?
No, I do not remember.
Fantastic.
I'm very helpful right now.
Oh wait, were you killing Koroks? Okay, that's different.
Oh,
Those are
yes,
like immortal
it was.
tree spirits or whatever.
Oh,
It's
I died.
fine.
Oh, okay.
I hope I don't have to kill the dad
I didn't actually witness
again.
the murder, so I just heard the talking about it later. So it probably just like spiraled and conflated and like turned into something.
Incredible.
Likely story. Likely.
Likely.
You
No,
weren't
I'm just
there
making
when the
stuff
murder
up.
happened.
I'm literally just here to slander Tim.
Yeah. What is this Phoenix Wright shit?
Now I would like to return to us considering booting Red out of here.
Yes, hit me with your best shot.
Okay, so here's
Let
the
the
thing with
takes
gaming.
rain down.
I need to know if your take is based solely on Sandman or if you're considering more of his works.
Well, it's more strongly based on American Gods than Sandman. I think that Gaiman's work is greatly benefited by a visual medium, adding richness and interest to what's going on, which is again why I think that like well-handled show adaptations of his stuff is the ideal form to interact with his stories. You have actors adding spice and like personality and good performances, and you also have Neil Gaiman like in the director's seat, making sure it doesn't deviate too far. Like It seems to me that the fact that I like all of the shows that he works on better than his original work tells me that he is aware that this is a weakness in his own writing and corrects for it when he has actors to direct for, rather than telling them like, no, less emotional reactions.
You killed this child before, Tim?
No, I never killed the child. I have not killed any children yet, and I will only do so if chat tells me with money, okay? Look, I would only do this for money, and
This feels like... I see how you guys spiraled into the socio-political conversations.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, Rapture is incredibly blatant with the symbolism.
I would never kill a child unless I was paid very well. Okay, so
everybody
gets paid more to kill it than to not kill it. Like
exactly.
Also, sorry, chat brought up another couple Game & Works that I think are good to weigh in on. First of all, I want to really say I genuinely quite liked A Study in Emerald because it's a fun little twisty Sherlock Holmes-esque. It does have a comic book adaptation, but it was originally a short story.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's very fun and it's cute because of course you're reading through it and you're assuming that this is like Sherlock Holmes. It's Watson and Moriarty and Holmes obviously, and then as you sort of piece it together, it's like, oh no, of course Sherlock Holmes would not side with the fucking elder gods. Of course you're playing Moriarty. I just thought that was cute, but it's cute especially because he's evoking a different style. You know, he's very accurately parodying Conan Doyle's writing style, and Conan Doyle has a slightly distant and like analytical perspective on his own characters because it's all through the eyes of Watson. Anyway, that one's good. Coraline, it's been a very long time since I read. I do remember quite liking, but again, Coraline is a case where the movie changed a lot as I understand it, including adding extra characters for Coraline to bounce off of, which is again reinforcing my thesis statement that it is a noted weakness in Gaiman's otherwise quite solid writing that there's almost no character stuff to work off of.
Okay, so I strongly agree with Tim that his characters are oftentimes more passive. However, that's not always true for him. One really notable example, and this is more of a visual book, is look at me trying to look smart and then not thinking of it. It's like it's the Snow White one, Snow Glass Apple.
Oh, I've heard of
you know
this,
what
but
I'm
I haven't
talking
read
about?
it. I know of it.
Oh, it was
but
it. It's Snow Glass Apples. Good for me. I think that character, while not being super in depth, is not passive at all. Like she takes her own fate into her into her own hands. And he definitely has characters that are not passive. He definitely has stories that are not passively driven. But I do think that it's true that his world and the environmental feel and the themes he wants to discuss are on the forefront, and characters are responding to those things, but the characters are not the greatest thing that he hones in on. So comparing him to a very strong character writer will make him look weak in comparison every time. But I don't think that makes him weak standing on his own, personally.
I don't know. I mean, like, it's hard for me to judge because my attention span is pretty shit. So if it doesn't grab me, I'm going to have trouble sticking with it. And I have never enjoyed getting through a Neil Gaiman novel. The comics, pretty good. The shows, I often binge watch. The novels are so dry that I run out of steam like halfway through. And it's typically because it's like there's nothing for me to grab onto. The world is interesting, but I already have the world. So that's my piece on that.
I actually have a bit of... So I actually read for the first time Neil Gaiman in the last year. Like that was kind of one of my things. I said, I want to read Neil Gaiman. So I read American Gods, I read Sandman, and I read The Ocean at the End of the Lane. And this was in pretty quick...
Did you love it?
So I have actually pretty conflicted opinions on
yeah,
his
a lot
stories.
of people hate it. I think it's great.
And I think that Gaiman has a slightly different... Also, chat, tell me your opinion on Gaiman's stories. Do you like them or dislike them? This is American Gods, it's Sandman, it's The Ocean at the End of the Lane, it's a Coraline, that sort of thing.
Neverwhere.
Yeah.
Neverwhere, yeah. But I read American...
Oh, and what the fuck is the movie? It's got like Charlie Cox in the movie version, and there's like stars involved. Stardust, yeah. Yeah, he also wrote a book version of that. The movie's quite fun.
Oh my gosh, Stardust is an incredible film. It's one of the best films ever made. I will die on this hill. It is
anything with a cross-dressing sky pirate in it is automatically going to be a win in my book.
Played by Robert De Niro of all people. No, but I love how you guys are putting your opinions in chat. So with American Gods, I think that Neil Gaiman's probably more obvious. It's not a flaw, but it's something that surprised and kind of annoyed or frustrated me. I'm just gonna let myself die. Was that he tends to make these big narrative promises and then either takes way too long to ever develop them and then just goes off on a goddamn tangent, or he never really does anything with them. So I was really shocked with American Gods when, like, the first 2 chapters of the novel are basically like him going, all right, it's time for a god war. It's time for a gods to do a big plot thing, and it's going to be super, super cool. And then he just, like, doesn't develop what that could possibly be for basically half the novel. And I kept on going, like, okay, when are we actually going to get to the story that you clearly set up and promised at the start? And he doesn't do that. And he does the same thing with Sandman as well. He says, this is going to be about Dream putting his realm back together. And yeah, it's technically about that, but what it is it's a bunch of detours. It's a bunch of detours to tell other stories that unite and that's totally okay, but it was something that took me by surprise, and I was like, oh, I'm not sure I actually like this style as much, which is why I really loved The Ocean at the End of the Lane, because it's all of Gaiman's imagination, it's all of his wit, it's all of his creativity, it's all of his character writing, it's all of his world stuff, but it's none of the detours that kind of frustrated me a little bit with American Gods. Like, the reason that American Gods is about American culture. It's basically his thesis paper on what American culture is. And if you read it like that, then that's absolutely what it comes across as, and it works. It absolutely works on that front.
No, yeah, you're right. I think this is the sort of thing that would be held up by more compelling character writing. Like, an audience can put up with a lot if the characters going through it are engaging and reacting in interesting ways. But the thing with American Gods is, like, they set up a god war, and then we get very little. Mr. Wednesday's plans are always secret, and Shadow never asks what they are, or about much of anything. Shit just kind of happens to him. We bounce around a lot. We see other gods doing interesting things briefly. For the short amount of time most of them are still alive before they die in gross ways. And then, like, halfway through the book is when Shadow takes the tangent to live in that small town for, like, 6 months, which is great, solid pacing. And even then, like, he doesn't really do anything. He just figures out, like, oh, shit, there's a bad guy. I should get rid of him.
I'm not even kidding. I had a conversation with Benji from the Tale Foundry about this, and he asked me what my favorite part of American Gods was, and I said it's when he goes to the small town and he figures out this mystery. That's interesting. It's to do with God. It's dark. It's interesting. And he goes, that was the worst part. And I go, what on earth are you talking about? And he goes, well, what do you think was the best part? And he goes, it's when they're spending time with all the Egyptian gods. And I'm like, you mean that part that went nowhere for like a third of the book? Like,
I feel like Gaiman is a Rorschach test for our own tastes in media. But like, the thing with that is, like, the part in the small town is the only time that Shadow is living like a human being and interacting with actual people on a regular basis, and almost risks developing the barest scraps of a personality. And then he's back to the God War.
All right, guys, here's the thing. I'm going to leave this for 2 minutes. I'm going to go out there, and whichever donations come in will decide whether or not this child is harvested or rescued. Understood?
Yes!
Yeah, good luck. We've already got one. We've got one vote for saving the children. But hey, you can change it. 2 minutes. Good luck.
Incredible.
Save the children.
Well, you know, we should let democracy decide.
No, but dictatorship. I am
one of the things
One
of the things I liked about this
holds up that his channel is a democracy. Yet whenever a decision is reached that he doesn't like, he just overlooks it.
I love democracy. But the thing that I really like about the Sandman show is it brings back characters way more than they are in the comic. Like, because the comic series is such an anthology thing, and Dream just kind of ties it all together because he's just sort of there, which seems to be the main problem with writing a functionally omnipotent immortal protagonist. Without, I mean, it's a huge pain in the butt. You can tell. That's why I think for a lot of people, the first arc when he's kind of depowered and like a little fucked up is like the fun part. And it's also why the show kept finding excuses to depower him more because he's more compelling that way. But also they kept bringing back more characters and letting them interact with each other and dream and have kind of a rapport rather than him just showing up in the last few pages and being like, oh, that was pretty weird. Anyway, I have to kill somebody now, maybe. Oh, just kidding. I'm leaving. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm just saying, nothing so far has convinced me I'm incorrect about my opinion.
I think Gaiman works better in short form, personally. Because then he can't do all of his side tangents. And like, I love how fluid of a writer he is. I like that he's not like, here's how you plot a book and then I formula. And a lot of authors are I formula. And you just never know what you're getting from Gaiman. And I love that about him. And I love how his books really feel like a real magical story, because anything could happen and it could go in any direction. Whereas with so many authors, I can say, no, that person won't die. They have too much plot armor. No, that won't happen because that's not the theme of the book. And Gaiman just doesn't do that, even though he's so theme heavy. But because he's that type of writer, it means that long form stories can feel really directionless, can feel really side tangenty. So when he does short form novels, it works much better, in my opinion.
I agree. One of my favorite parts of American Gods is actually a short story he wrote after it, where Shadow has fully embraced being, spoiler alert, Balder, and is kind of doing his own thing, and basically gets roped into a reenactment of Beowulf. And instead of killing Beowulf, he sort of breaks the whole thing down and saves him. Because they weren't counting on the hero character actually being a god. And it's such a fun little snippet of like, this is interesting. And Shadow still has no personality or agency, but then the way he acts proves that like, even if we're not getting a look inside his head, stuff is actually happening. Neurons are firing in there. And that's honestly my biggest, like the root of my frustration is not that the characters don't exist. It's that we're never privy to what's actually going on in their heads. And it all feels very sterile and external. And even the way the comics laid out a lot of the time, it's like we're an outside observer and we're just looking at these characters playing out something very interesting. We don't see their innermost emotions, or they don't matter in the framing. But with all that said, Gaiman is one of my favorite writers. He's consistently very cool. And you're absolutely right. There's no consistency across his things. It's like you can't pigeonhole him. He does all kinds of crazy shit. I think he's a lot of fun. I just think this is the one specific part of his writing where I'm like, this is the one part I would do differently. And it's odd that when he collabs with Terry Pratchett, Pratchett's own character writing doesn't seem to like fill this hole. It instead feels a little bit like.
You for a second.
Yes, do it. Yes, let's kill the child.
No, apparently the child will survive again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's always another.
Yeah, no, there will be another child. There will be another child. The votes have come in, and the child has managed to survive this time.
Good.
Oh, I really want to see the animation for when it dies.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness. I just want to know what it would be like to kill a kid. That's all.
Can you like shoot them afterwards once you've harvested them?
No!
I mean,
probably
that
not.
would be. I don't see why not. It'd be a waste not to, you know? It's already hard.
Oh my goodness.
Good grief.
All right.
It does look like there's a mention in the chat of someone having trouble donating.
You click the link, and then you go to the site, and then you put in the amount, and then you put in the details, and I don't believe there's much more than that. Oh, there's another child. What the hell? Why are there so many children?
I don't know, but there's only one thing to do about that.
Oh, this one's not one I can like harvest.
Ah.
What's even the point?
What's even the point?
What is the point of a child if they cannot be harvested?
What's the name of the thing they have in the game? The thing that the kids are like that
Adam.
you are harvesting? Adam, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that kid's a thief, so you can kill that one.
Oh, we actually do have questions as well, which I should probably get through.
Woohoo!
Oh yeah.
Okay. Andrew KS, by the way, has been very generous with $500.
Oh wow.
Tormuse says, my vote is for Little Nightmares next game. Also, spare the children in Bioshock. You get better stuff if you do. $10, spare the child, spoil the rust. Oh, I got that one. This is from Jamie R. Oh no, hang on, I missed a couple of questions before. Goodness. Dayjex16. Should Bombadil have been added to Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
How would you like to incorporate it? P.S. You're awesome. Sell your books. Thanks for everything, Tim. Okay, I assume they're asking about the films here.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're speaking in past tense, so I would assume so.
Well, it could have been, should they have added them to the books?
In Rings of Power?
No, like, to...
I guess on the subject of random ass tangents, how we feeling about Bombadil, boys?
Bombadil is not a random ass tangent. He is a very important part of the world.
Oh, God,
and the power system.
No,
I agree.
Dude,
interesting.
Him. I know you have opinions about this too.
I do have opinions about this. They're just more correct than you, clearly.
Oh no. I love Bombadil.
No, you are allowed to love Bombadil, but he is not a particularly important part of the story.
Words. Say them.
I don't know. I think he does add a layer of intrigue in that he clearly doesn't fit into really any of the power systems that seem to have mostly created the majority of the world, just kind of showed up someday. I think that it's interesting to have this implied system where, like, the world that this setting is clearly only part of a larger whole that isn't necessarily fully understood, and the things that are apocalyptically powerful in Middle-earth are not necessarily powerful to all such things equally. Doesn't mean he should have been in the movie, I just think he's cool conceptually.
Yeah, I don't mind him being in the book, because the book is written... Sorry, I like him being in the book, because I think the book is a very different style and audience and stuff necessarily to the films. But, like... Pacing-wise, I don't think it would have added much to the films, you know?
I think
so. I agree with that, actually.
Well, that's
we
what
need the extended cut.
Yeah,
5
I know
hours.
That's
the Bombadil cut.
Him, so I'll defend him, but I do. So the movies didn't lean into the fact that magic is very connected to the earth. It didn't lean in. They didn't lean into the fact that, like, what the earth as we see it today is after the magic has died, right? Like, it didn't lean into any of those themes. And so Bombadil is directly tied to those themes. So he wouldn't have fit in the movie. But I do think that he's very important for the world and for those specific themes within the book.
Yes, I agree. Hang on, sorry, I'm about to lose. No, did not lose. Okay, good.
Woohoo!
Yeah, no, I think he definitely plays a lot into the discussion of the nature of evil and the relationship between good and, like, the
and power
and stuff like that. Like, a huge thing about power in Tolkien's stories is that power is it's the immateriality of physical power, I guess, is an important thing. Is that in the grand narrative of, like, how to change the world, the physical power is not the deciding factor. So, like, he talks a lot about how the most critical moment, the two most critical moments in the entirety of The Lord of the Rings and the kind of, like, story of the ring are when Bilbo spears Gollum and when Frodo shows mercy. And those are two very important moral values to him, mercy and kind of there's a word I'm not thinking of here, but it's that sort of thing. And he said that these are the two events that basically decided the fate of the ring. And so Tom Bombadil very much plays into that as this person who is incredibly powerful, incredibly can resist the absolute temptation of power, but is someone whose ability is in hospitality and kindness and music and, you know, and in the ability to be it's the power of those important things. Yeah.
You know, I actually really like that. That's an angle I hadn't necessarily considered, but, like, I mean, Tolkien wasn't purposefully writing allegory, but, you know, his lived experience through 2 world wars shows through in basically every line. And I think the idea, it's almost Miyazaki-esque in that, the Ghibli one, not the other one, in that it's very specifically like, yeah, you know, war is horrible and all this conflict is nightmarish, but ultimately, nature and the important things will outlive any of these petty conflicts, and it won't even notice that we're gone. And I think Bombadil is kind of like an ambassador of that idea of, like, hey, he's just going to be fucking around in the forest with Goldberry forever. Like, sure, the Shire might burn, but Tom Bombadil will be fine. I like that idea. Yeah.
And I think that his connection to nature and to the earth is what makes him probably the strongest character in the book. The fact that he can put on the ring and then take it off and be unaffected. The fact that he, like, has no draw to that power when one of the core themes of the story is how power affects the individual. Yeah. And he is unaffected, and the reason is because of his connection to the earth and to the things that actually matter. Like, I think that he's incredibly important to the things that the movies didn't lean into. So he doesn't fit in the movies. I still would have loved to see him because I love him. But I adore his character for what he is to the books.
I think he's low on the priority list for things to add to the movies. I mean, Scouring of the Shire first, for crying out loud. Like, that one's actually thematically critical.
Yeah, it's thematically critical, but it is it is thematically critical for understanding the kind of architecture of the series in that sense. But
yeah, the whole idea that like, oh, it's unthinkable that this horror would ever come to the Shire, and it's like, no, that's not true. That's fully not true. Like, at some point, you have to actually take a stand and protect the things you care about because they will be burned to the ground otherwise.
Yeah, but I can imagine, you know, like. Can you add like another like half hour to the film, you know?
We could have just cut that tavern scene.
No, I mean I love all these pieces, the Scouring the Shire and everything. Like they're such important parts of the story in so many ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that he's a critical part of the book. He's not. And for understanding the kind of thematic architecture of the story, but not necessarily for the films.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
I do.
We have other questions? I
forget.
Good.
Spintax995. I work with animals and am a sucker for stories involving characters with a strong devotion to animals. It's why I love playing Avatar: The Last Airbender and playing D&D. Any book suggestions with characters that follow that theme? Warrior Cat, no. Books that follow with strong, like, animal themes.
Pretty much any dragon book, you're gonna have connections.
Actually, yeah, I feel like Dragon Riders of Pern gives everyone psychic connections with their dragons. That's kind of cool. I've never read the series. I can't speak to its quality, but I know it's a classic.
It is indeed. I did not enjoy it.
Oh, that's a great one for that.
Yeah, I think that one was the first book that did the psychic connection, but every book that followed also did. So just pick your Dragon Rider book, you'll get that connection.
Perfect.
Yeah, horse books also do a lot of.
That's true.
Horse books in general seem to just have a lot of that like devotion, consistent devotion, and like a lower risk of like the dog dies at the end of the film thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I assume this person is already familiar with all 3 How to Train Your Dragon movies.
Sure.
But, you know.
Well, and the books too.
And the books are a little different, but yeah.
They're very different. Alana, The First Adventure by Tamara Pierce. If you're into middle grade, that's a horse book that has that connectivity.
Shadow the Sheepdog is a really nice one. It's not like it's a children's book, but it's an old-fashioned children's book, so it reads very nicely as an adult.
Oh boy.
And it's a sweet story.
For adult fiction, the Bone Shard Daughter has some pretty good animal companions in it.
Sorry, Tim. I'm a few seconds behind. I'm just seeing the silent despair on your face every time you get killed by Big Daddy.
No, I'm fine. I got a lot of money though, so I can spend that on something soon.
Ooh.
I don't know. Like my brain just trying to like take in all the information.
Yeah, I think that's kind of it for me. I do also recommend for movies The Sea Beast. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but it's just
it's so good, isn't it?
It's so good.
Is that the Netflix one? The animated kids one? Dude, that is so good.
It's so good. I feel like it's the same team that did How to Train Your Dragon, and you can really tell it's basically How to Train Your Dragon, but with much more overt anti-imperialist themes. And also, don't watch it if you have thalassophobia. It's a trip. But it's kind of got more of the like, maybe we should stop fucking with the ocean actually vibe.
Right.
So it's not so much.
I really quite like that part of it.
Yeah, me too. I liked that it was genuinely kind of like, hey, maybe it's not actually our like divine right to, subjugate the land and all the beasts within it. Maybe some of them should be left the fuck alone.
Yeah. I studied oceanography for a bit because I thought I wanted to be an oceanographer, and I very much agree with that opinion.
I have never heard this about you. Can you tell me more about this?
It's not very interesting. I love the ocean. I deeply love the ocean, so I thought oceanography would be a good choice. So I
don't really know what
took some
oceanography
classes.
is exactly. Like, what is
it
the
could
study
be a lot
of?
of things. Of the ocean, the creatures within it. It can be a lot of things. There's a lot of sub careers you can have within the oceanography demographic, but basically I took some classes. I was really interested in the animals within the ocean. Then I had to learn about how you study those animals and didn't love it. And then I looked into other things and realized, you know what? I'm not smart enough to do this. And then I just didn't do it. Well, it's not a very interesting story.
I just want you
You
to
don't
know
trust the ocean? Oh, I love the ocean.
the votes have come in, and we are rescuing yet another child.
Woo!
Yeah. Look, the Save the Children lobby are a strong lobby, it seems. Which, look, guys, the Kill the Children lobby, if you guys want to have any changes in the world, you need to start voting a bit more,
Yeah, come on, guys. You got to get out and vote. It's very important that your voice be heard.
Get out and vote, absolutely. Both sides matter here. Kill the children, save the children.
Yeah. The Save the Children guys. The Save the Children guys are going to be voting every time. You got to get out there if you want to have any hope.
Is this a human that the child is crying over?
It's a mutated human. Alright.
So it was at one point.
I don't know of any. What other? I'm gonna look at my bookshelf to see what other animals. Oh, I mean, any books. Strong devotion to animals. Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky is all about a rising.
Great one, Tim.
Is a rising spider civilization. It will make you love spiders. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the humans and the spiders have an amazing relationship. It's really wholesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
So fun.
What other ones? Let me see. There's a short stories.
Like, there's not actually all that much in adult fiction about companionship between people and animals.
I'd say probably the Philip Pullman series.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Does it count if the animals are talking and have like a full sentient civilization and/or are physical embodiments of your soul?
They better be. Aeronauts Windless by Jim Butcher.
Ooh.
Oh, I bought that for my dad.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did a couple years
it's
ago.
It's a good one.
Yeah, so there's that. Okay, another question we have. What? This is from Brobot06. What is your character pitch that you've always wanted to explore in writing or a TTRPG, but haven't yet had the opportunity to do so? So this could be from a reading perspective or a writing perspective, because I know if you're kind of more on that reading side. Like, what sort of story would you potentially like to read about?
Oh, this is fun because I can't answer this question without spoiling future comic developments. I guess I have like TTRPG characters I want to explore. For a while I was like homebrewing a warlock patron class that basically revolves around Sun Wukong. But I couldn't get it to game balance because I really wanted to give it true sight, but it's a very unbalanced ability. Anyway, but yeah, everything else I'm just sort of finding actual outlets for, so they're not really like, pie in the sky dreams. They're just down the line.
That's that's the thing, is that when we can actually do those sort of things, right?
Yeah.
We can just sort of do those stories. Like for me personally, I always love. I just got hit by a missile.
No.
I have always loved stories where I tend to prefer a lot of stories, and they don't happen as much as I would like, where characters' kind of like emotional mental health journeys don't end with them getting better. They just end with them taking a small step or so. And that like I like those sorts of stories a lot more. but I mean, I suppose that's still relatively common nowadays. Like, I mean, I've definitely read it.
It's getting more common.
It is
thankfully.
definitely more common. Like, we don't have
therapy
nearly
being
as many
normalized.
stories where it's, you know, like I fall in love and now I'm not depressed.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, I just recently read a book where it ended with a, I don't want to RAPE victim being magically healed at the end to get a happy ending.
Wait, sorry, what? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess the writer's heart was in the right place.
She tried. She tried.
Well, you know, people have different escapism needs, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah. What's funny is that there was some amazing mental health discussion throughout that series, and then the series ended on that note, and I was like, oh man, why'd you do it? But anyway,
Anyway.
that's getting more normalized not to do those kinds of endings, those kinds of because it's not real and it's not helpful to anyone.
Yeah. I would probably like to see more what do you like more immortal not immortal characters, but characters who are not human but are like made up mythological characters, like the fairy, the fairy, the tooth fairy, or like Santa, like the equivalent of that, but not, you know, you see a lot of this in kind of like, funnily enough, in Sandman. But like I wrote a short story about basically I called them the funeralists, and they were basically a series of people, the small little people who would say eulogies over books and stories which are I'm just gonna let myself die. No, she's not even gonna kill me, apparently. Oh no, I'm dead. The funeralists would say eulogies over any pieces of writing that were forgotten, destroyed, discarded. So, for example, it was a short story where they would travel throughout history, and they would say things like a eulogy over a book that was burned in the 40s, and then there was one over like a suicide note that was lost in the wind instead of being found, and then there was like the diary of a soldier that was lost in the mud, that sort of thing. Things like that were never read or something like that.
That's intense.
Yeah, I just realized I turned that into a plug for my own story, but I didn't mean
A lot of difficult stories are intense.
Yeah, I write a lot of depressing stories, I will admit that.
You do write a lot of depressing short stories.
My book has an optimistic ending.
It has well, it is kind of optimistic. No,
the one that you just, Tim, the one that you just wrote?
Yes, that you have read, yes.
I will agree that it has an optimistic ending. I loved the ending of your book.
Thank you.
I would say bittersweet rather than optimistic.
Yeah, bittersweet.
But that's the best kind of ending. Who wants an ending where everything's all better in the end? That doesn't feel real.
I'm specifically how one of the characters like it wasn't happy for every character. In fact, it was bittersweet for one character and not happy for anyone else.
I don't know. Yeah, no. Look, I'm actually I got an email back from another beta reader, and they were very, very positive. It was the email right before the stream, which was very nice. That put me in a good mood going into
That's a
it.
way to start it.
Yeah. Do you know Crimson Rogue?
No, I don't think so.
They're a YouTuber. They're a booktuber, basically. They review books, and they read it, and I trust their opinions, and they said some nice stuff. So that put me in a really good mood coming into the stream.
Really good book, Tim.
As well.
I strongly agree.
It's really good.
I probably am going to need to sign off kind of soon because we're getting into the wee hours of the morning where I'm at.
Yeah, my goodness, you and Murph both.
Yeah.
Feel free to go whenever you feel you need to. I am perfectly okay. I will handle.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
I'm also
make
still
sure to
here.
keep plugging those donos for sparing the children.
I will just get through the last couple of questions.
Yeah.
Have you read the King Cruel Chronicles by Patrick Rothfuss? I'd be curious to hear your takes on the story. I have only read part of it, and then I sort of dropped out of the book, sadly. But Murph has read it. So I will let Murph give a little spiel on her thoughts.
Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah. So I love book 1. It's so great. Rothfuss is amazing at making these very subtle connections and structuring his sentences, every sentence, in such intentional ways that you want to soak in every sentence, because there's sometimes hidden meanings within them, and it makes everything feel so much more rich. And in book 1, I felt like I was reading one of the most masterfully crafted storytelling stories that I have read. Granted, he writes women terribly, but the rest of it was great, just wonderful. Book 2, I have different strong feelings about. That was the book where I realized this is very side tangenty, and also, how are you possibly going to end this, because you've gotten nowhere? And I could rant about one specific 80-page scene for a very long time.
Oh boy.
Do you want to give the 30-second version of?
I don't think anything starts good with 80-page scene.
All I'll say is that he was a virgin until he met the sex goddess fairy, had 80 pages with her, and then he was God's gift to women.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
80-page sex scene? At that point, just write porn.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't like super graphic. There's also like some consent stuff because he was kind of spellbound. Like it was very messy.
God. Sometimes you're reading through a book and you're just like, I think this would be better quality if the author had like taken the day off and just like gotten all the horny out of their system and then come back. Everything Heinlein's ever written is in that camp.
Yeah, there are some authors that I'm like, your editor hates you. Why don't they tell you no? But I will say that probably the best scene of the 2 books is also in book 2. So it's not like the book 2 is just a wash. It's just that the bad is very strong in that one for me.
Hang on 1 second. Apparently there is still a question I haven't got to that involves guys. This is from we can come back to that, but Clint said 14 hours to go, may your tenacity beat out your tiredness, good sir. Jamie R. Pronounced I may. Apparently okay. Yeah. What are your favorite Octavia Butler books and why? Have you read Dawn? That gasp of excitement.
Kindred.
Good.
It's Kindred. It's so good.
Ooh. Well, this will cover for the fact that I've never read any of them, so...
I don't even know who that
You've
is.
never read an Octavia E. Butler?
Not
I
to my
actually
knowledge.
think you would like it. I really think you would like her stuff.
Let me just look up.
She's a very thought-provoking author.
I have unfortunately only read Parable of the Sower.
Okay.
And I have read a few of her kind of like, she's written some essays and some short stories, which I have read.
Did you enjoy Parable of the Sower?
I enjoyed it educationally. I don't think I enjoyed it like as a story that much. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more as like I'm learning how this was crafted, you know. And that's because, of course, Octavia Butler is incredibly good at what she does.
Yes, she is.
Oh, we got another child, guys.
Oh boy, you know what to do, folks.
Yeah, so I want to get around to Kindred though at some point. That has been on my list.
There's an adaptation coming out, so it's a good time to do it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I really do think you'd like it, Tim. It may not be a new favorite of yours, but just based off of the type of stories that you tend to connect with, I think that you would have a lot to say about it.
I mean, my favorite stories just seem to be stories with big ideas, but really small stories, like with limited characters. So that
and that fits it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
it's a very close story with a lot to discuss within it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will get it. I will have it. I will
Yay!
buy it. And
Heck
I will
yeah.
put it on my list. Because my aim for next year is I want to read 1, a lot more poetry. 2, I want to read a lot more foreign fiction. And 3, I want to read. Well, I just got to read more science fiction and fantasy as well.
Good.
Yeah, that's the aim.
And read more.
Please read Dawn. Have you read Dawn?
I haven't.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we cannot comment on Dawn then. I'm so sorry, Jaime. Alright, chat. I want you to help me here. Just looking at the donation. We do have some... we've got votes for saving the next child. This is who says, who is all here? We've got Red, Merphy, and Tim, but who else? By the way, you guys are all awesome. Love your channels. Would the rest of you like to voice off and talk about who you are for a second to remind the people who are watching?
Or am I the only one?
Are you?
I've been talking. I might be. I've been listening. I'm not a big book guy. It doesn't help that I haven't read The Lord of the Rings specifically. But I and I've heard the show is fine, but I'm not. I feel like if anything, that would have been my in. It'd be like, oh, this is a great show. I gotta check this book out finally. But
Wait, the Rings of Power? Are you talking about the Rings of Power?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. Do you like it? I thought you didn't like it.
The Rings of Power is not a good show.
Yeah,
That's what I've heard too. I've seen some impressive VFX from it, but I've also heard very bad things about it. Like somehow it's like I don't know, like racist against Irish people, which is a bad sign for being like one of the first things I hear about the show.
Like look, I'm gonna do a big autopsy video at the start of next year discussing all of this.
Oh, I'm so excited!
And there's discussing the show and its quality, and then there's also discussing the commentary that has surrounded, and those are two separate things. And it is true that the show is not very good. It is passable. It is okay. It is the term that I always come back to is underwhelming. It is underwhelming in every way that it could have been.
Ooh, tragic.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's got that Hobbit feel where you're watching it and you're going, I have no idea why you would make the decisions you have. Pretty much. Anyway, sorry. Please tell. I don't think you actually told people what your channel was.
Who are you?
No, I'm just curious now. But I was my Nando View Movies is my channel. I make videos mostly about movies and TV shows, and a lot of that is based on knowledge of comic books that I have and how that relates to a lot of these things. So, not books in the strictest sense, but sometimes they're made of pages and they have words. So, not books either.
No,
Can you say your name again? I missed it.
Oh, sure. Sorry, it's Nando. My real name is Matt, but Nando is
I absolutely believe
Nando V Movies.
Sorry. Yep.
No, yeah.
I just interrupted you. I absolutely believe that comic books and manga and stuff are books. I used to be a bit like, they're not like... But no, they're totally books. They're books.
Yeah.
Nando, do you read at all?
What's
or
that?
are you more focused on comics?
So my books are, I read a lot of, not a lot of, but the books I read tend to be nonfiction. So stuff about like banking grifters and stuff like that. Big Michael Lewis fan. I like that kind of stuff. Not as much like, although I'm still working on reading one of those Discworld books. So it exists, but I keep forgetting it exists. So I have to.
Proud of you anyway.
I know. I'm probably about halfway through. But yeah, that's usually the extent to my reading. Not for any good reason, just because that usually ends up being...
You don't have to like everything.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know, as a medium, I think you just get spoiled by comic books a little bit, in that you just get both. You get the art and the narrative and stuff like that. And it's
I have experienced that as well. I think that's very valid.
It's a lot easier for certain kinds of minds to click into, myself included.
I think that's a big one. Is like books just lose my attention sometimes, which is
it's a very different reading experience. The books that have the visual medium like comics and manga are a lot more fast paced, and it's a different kind of immersion.
Oh, no?
I love both deeply, but they are very different experiences.
Yeah, definitely.
Guys,
what happened, Tim?
I need your opinions on this. We've had Undulate donate, and I realize that word haunts you.
Oh yeah.
We've had the person Undulate donate $100. Thank you very much. And they have said this phrase, and I need you to help me interpret this phrase. Burn the father, feed the child. Now, what does that, is that a kill the child vote, or is that a harm the child vote?
I think that's a vote for chaos and nothing more.
Yeah, they said, what, burn the father, feed the child?
Yeah, feed the child.
I feel like you're keeping the kid alive in that one. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you can't feed the kid if the kid is dead.
Well,
no, or does it need to be like feed on the child? That's the thing.
That would be terrible.
On the child.
Yeah, because like harvesting, feeding. But then we've also got another $10 from, quote, violence. Kill the child. Kill the child. I'm doing my part, which I'm pretty sure is a Starship Troopers reference.
Yeah. Okay, well, a lot of ambiguity in that one.
Yeah, I'm afraid, guys, you've got 2 minutes to donate to save this child, alright? Otherwise, the child's dying, guys.
And save Tim from the bad ending.
Yeah, no. Right.
Oh yeah, spoiler alert, by the way.
Where is the kid? Where's the kid? I killed the dad. Where's the child? Oh, I just died.
Ooh.
You probably deserved it.
It wasn't meant to be.
Instant karma.
There will be other murders.
Sorry, yeah, as you were saying, about things I don't remember.
Comic books.
Comic books.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a little bit of help there with like, because I feel like the context for that, the difference between them was always kind of, you know, I guess there were always books like Sandman or like, you know, Watchmen's one, but I think Watchmen gets a little bit more credit than it deserves for that. But like books that really kind of tested the limits of what people would expect from something like that. I guess Miracle Man is probably the first big one if we're looking at Alan Moore. But the idea of like, you make this into a movie, and this is about as movie of a movie as The Great Gatsby would be, as opposed to like Spider-Man. I think that has helped kind of reshape how people think about what comic books can be. Not that that means that the comic books that are about Spider-Man are bad, but I do think that maybe helped legitimize them as a media in the same way that books are.
I recommend. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'd have to talk to somebody who like doesn't know anything about kind of comic books at all, like, you know, like a relative or something. Just be like, what's your vibe on these couple of things?
Like a relative.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I don't know any people outside of relatives. Otherwise, you know, they've been cut out of my life completely. But on those relatives, you got to stick with them. No, yeah.
What's the vibe check that you were wanting to know about somebody who hasn't read comic books?
Oh, just like what they think. Has their opinion of it changed since things like Sandman and I guess like Logan's another one? We've just gotten some adaptations that are on the level of what you would expect of like serious fiction, air quotes.
Sure.
Yeah, and I wonder if they kind of have felt that shift, or if that's something that they're still like, well, no, those are good, but they're that other thing.
I would say if you're not in the world of it, comic books probably still just feel like Marvel and DC and nothing more.
Yeah, I think
and
so
also,
too.
like, arguments about the worth of medium are always completely pointless. Because it's always trying to make statements about the content within a thing that does not define anything except the shape the content takes. So the piece of literature I recommend about this specific topic is Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics, which is just an incredibly invaluable tool if you want to make comics yourself. Like, if you're at all interested in it, like, I reread through a large chunk of it, and I didn't even realize how much of it I'd internalized until I was like, oh, hey, when somebody asked me how I do paneling, I was just repeating all these points, but worse. But he also has this bit near the end where it's about like what is the potential of this medium, and it's almost got this like slightly defensive tone that makes me think that at the time the argument about comics aren't real art was a lot spicier than it is now, where the idea of writing off an entire visual art form with incredibly unique skills and strengths attached to it as useless just because some people use it to draw Spider-Man was considered rather silly, or is now, because there are comics that push the medium to the limit and do incredibly interesting things with it. And even without that, there are still a lot of very interesting comics, even if they're not groundbreaking. They're still fun. And I don't know. I think that book is very worth reading if this is a topic that interests you, because the question of like, can comics be as important or like as arty as novels is a thing that people have been yelling about for a while.
Oh yeah, and I think you get that kind of, and I imagine like, I don't know. I wonder how old this guy is. His name's Scott McCloud. Let's see. So I'm wondering when he grew up, because I'd say a lot of that probably frames it. Oh, 62. Okay, so yeah, that would definitely, he was growing up in a different time. But even like growing up, in the 90s, 2000s, like when I grew up, I do feel like that you get that muscle gets trained a little bit, and it's the muscle that always snaps back when someone like Martin Scorsese says comic book movies aren't as good as whatever. That makes nerds get really like, oh, wait a second, that my thing is as valid as your thing, and that fight has to start every couple of years. But I do think that
there's like
tension exists still.
Yeah, there's this obvious tension, I think, between kind of like the commercialization of kind of like comic book films, because they are.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely right. But people conflating the commercialization of comic book films, where they're pumped out for commercial reasons, with saying that comic book films aren't a valid medium, or that comic books, and like the same conversation was had about games for years.
Yeah.
And I mean, games are absolutely art. I remember when someone came up to me at one point. They're like, well, "Do you think video games are?" I was just like, was there ever any discussion about this? How is it not? It involves art. It involves design. It involves such intense creativity. I don't know. How could anyone possibly think it doesn't? It's bizarre to me.
Some of the most skilled artists that I've ever seen and that I know are all games artists, and it's insane. And like the narrative and the balance of how everyone manages to make a thing is incredible. It's insane that anything gets made. It's so hot.
I really feel like the core of this argument is just such a surface level instinct, which is to poke fun of whatever's new. And thus untrained, untested, and doesn't have many people to advocate for it. Because anytime there's a new art movement, you get the exact same people crawling out of the woodwork like, oh yes, well, it's not real art. Was it earlier in this that there was the conversation about like, are people writing for audiobooks? And then there was almost like the discussion of like, are audiobooks real books? And it's like, yes, it's a different medium, but it's the same thing, kind of.
That conversation is loud and proud. It is a very open conversation. Do audiobooks count as reading?
And I think it's such a weird conversation, because it's basically trying to claim that something doesn't hold up to an imaginary yardstick that nobody can agree on what it does.
100%.
It's like art is inherently subjective. Trying to define it is always a losing battle, and then people have the audacity to be like, well, yes, like art is subjective, but this thing isn't art. And it's like, I'm sorry, who are you?
But anyway. it's also like bigging. I think it's bigging an assumption within that, which is that reading a story is the most valid way to consume it. Because it's like, you could technically, I think it's perfectly true to answer that, oh no, it's not reading. Like, reading is an action that you do with your eyes. But like, within that, it's like, well, what's the assumption behind that? Is it because you're saying that it's not, you haven't truly consumed the book? You haven't truly engaged with the story? And that's a different question,
Really,
Yeah.
what it boils down to me is nobody likes everything, and there's a sect of people that say what I don't like is invalid, and then they just try to fluff up that argument. And so now that I see it that way, anytime I see someone trying to invalidate, like I have people coming into my comments all the time talking about how like manga is for kids or whatever. And it's like, all right, like live that life. You don't have to like manga, but I genuinely don't care about your opinion on this. You know, like this is not a conversation that I think is worth my time because it's just different interests.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by your opinion and Red's as a writer, you know, reading and writing an artist on AI art and AI writing.
Oh, I thought we might get here.
That's a can of worms.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Basically, the underlying technology is interesting. Its current form is blatant art theft. Like, the fact is the way that it works is by training data sets of blatantly stolen art from people who didn't consent to have their work used like that. Like the underlying technology of essentially taking a noise map and refining it into an object or a picture based on a set of data that's been given is interesting. It's an interesting tool that I'm curious to see how it's used in the future. But the current form that people are using is so blatantly being used for, like, it's fueled by like stolen data, and it's being used to harvest people's face data, and it's pretty fucked. But it's fucked because it's being used highly irresponsibly by people who are actively and purposefully being dicks about it. It's outside of that, it's just another art medium. It's very new, it's rather untested, and it's not yet clear what it's actually going to be good at. There's always this adaptive phase when a new art medium comes out, where it starts off trying to imitate what the old arts did, and then as it grows, it becomes clear what this new art form is actually quite good at. So, like, early 2D animation was rotoscoped. It was trying to mimic, you know, the film that it had previously existed. But then it became clear that 2D animation is actually incredibly good at complete freedom of representation. You can do total transformation.
The same stuff happened with photography in the early period. Well,
exactly.
You know, and but it is, of course, yeah. I mean, it's not identical, but it is. You know, it does share those things. And
right. So its current form is being used to try and essentially be like, look, everything that current artists can do, we can also do, as long as we have a data file of every single piece of art that this person has ever made, and no ability to be creative outside of that. But the underlying tech, people have already been talking about, like, this could be so useful for drafting, to get out of, like, get the tedious initial phase out of the way so that then you can refine it. Like, there's a lot of potential there, but its current form is a class action lawsuit waiting to happen. Because people can actively make the argument of, like, hey, you are trying to actively usurp my livelihood using stolen things from me. Like, that's literally a crime. So,
I mean,
we'll see how
I hope
goes.
it is a class action lawsuit in the long run.
I don't know that it will
I'd
be
say
until
medium run.
until it steals from someone big enough.
Disney.
Oh, they've already started feeding it
That's
Disney
true,
frames. It's only a matter of time. But the underlying tech is interesting, although it has been very funny for me seeing the people who are like, oh god, can true AI be far away? And it's like, yes, true AI is still just as far away as it was back in the 50s when we first came up with the idea that someday we could make a robot with a human soul. And it's like, look, if we come up with a thinking machine that can actually exert creativity, that isn't just mindlessly remixing information it's previously been given, we have much bigger ethical problems than what if it takes jobs from artists. At that point, you've created a human being.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, the idea of a truly thinking AI is, to some extent, less frightening to me than one which just happens to take all of humanity's decisions and boils them down into whatever they can.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt real quick to say I have to hop off. My daughter just woke up, so I need to get her back to bed. But it was lovely meeting y'all.
That's all right. Yeah,
This
good
is
one.
lovely. This is great. All right, bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
It's hang on.
No worries.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is currently equal on the kill at the kill and save right now.
Oh boy.
So we'll We'll see what happens with the next child.
Any vote could be the one that tips the scales.
Exactly.
Oh boy. But yes, interesting technology. Shame its current form is blatantly evil.
So, what do you think about like individuals who use prompts and consider themselves to be artists?
I think the fact that the
don't
tool
actually drawn before.
They're probably more often ignorant than they are malevolent.
Yeah, I'd say the thing is, like, I've seen some cool stuff from this. Like, there are some of these AIs that are clearly trained on, like, old movies, and they create things that kind of look like frames from movies that don't exist. And I think that's kind of cool and much less evil than, like, stealing art from currently practicing artists. I mean, for crying out loud, they could have filled this thing with all the art that's in public domain from creators who are long dead and created incredibly impressive output, but they didn't do that because big titty anime girls sell better. Anyway, I think that the people who are like, I used prompts, I put prompts into this tool and it created this image for me, therefore I am an artist. It's like, I mean, I'm of two minds on this, because logically I'm like, hey, you know, all art forms are valid, even if this is a brand new art form, the parameters of which are not fully defined. I think that, like, people learning to use the tool and refine it are creating art, even if, you know, a computer is doing a lot of the work for them. And there have been previous advances in technology that are similar. It's like, is it cheating to use the paint bucket tool in a drawing program because it's faster than penciling it in by hand? But on the other hand, I'm like, I don't like it when they're dicks about it, you know?
Yeah.
That's really it. It's like, I'm not going to say they're not making art, but I am going to say some of them are being dicks.
Yeah.
Sorry. Person asked, how is what the AI doing any different from what actual people do? Well, you see, it's extremely different because, as I understand it, the AI has basically been given a huge data set full of images. The images might have been tagged with different things to say, you know, what they are. But the data set is composed of images that were created by human beings that are creative, and frequently categorized and tagged by human beings that are creative. The AI was programmed by a human being who told it how to draw patterns out of these and combine them in a process that I don't fully understand. I'll freely admit that. I didn't build the damn thing. Into a new image that draws traits from the data set that it's been trained on. If you don't have a good data set, the stuff it produces is demonstrably terrible looking and meaningless. The fundamental difference is that the AI does not have a person or a person-like consciousness in it that can change its perspective, step back, or say like, oh, that doesn't look right, let me tweak it. It will only do what it has been told to do. That is the one thing that computers are good at. They are so good at it that we find it frustrating, because if we tell it what to do in not quite the right way, it won't do what we want it to do. With a human, there's a process of interpretation. All art is interpretation. We create something out of our interpretation of the world, and then the people who see it interpret it. Computers do not interpret, they parse. It's different. Interpretation is extremely messy. Human pareidolia, pattern recognition, our tendency to see faces and things, our tendency to read subtext where there is none, get emotional context from things that actually have none. All that stuff is, it's the process of interpretation. It's very messy, it's very human. We have not yet been able to make a computer that does it.
And there's something to be said for, like, I think there is literally I genuinely believe that there is a thinking component to art, you know? Like, the art is 50, you know, you could say art is 50% what's actually being shown, and then 50% the actual thought that went into it. And understanding that and engaging with that intent is a huge part of the experience. But the intent is not necessarily there, you know.
No, I mean, I'm also going to say that, like, you know, the idea that, oh, they can't be making art because they aren't thinking, like, I think that, you know, any individual bit of, like, gatekeeping is not going to last very long. Although the fact that, the thing is, we've been theorizing that true AI is only a few years away for 70 years now. We might be closer, but we are very, very far away from making that happen. Just because on a fundamental level, on the very basic level, logic gates don't work like neurons. Now, the idea, also, like, the thing is, every time I see someone be like, oh, you know, well, sure, AI, it's drawing from these many sources, but isn't that just what we do? It's like, have you ever spoken to an artist before? And did you walk out of that conversation without being punched? Because the idea that all artists do is take other people's art, mix it up, and then spit out something that's like a remixed version of that is just incredibly reductive and dismissive. It's like, the argument is either, oh, computers are actually incredible godlike magical beings and Thomas Edison was a witch, or actually humans are capable of nothing. We are actually capable of nothing. We are uncreative, incurious beings, and all we do is spit back up what we've been fed. And neither of those things are true, and it's kind of insulting how frequently I've been seeing these arguments recently.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know how the brain parses like any sort of we don't even like, of course we understand how visual input is computed, how auditory input is computed, but we do not fully understand how the brain weighs and parses all the information into one cohesive whole as an experience. Like, just like neuroscientifically, we don't know, and I think that's one of the biggest differences that we have between the human brain and a computer, because a computer, to some degree, you have math, you have formulas, you understand it. We do not understand the brain.
Yeah, and we're still finding new bits of the brain.
It's probably worth pointing out here that V is an expert in the human brain.
Ooh!
I graduated in cognitive and clinical neuroscience in August.
Yes,
so
very good job.
I can officially call myself a neuroscientist, and we do not understand the brain.
Fantastic. This is, I mean, very validating, because like my approach to this is A, I'm an artist, and B, I basically got like 95% of the way through a computer science double major before I got screwed over by one teacher who didn't know what they were doing. So like I know whereof I speak when it comes to the computers are dumb as rocks argument.
Right.
Like, we can make them passively imitate us in short bursts without context. It's not the same. That's the thing. Like, if the reason why it is so hard for a computer to hold a compelling conversation is because it doesn't have context. It does not have the ability to step back and reassess. We can program it with something that tries to do that, but even then, it will only do exactly what it has been told. You can tell it like, hey, if somebody tells you some variant of like, hey, if you're not a bot, say penis. Like, then you can say tee-hee penis. Oh man, I must sound really bad today.
If and when, like,
if and
then,
when.
come on.
Yeah.
Whereas
and
the human brain does all sorts of spontaneous things that we do not understand, which is why it is such a problem to, you know, figure out issues, for example, in the human brain, because there's such a vast amount of neurochemical processes of cognition happening that we just, like, we have some understanding of it, but it's nowhere near we would need it to have a comparable understanding of the brain as we have of computers.
Exactly, yeah. Like, we still don't know how shit works. Human experience and cognition is incredibly messy. And what this means is that the things we create are coming out of this messy process that we don't fully understand, or even, I'd say, partially understand at this point. And what AI is doing, when AI creates pretty art, it is because it is pulling from a very, very large data set of pretty art, and somebody very clever taught it a way to mash that stuff up. It's not as simple as, hey, cut and paste this, cut and paste that. But the way that the human brain thinks about stuff, the way the human brain is inspired by things and then creates new stuff from it is not that. And we know that because AI art is still not as good as what an actual dedicated artist can do. I had a suggestion that I didn't post anywhere because I had the sneaking suspicion it would be hilariously misinterpreted. But like when I saw some of the AI art generated, like I was like,
are you talking about like the Instagram portraits thing that have been going around
recently?
Oh,
no. I wasn't even touching on that. Those are funny because like that's the other thing. AI makes mistakes that humans will not do. A human will not accidentally draw a second smaller iris next to the first iris in the eye.
No.
A human
Because
will not
we compute it
accidentally.
differently.
Yeah, a human will not accidentally leave the watermark in after stealing someone else's art.
Oh no, I've seen that. I have
No,
seen that.
honestly, you might be overestimating humans here.
That's true. I think.
Well, that's true. That's true. This is like when people are like, "I want this haircut," and it's like a still from a video, and the person like shaves the play button in. Okay, but that's a funny mistake.
Right.
I think And the reason why like AI can't get hands right is because hands are a bitch to draw, and human artists have to figure out shortcuts. And if you're just imitating that, you're gonna end up with something that looks like a calamari plate. Anyway, it's fucking weird. But like the thing is, like, a lot of the time when you see one of those AI generated art, you're like, wow, that's so pretty. And then it's like, if you go looking, you're like, oh shit, this is nearly identical. Well, yes, if you zoom in a little bit, you always get that weird spider webbing around the borders. There are also like, if it's a line between fabric and skin, it'll sort of bleed into nothing as it goes into the shadow. The eyes will usually be asymmetrical and the pupil won't be centered. If it has a pupil at all, of course, the hands are a complete mess. Anyway, the thing is, like, these are not mistakes that human artists make, because it's not working from the same principles. But it's interesting because a lot of times with the good AI art, it's like, this is pretty solid. But if I went looking, I would find like the 3 pieces of art that you stuck together to make this. Like the parts of this that I like are not original. The parts of this that I like are things you took from something else. And it's a shame because I feel like the part of the reason why this conversation is so complicated is that most of the people talking about this don't know what they're talking about in at least one crucial dimension. You get the people who are like, oh, well, art is really just all about remixing things and nothing is actually original, which is deeply insulting for other reasons. You get the people who don't understand computers, who are like, oh, well, you know, computers can probably do whatever because they're real smart and good at math. And then you get the people who don't understand, you know, the human, or don't like know enough of the art present to be like, hey, wait a second, I recognize this art style. You took this from this other artist. In fact, most of this piece is identical to theirs. Anyway.
Yeah, I personally, I can't use AI art in videos or anything like that. I just, at the moment, it's just not ethically there for me. I see all the time just artists just being like, I'm kind of terrified. My art is being taken, my art is being used. So no, that's just not on the cards for me.
Much like fanfiction, as soon as you put it into a monetized content, it's very questionable. For private use, like if you just want like an inspiration picture for yourself, like you can't visualize something in your head and you just literally just generate it for yourself and don't do anything with it, I think that's fine. Unless you like rip off specific artists, like that's never fine.
Yeah. The person in chat is bringing up about like humans have innate pattern recognition that AI cannot reproduce much at all. This is an extremely good point and another very funny like example of why we are so bad with anthropomorphizing computers. Because when the idea of like object recognition software was first created, people thought it was like a 2-year project tops. And it's still imperfect. In fact, the way it mostly works now is by outsourcing it through CAPTCHAs and making a, like, you know, 10 million humans tell you which of these pictures contains a stoplight rather than telling a program how to figure out what contains a spotlight. Turns out the only reasonable way to sort of make AI that works is to give it an enormous pile of data from humans acting like humans for it to pick and choose from to imitate. Like, pattern recognition is so innate to us that it's like redundant in like 4 different areas of our brain, from what I recall, with a whole section just to finding faces, which is why some people are like really, really weird about seeing faces and everything, and some people aren't. The idea that, oh, it's incredibly easy for us, it has to be easy to program, is like, no, it's damn near impossible. In fact, we still basically don't know how to do it. And then it's like, oh, we have AI art. We don't have AI object recognition, but we do have AI art now. It's like, it so transparently exposes that it is not anything like the real artistic process that actual human beings do, which is all about object recognition.
Yeah.
Anyway, the underlying technology is very interesting. The current use transparently revolves around widespread art theft, and people are using it to be dicks. The widespread art theft is blatantly illegal, and as soon as anybody figures out how to properly litigate it, I expect we'll be seeing some very funny court cases about it. And the people being dicks about it, I expect will last until they lose interest, or the big titty anime girl art style that all these data sets have harvested goes out of style next year. And then people find a new thing to troll with.
Well, on the discussion of whether or not we are going to manage to, you know, the relationship between humanity and AI, in attempting to install Fortnite for this very stream, I am not kidding, I failed a capture test so many times that it prevented me from trying again for like a day.
about that.
Yeah, and I saw someone else comment something similar in the chat. That's what reminded me. Yeah, it's
not perfect. The computers are stupid in the most literal sense. Computers cannot think. They cannot step back and have a sanity check and be like, now hold on, is this reasonable? Am I asking them to click on a picture of a stoplight that is actually just a picture of a stoplight painted on a sign? The computer doesn't know because the computer cannot think. And all the things that people are arguing about with the Turing test is like, if we created a computer that could perfectly mimic a human being, how would we know it wasn't actually thinking? And it's like, we'd still know. We'd know how we put it together. Anyway.
Tim being a bot would explain why he keeps falling on spikes.
Oh, please.
He has to try every set of inputs before he gets it right. Screw you.
You gotta go through everything.
That's actually another interesting thing. The people I know in AI research have talked about, like, AIs will often develop essentially, like, what's the word? Like, secret agendas? They're given a goal to accomplish, but the way the goal is phrased has loopholes in it, and they will gravitate towards maximum efficiency, which often involves finding the loophole. I have a friend who's actually, like, working in this field, and he told me about a Pong game that he designed with a little AI in it, and he couldn't figure out why after several tries, like, one of the Pong paddles just kept basically flying up off the screen. And it was because the way he had programmed, like, a win condition was involving, like, getting basically a certain integer value needed to be higher. And, like, if it deflects the ball, it's pretty high. But if it shoots out of bounds, it gets much too high because it's not defined out there. So basically, the Pong game was trying to constantly commit suicide because it thought that was the way to get the most points. And that's the thing. You put a Pong game in front of a person, they'll figure it out. You put a Pong game in front of a computer, all it can do is what you told it to do in the exact words you told it. And humans are very, very bad with exact words. All a computer can do is attempt to replicate what we tell it to do with the parameters we give it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is very much something I agree with. I'm afraid I'm a bit frazzled, but yes,
No, it's okay. We're creeping up into the not even wee hours anymore for me.
Fred, you've very very well spoken way outlined a lot of the things that I think and feel about it. And it's very,
I'm so glad.
very interesting.
I mean, half the time I start talking and I don't know what's going to come out of there, so.
No, but it's very interesting, but it's at a weird teething stage where there's so many things that are unknown.
Yeah, honestly, like that. The thing is, right now it's kind of a nightmare because a lot of the AI art things are even like, hey, this is from like a movie from the 70s, or like this is from like public domain impressionist paintings or whatever, and it's like, that's fine, that's interesting, it's freaking a lot of people out, but I think that's mostly just kind of like, you know, growing pains for a new art form. But the current form that is explicitly stealing art from active people on Twitter, and then the people who are being dicks about it. Like, there's like stories in the news or, you know, news adjacent websites where it's like, oh, this person used AI to finish the sketch that this person was working on Twitch and post it early. And then you look at the comparison and it's like, well, cool, one of these looks significantly shittier than the other.
Can you guys still hear me?
That's
yes, hello.
We heard that.
Yeah, I think.
Is there stuff before that?
Crashing. I didn't save an 8.
Oh no.
Oh,
No.
Looks like it's time for Mirror's Edge. It's happening.
Oh yeah, the game does look frozen, although your video isn't.
The video isn't, so I'm still moving on screen.
You're still like wiggling around a little bit.
It's frustrating.
There's someone in chat who's being really confusing, and I can't tell what's going on with that guy.
What are they saying?
It's just a lot of like sentences that don't make sense. Sorry, you cut out at the very end.
Who is it? What's their name?
Kevin. Of course, it's a Kevin.
Yeah. Kevin's been in the chat for a while saying a lot of things I didn't understand.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was hoping I'd be able to put it together if I saw enough of it, but
Yeah.
Anyway,
alas.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's interesting. It's just like right now, emotions are running high, and like the people who are worried that AI art is going to replace them, like I understand the anxiety, I really do, and I think I'm sort of coming at this from like a place of privilege because my entire job is so heavily reliant on the context that AI has never been able to replicate. It's like get an AI art generator to produce exactly what you want seems higher. Yeah, because if you commission an artist and you're like, hey, I want it to look like this, they will give you that, and then you can be like, hey, I have like a couple notes, and they'll be like, okay, and then usually by the third round you're fine, unless they are really, really specific. And that's the thing. You can rephrase it as many ways as you want, and the AI art generator is only going to have the database to work from, and if it's not trained on the right things, it's not going to give you the right thing.
Can you guys hear me again?
Yes. Hello.
We can hear you.
God, I hope I didn't lose much of that.
Oh no.
Kill me. I've been trying to save way more frequently, and I just forgot to do that again.
Tim, are you hydrated?
Game again.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. Chat saying I cut out for some of that. I don't know how much, but it's fine. I'm kind of just retreading the same ground at this point. The thing is, I think there's a lot of anxiety about this, and nobody's trying to calm it down. Because the people who are being dicks about this think it's funny that artists are freaking out about potentially losing their livelihoods, even though what the people who are being dicks about it are producing is demonstrably shittier and could be outclassed very easily and frequently is. And the people who are scared are not being mollified because most of the people who are like advocating for AI art are the corporations that are like, no, don't worry. It's fine. Don't look behind the man behind the curtain. It's like, yeah, sure, I trust that guy. He really seems like he's got my best interests at heart. Where it's like, you don't really have the AI people being like, look, this is a fun tool, but this is the exact limit of what it's currently capable of. And even this is kind of illegal in terms of how much theft it goes into it.
It's just such a legal gray zone, which is what makes it such a problem, right? Like, we don't have legal precedents really for this.
I mean, the precedent hasn't been set yet, but this is heating up.
I think that's what a lot of the anxiety comes from. Like, we don't know what the precedent is going to be that's going to be set.
Exactly. But I feel the thing is, like, you're absolutely right. Like, we don't know what precedent is going to be set. The odds are pretty good that you can use art that is in the public domain is going to be a very easy sell. In that. Especially if you make the argument of like, hey, you're threatening my livelihood with this, like that is an actual legal defense of like, hey, this thing that you're doing is threatening my livelihood. So that alone would be fantastic. Stream's buffering for me. Oh no, it was just a second. Don't worry about it.
Tim's timer has vanished.
Oh, my timer?
No.
That's fine. The
Into the ether.
Timer should be going. Hang on. That's easy enough to fix. Easy thing to fix. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
What would I be at the moment? I would be at nearly 12 hours, right? Yeah, nearly 12 hours.
Really?
Yeah, nearly 12 hours. I'm 5.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited for a version of this that isn't transparently evil. I'm also excited for the massive lawsuit that eventually gets piled up against the more egregious of the AI art generators. And until then, I kind of just wish everybody would stop yelling about it because it's like everyone's stressing everybody out and nobody knows what they're talking about.
I'm at the point of I've logged out of Twitter because I go in and I just see AI on my timeline. AI discourse.
Yeah. There's a few people I follow on Tumblr who will occasionally post like
Tumblr.
yeah.
Please tell me your username.
I will not. But I have an official Tumblr for the webcomic at Comic
I'll take
Aurora.
that one.
All right, yeah, Comic Aurora. But some people I follow will like post art, and I'll be like, "Oh, interesting. Wait a minute," and I'll like zoom all the way in, and I'm like, "It's got the spiderwebby thing. You're supposed to tag those." And it's astounding how quickly you can tell when the signs. When you look at the signs, it's like, oh yeah, that's not the kind of mistake a human being makes. Like the eyes aren't symmetrical, the teeth don't look right. Anyway, it's very interesting. It's getting up into the not wee hours for me, and my voice is actively getting rough.
Oh no.
For me, it's like daylight again. It's 10 a.m. now.
Oh, fantastic!
It's 9 a.m. for me.
I've been here since 12 hours.
Woo, so refreshing. Yeah, well, I gotta go, and like my body's not even tired, but I can feel it affecting my brain.
I'm just gonna check that there weren't any more questions specifically come up, but
same.
Yeah, no,
I'm
you're
also
good.
going
You
to
guys
bounce
are welcome to leave. If
fantastic.
thank you very much.
Of course. Oh, past 14,000.
$14,000. That is an incredible amount of money.
Damn.
Yeah,
So
baby.
many children were saved.
Or perhaps killed.
Or killed, yeah, that's
Good
true.
work,
Haven't
team.
checked in a while.
All right.
All right.
Well, this was a blast. I gotta bounce, but keep up the conversation.
Yes, it was
and
lovely.
hopefully-
Yeah,
I might be able to check in tomorrow, depending on when I wake up.
Absolutely. You sleep well, and we will
Hell
continue
yeah.
on without you.
Alrighty.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks for joining us, Matt, man. It's been good.
Of course. See ya.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. It is.
Oh, wow.
It's just
It's
friends
so
now.
Yeah. So quiet.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, we're switching games, guys. Also, my mum just dropped off truffles, guys.
Truffles? Like truffles?
Yeah, truffles. Truffles. What flavor are they? Let me see.
There to enjoy them.
Are they like chocolate mint? I really love them. You guys like truffles?
Well,
Love chocolate. Not so keen on the mint.
I'm Swiss. What do you expect?
Oh yeah, you got such good chocolate.
We do.
Ugh.
I'm finally back home from the Netherlands. I have all my chocolate again, which means I get the cheapest chocolate from the supermarket again, which is just better than the expensive one.
I find that sometimes as well. Like the expensive one's just not as good. No, it should be better.
Well,
Oh.
you gotta try Whittaker's chocolate.
I was literally about to
I
say you
tried
guys have to come try our chocolate.
I've tried
We
this.
shall. Well,
Yeah,
one
Ellie-
day I'm gonna
Ellie-
make it for one of those streams to like come and join you, and then I'll try it.
Ellie did.
Oh my god, you have to. Especially like as we get older, we're finding it's harder and harder to stay awake, so we're gonna need more people.
It's Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
Tim's good. The rest of us are struggling.
I'm happy to interact with chat
good.
because I would love to chat with chat for a bit. Chat with chat.
There's also a couple of questions for you when you've got them. When you've got this space, Tim.
Yeah, well, I'll get to them now. Hang on. Oh.
Right, if you're doing that, I have to actually go and get some groceries because I am making a 500-year-old gingerbread recipe today, and I need to go get some.
Damn.
So if you're going to take
You
questions,
go,
I'm going
Ellie.
to run out and get what I need, and before
Do
it
it.
gets into the small hours.
Oh yeah, go do it.
Right, see you shortly, everybody.
Where are you going, Ellie? Sorry, I missed that.
I'm going to
She's
a
going to
shop
get groceries.
to get groceries.
Oh, excellent. Good on you.
Yeah.
I forget it's daytime around the world.
It is. It is also snowing, and I'm
Yes.
very
Whoa!
intrigued by it. I'm watching the snow outside my window.
That's so cool. It's obviously summer here, so
So yeah,
not
it's
snowing.
summer and night.
Yes,
Where you
also
are.
nighttime.
And for me, it's winter and day.
Wild.
How the world works like that.
Hemispheres. Hello, Willow.
Now it's just
Um,
Europeans and very tired New Zealanders.
It's only 10 PM.
The first question is one that I am actually probably going to speak for way too long on.
Right.
Which is,
Go off.
what are your thoughts on Nier Automata? I picked it up because of you and really enjoyed it. Now, obviously, you guys, you must in particular know that I like Nier Automata, because, you picked it up because of me. Nier Automata is probably one of my favorite games of all time. It is probably one of my favorite, I think it's one of the best games. Like, when I say best games, I don't just mean like game that has a story I like. I mean game as in it uses the gaming medium in an incredibly creative way. If you don't know, it switches depending on what you're doing between being a platformer, between being like a Space Invaders thing, between being a kind of like an action hack and slash. It switches all those sorts of mediums to being like a mini game thing. It's really quite impressive. And so that's just like one part of it. But then the story is incredible, and it also within the story itself. Oh, we have hit 12 hours, by the way, so I do need to switch games. We do need to announce the winner of the game, and so I'll get my people in the back to message me with the answer in the questions channel. But of which game we are playing next. But it takes the fact that you are playing as like an android, and like turns that on its head, and uses the fact that you are engaging with the game in a certain way, and the sort of behavior it facilitates, and the things that it sort of thinks that you're going to do, and turns that against you in a really creative way. And you've got to play it through multiple times, and every single playthrough adds just so much more depth and meaning. And it's genuinely incredible. It is also the origin of probably my favorite song, "Ways of the World," and so I absolutely love it on everything. That the combat is just immense fun. It's incredibly creative, incredibly versatile. The world is awesome. The meaning and philosophy behind it, it's incredible. I cannot speak highly enough of it, basically. It's that is so I really wish I will go, if you guys chat, if you want me to, I will tell you more about Nier Automata in more detail if that is something you want to hear about. But I don't want to give you spoilers or anything.
Always difficult on the fly to avoid spoilers.
Yeah, I sort of but that's from Vi, thank you very much. And oh, where am I going next? But yeah, if you do want to hear more about that, please do let me know. Hodor asks everyone, what is the least good Terry Pratchett book? Also, Save the Child. So the least good Terry Pratchett book, I'm sure we would have had opinions from 12 Tone if they were here now. But I haven't read all of them, so it's probably little bit difficult for me to give you a fully informed answer. I've read about half the books, so, you know, not none, but not all of them. But there are, like, I think 20 or 30 of them. I don't really remember.
Even least favorite out of the ones you have read?
Yeah. I mean, the least favorite of the ones I have read would probably be... maybe... probably The Color of Magic, to be honest. Like, The Color of Magic is generally regarded as one of his weaker novels. It's still a very, very good novel, but far from the heights that it ever goes to, that it ever ends up going to. And part of that is that it's kind of a satire of a very typical fantasy story, but how it sort of ends up coming across is that it's kind of just a fantasy adventure with a few jokes thrown in. Whereas, you know, you look at ones like Thud or Going Postal or Hogfather, Hogfather is probably my favorite one. And it's an incredibly well put together kind of satire of whatever that particular book is about. But Color of Magic doesn't quite have the same amount of depth, I think, as the other ones do. It's more just a funny fantasy adventure. It's not one where you kind of come away from it and kind of feel that, you know, you've been enlightened. Whereas I will never ever forget one of the ending scenes, Hogfather, which has an incredibly beautiful piece. In fact, I will read it to you now. Like, if you literally look up Hogfather scene, it's so famous that everyone knows what you're talking about. But I'm going to read it to you guys now. So it goes, "All right," said Susan, "I'm not stupid. You're saying humans need fantasy to make life bearable." And then Death says, "Really? As if it was some kind of pink pill? No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising age. Tooth fairies, hogfathers, little, yes, as practice, Death. You have to start out believing the little lies, so then we can believe the big ones too. Yes, justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing." It says, "They're not the same at all." Death says, "You think so? Then take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy, and yet," Death waved a hand, "and yet you act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged." Yes, but people have got to believe in that, or what's the point? My point exactly. And that is one of my favorite scenes ever written in any book ever. It's like Color of Magic just doesn't quite reach that sort of depth that like Making Money or Thud or so on do. Yeah, that's that. But if you guys do want to start with Terry Pratchett, then the typical recommendation, and 12 Tone would disagree with me, is to start with the Night's Watch story. Because basically there are about 20 books or something, and there are recurring characters, or recurring storylines, and one of them is that they're kind of this. One of them is this. One of them is this kind of Night's Watch of people who take care of the city of Ankh-Morpork, the capital, led by a guy called Vimes. Another one is the Witches. Another one is this wizard called Rincewind, who's basically the worst wizard in the world, but then he turns out he's not. There's a couple of others as well. Yeah, I would start with the Guards. Guards, that's really accessible. Guards is a fantastic book to begin on. Possibly Feet of Clay is another good one to start on, or just Night's Watch, which is another good one. But I do have to reveal now, my friends. You have to reveal now. That book, by the way, was called Hogfather, but it is not a book I would suggest you start on if you want to get into Pratchett. The next question that we got was, Tim, are you hydrated? Is your jaw relaxed? When's the last time you stretched? You should do that. Is this from you?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
You should take care of yourself.
I have my water here. I will go get some more and do a little stretch. Oh.
Is the mother mode that I cannot turn off. I'm sorry.
But guys, I have to. I would like you to type in chat before I reveal who won. Would you guys like Alice the Madness Returns or Little Nightmares to win? And you guys can. Then I will reveal, and I'll see if it's up with the vibe of the chat. Little Nightmares Oh yeah, there's a great quote. "You can't give her that," she screamed. "It's not safe." "It's a sword," said the Hogfather. "They're not meant to be safe." Alice. Little Nightmares. It's pretty MK8. What the hell is MK8? I don't know what that is. But Kevin, I'm gonna time you. Keep typing. Yeah, it's real close, but the actual winner, guys, by 2 votes, is Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares has won the thing, so we are moving on to Little
Those might
Nightmares.
actually be my votes.
Quit to Windows.
That's exciting. It's also a good one to take us. You know, we're at 10 p.m. We're heading into the night watch. We'll see how we go.
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous because doing ones which have only one direction forward. I hope Little Nightmares isn't a difficult game.
I wouldn't say it's difficult. It's just unsettling.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there's a
actually,
couple of time-based things.
would you guys, Courtney, have you been keeping count of the number of treats that each of them are getting? Or is it just...
Yes, it's just adding them up right now.
Okay, we will give you a presentation of who is getting more treats, and then we'll give them some treats on stream. That's what we'll do.
Here's the options. Do you want us to give you the numbers, or do you want us to bring you jars with a number of treats in them so you can see the numbers?
Oh, you can totally do that if you want, and we will do the treats, guys, at $15,000. That's the deal. We'll do the.
We're just prepping some jars because it's an interesting result. I'll say that much.
Absolutely. I will. So now that we've got Little Nightmares running, I'm gonna go get a go have a stretch. And oh no, I'll finish off these questions. Has anyone watched Reign of Fire? What are your thoughts on remixing dragon stories like Modern Dragon Apocalypse or Napoleonic Dragon Wars? You're referring to Tamora Pierce's work with that, I would assume. Tamara Pierce? Tamora. Oh, I'm getting the author's name. Tamora Pierce? It's something like. But I mean, I did watch Reign of Fire. Reign of Fire, if you guys don't know in chat, is a game, is a film. Basically, it's post-apocalyptic. Humanity has been wiped out after we reawakened ancient dragons from underneath the earth. At least that's my memory of it. And so they rose up and they just eviscerated human civilization. And it's about basically humanity trying to fight back. Have you guys seen it? Has anyone seen it? It's like a pretty obscure film, to be perfectly honest, as far as I know. And remixing, look, dragons are timeless, alright? I don't think anyone's ever going to get truly sick of dragons. You can keep doing them and they're always going to be fun. Everyone loves a fire-breathing lizard. It's just the nature of things. It's just the nature of things. I would love to see, you know, kind of like, I have such mixed feelings on like fantasy, so like sci-fi with like fantasy elements like that. But it's sorry, the Napoleonic Dragon story by Timurea by Nomiya. Yes, I got confused there. I was thinking Tamora, and then what I was thinking of is Timurea.
Wait, Naomi Novik?
Yeah, Naomi Novik. I was getting wrong. I was thinking of the Timurea series. Well, the Timurea story.
Do you know who Naomi Novik is?
Am I meant to know specifically more about Naomi Novik?
It's funny. Naomi Novik is one of the founders of AO3.
Wait, seriously?
One of the most established fanfic writers on AO3.
Is
Naomi
this the
Novik
same
is
one?
Astolat.
The same author as
Same person. I mean, I don't know if it's the same Naomi Novik. I only know the name.
Yeah.
This is what we're presenting.
All right. Okay, that's what I'm presenting.
It's shocking.
Oh, hell. Well, that's interesting.
If there's 2 different Naomi Noviks, I'm very sorry for spreading misinformation. But there is a Naomi Novik that is Astolat and that is a founder of AO3.
Yeah. I think dragon stories. Look, we've been telling them for ages, and no one seems to get sick of them. You can do them in more interesting ways than others. Yeah. Thoughts on Life is Strange. Life is Strange holds a... This is from Sage. Thank you very much for the question. Life is Strange holds a very, very special place in my heart. It is a story that I spent a lot of time with. In fact, Natalie, who's out there, it's a story that we played kind of together in a way. And we watched each other play. We were very invested, and we spent a lot of time together playing it. It was very important for both of us. And that is not to say that it is particularly well put together. It's not. It's not particularly well put together. The storyline, I was pretty disappointed with the 5th episode, the resolution to the Life is Strange series, and I won't go into it too deeply, but basically, the story of Life is Strange, the game of Life is Strange, if you guys don't know what it is, it's a narrative game where you play as someone called Max Caulfield who gains the ability to rewind time about 10 seconds. And you have to go through a story, and you can rewind and make your decisions again. And it's not like a combat game or anything like that. It's a decision-making game. Your consequences matter, that sort of thing. But the thing is that for the first 4 episodes, it's a game about issues. Mental health, suicide, abuse, that sort of thing. And the time travel element, the magical element, is secondary to that. That is only there to support those those actual human elements. And the 5th episode was all about the dangers of the magical elements, which I found really frustrating. There was the tension of the fifth episode was basically you're using time travel powers too much. And I did not like that decision. I did not think that was the way to end it. And so but overall, I very much love the game, even though it is not particularly well put together. And there's nothing wrong with loving stories which are not that well put together. I have another one, Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. And I want you to put in chat, guys, what is something that is really flawed, but you very much love? That you know is flawed, but you very much love. And I'm sure, V, you have thoughts of your own.
I love all sorts of very, very flawed things, but I think like the first one that came to mind now was Harry Potter, because like obviously there is a lot wrong with it, but I grew up with it, so yeah. There's just a certain like connection to it that of course I love it, but there's so much wrong with it.
For me, my biggest obvious one is like Supernatural being beyond season 6 and starts to really fall to pieces. But because I watched it in such like a critical, pivotal time in my life when my mental health and my study and my family life, everything was going sideways, it was kind of like a comfort thing during that time. There's that emotional connection to it that is independent of how good it is or isn't objectively, but you know, I think acknowledging that, being like, yeah, this is a bad show that should have stopped 6 seasons ago, but it helped me when I had the big sad, and that's all right.
Yeah. That's
someone in chat said that they're flawed, but they love themselves. That's so lovely.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's wholesome.
We love you too. You should love yourself, even though we're all.
And the Pirates of the Caribbean audios is also Pirates of the Caribbean games. I agree are also what did I say? Games, movies, far out. Not amazing, but they were so bloody good when I was like, 12, 13, and I will still always really enjoy them because pirates and sexy actors and great soundtracks, even if the plot lines are a little bit floppy.
Yeah, people in chat are giving some really interesting answers. Some people have said Life is Strange, some people have said Star Wars. In fact, a lot of people have said Star Wars. Laura, my fiance, is probably going no at the person who said Gilmore Girls. And that's the thing about Star Wars. Star Wars is absolutely flawed. But here's the thing, guys. Here's my hot take, alright? Star Wars 3, The Revenge of the Sith, is the best Star Wars film. Alright? Hands down.
I enjoy genuinely episode 3. I find it hilarious, so I'm not even going to argue with that.
Look, I don't even have like valid opinions on Star Wars, I think. I mean, I saw the prequels first, so I don't think I'm allowed to participate in that discussion, but look, I was a kid and the prequels slapped. All right? Sorry, they slapped.
When you grow
The
up with
meme potential was amazing.
It is, yeah. And it's even if, again, plotlines don't have to be great for you to find it entertaining
No.
or special or
Honestly, like,
childhood. And like,
I've had this conversation earlier with a friend. Like, shows. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Shows and films and like also fan fiction in my case are like no thoughts, just vibes for me. So like it doesn't. Yesterday I watched Venom with my friend who came to visit from Italy, and she was like, she really kind of apologized that she wanted to watch Venom. She was like, it's trash, but it's gonna be funny, I promise. I'm like, okay, sure. And I watched that film and was like, it wasn't that bad. Like, no, was it the greatest film ever? But I had fun. That's all I needed out of this film. Like, sure, you could like critically analyze it and take it apart, but it was entertaining. That was all I expected from it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I have that with some
books. I'm different.
Yes, I have to really be in the mood for like the book version of trash TV, if that makes sense. Like, I've definitely...
Courtney, please up your volume. Chat is saying.
Upped my volume as much as I can.
No, I turned her down because it was saying she was way too loud.
Okay. Also, question, Tim, have you played Little Nightmares before?
No,
I think he said
which
no.
is why I am
No,
having
you
trouble.
have no idea what's coming?
I have no idea what's coming, and I don't really know how to get out of the tutorial area.
Well, just... The thing is, just go.
Go
I'm not
where?
sure if
That's
there's
what
really
I'm
a tutorial.
struggling.
Well, that's kind of what the game is about.
There's
doesn't
nowhere
tell you
to
anything.
go.
You
It
know
doesn't
how
tell you anything.
games kind of break into two categories
try
of
things.
either this is horrible demon nightmare fuel where you're being chased by a doctor that wants to eat your bones, or this is a metaphor for depression.
Yeah.
This one falls into the second category.
Is it?
Or like in terms of it's more of a like commentary on more deep things than just being a scary game for the sake of a scary game.
Oh no, yeah.
I don't.
I more or less watched Alex play it, my best friend and formerly neighbor, because she didn't want to play it alone a lot of the time, so she came to my apartment and just sat on my couch and exposed me to it.
It's giving me the controls for a controller and not for the keyboard. I don't know what to do here. What exactly am I doing? I'm
fairly sure you can climb things sometimes.
Can I climb? I haven't been told there's a climb control. There's nothing. I'm in the dark right now. I don't really know what to do.
Lighter B?
Have I been... There's no B.
I'm gonna ask Alex. Alex is gonna help you.
E, I'm pressing all the buttons, man. Caps lock, tab.
That's on a Xbox controller, so I'm just looking up the PC controls. Hold on.
No, she played it on Switch. I don't know if that's gonna be the same.
There we go.
Where she eats the little mushroom print. No.
Please use lighter if you have one. I'm not sure if that's something you have to
It
pick
only
up or
just
not.
showed up for some reason.
Yeah.
Didn't do that before.
Oh, there we go. Now you can see things.
Yes, now I can. Now what the hell do I do?
You just walk. Just make your way.
There is nothing to do. I am at a wall, and there's a door, but I don't know how to open the door.
See you later.
Can I... Oh,
Trial
I have a mouse. I have mouse controls. I did not realize I had mouse controls. Because at the start, my mouse didn't do anything. Okay, apparently there's a craft button somewhere. Alright, it's control, as normal. This is not built for a keyboard, man.
Probably not. Alex played it on the Switch.
I mean, you could plug your PlayStation controller into it if you wanted to.
I don't want to risk any tech issues. I'm gonna take wall jumping as not a mechanic in this game.
No.
I think you can crawl.
Yeah.
I don't know how you crawl, but you can.
Crouch is apparently control, crouch/slide.
Yeah, I got that.
Pinkness, Linz, it's this a dark game or is it just dark in this game? It's a little bit of both.
I can turn up the brightness. Okay, tell me, chat. Do you want me to up the brightness?
No, I think it's meant to be dark.
It's meant to be dark.
Cinematic.
Fairly sure it's meant to be dark.
Yeah, it's the same before. Yeah, like I love lots of flawed things, and nothing wrong with that. Oh, there's a little doll here. It's the doll of the Asian woman that I saw at the start. Say, controls are a bit finicky.
Yeah, definitely not a game that you play for the sake of, like, you know, flawless parkour or anything like that.
I might change the keybind.
No.
Putting it in
it's very much a, like...
Immersive
Imagine you're in a
story.
dream. You don't really have, like, full control over your body. That's kind of the thing. Like...
It's almost deliberately laggy.
That's also how much control you get over the character.
Yeah.
Assume I...
Have we gone past a doll at some point?
Yeah, I went past a doll.
Okay. Have you broken it?
Oh, apparently I can jump now. See, it just gave me the yes to the people in the chat. Anything that is saying there's a giveaway in my comments, it's a spam bot. I am trying to get rid of them. Oh, there's a guy who has hung himself. What the hell? God.
Welcome to Little Nightmares.
Jeez.
We have started on the creepy.
That's why it's called Little Nightmares. It's like having a nightmare.
But just little ones.
And then I've got to use the chair. This is... I really hate how it's not technically 2D.
I find the art style so interesting. Like, it's very... I find it very nice, the art style.
It's satisfying to watch. I'm sure it's much more frustrating to play.
I've been told that you should break the doll. It's a little extra thing.
Oh, no, I'm already too far beyond the doll, guys. Isometric.
That's okay. Apparently there's more of them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a real problem that everyone has been getting hit by these spam bots. I try to time them out as much as possible, but that is a fridge with bloody handprints. What the hell?
A few days ago, there was like a huge flood of spam bot comments all over AO3. Like, pretty much like half the people I know, and I know a lot of people in fandom who write fics, have gotten between 1 and like 15 spam bot comments.
Yeah, no,
all at once in one night.
It's a thing. It's a problem. Can I... This? I think... oh, I need to tell you what the next 2 games are. Alright.
Yeah.
The next 2 games, my friends, reveal, are Fortnite and Halo.
Very different vibe.
Very different
Unless you
vibe.
want to play Fortnite on Halo online, but...
Yeah, I kind of hope people pick Fortnite in a way, because I would love to have a game that isn't linear. That isn't one direction at all times.
Yeah, you've done a bit of platforming.
Yeah, I've done... Like, I mean, look, Halo won't be that bad. I don't mind Halo. It is one of the only FPS games that I can stand.
And if you play online, people could potentially come in and be in your game as well. Could be entertaining. Wonder if one of the viewers ends up beating you in a round.
I mean, that'd be very funny, but I wouldn't say, you know, it's huge. It's a huge thing to, like, beat up someone who's, you know, up at, like, 6 in the morning.
After 30 hours of no sleep.
I don't really know what to do here, guys. My brain is not...
Oh, are you tired?
Yeah, can I burn the things? Can I burn the stuff? Or something? Can I burn the cardboard? There's a gas thing, can I burn that? It's just a room! It's just a room!
You'll find something, I believe in you.
Okay, a little bit more about Nier Automata. So the ostensible premise is that it is about basically androids who are fighting to liberate Earth from other robots who have invaded the planet. And sorry, I just got a message from a friend who has, I think, told me the answer. Apparently this is a ladder, not a piece of wood.
Yeah, that's the type of thing this game will do, yes.
Except I can't climb it. That is not climbable.
It also doesn't help that we've got a slight delay on seeing the stream versus talking to you, but
yeah.
There is nothing to... So, yeah, the ostensible premise is that you're trying to liberate Earth. And he just messaged me going, looks like I was wrong. There is nothing here. Can I burn this?
Have you lit the lamp at the front?
Yeah, this lamp? What?
Is there another lamp?
There's another lamp?
It's underneath the banner on the screen.
Oh, there's a lever.
So I can't see
is that a lever? Maybe you can tip it over the piece of wood?
I don't think so. I can't push it, although I can push against it for some reason.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know why. You can push things. Yes, I know I can push things, but I'm like trying to push things, and it's nothing's
You must move the
being
light.
pushed.
Somebody in chat says to move the light.
Do I pull it? I'm trying to pull it. Like, my little guy's working his heart out, but it's not moving when you push it from any direction. Like, I don't really know what you're looking for here.
You not pick it up? No, you can't. You're too small.
But do they mean move the light as in the lighter that you've got? Can you shine it on something? Light is the save point, unmovable. I don't think the lantern can move.
Please, just someone look up a playthrough and tell me the answer.
I'll look it up.
Good night, everybody that has been hitting off. But we good. We continue. We persevere. If you push it, the whole screen looks like it's tilting. Yeah, but the game is about so much more.
I was gonna say, go back to the previous room and see if there's anything in there that we can interact with potentially.
I want to see if I can like light this gas canister on fire and then stand on it.
Go to the fridge, people are saying.
Go to the fridge?
Back up, yeah.
Why?
Several people are saying that, so...
I mean, I can open the fridge. What then? Fridge is
Can you
open.
Go inside it?
It's a ladder. Yeah, I can get shoot. Oh. That's the way forward.
Figure it out.
It wasn't even like that way. I hate that answer.
The little handprints on it.
Yeah, that was stupid. I don't like the answer.
Oh no, a puzzle game that is out bamboozled Tim. How terrible.
No.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is gonna give me an absolutely horrible reputation for puzzle games, even though they're my favorite type of games.
It's a puzzle game that's not exclusively a puzzle game, it's also a scary game.
Yes, and it's very like story-driven without any
things
dialogue, if I
hurt
remember correctly.
Oh, they do hurt me. Oh my gosh, I
They hurt
died.
you, yes,
Okay,
yes.
alright.
Don't get eaten by the
Well,
worms.
that is...
Yes, I think everything in this game hurts you.
Basically,
or almost
nothing is a
everything.
friend.
It killed me, like depression. That's
Congrats.
what someone said in chat.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at them.
Woohoo!
Oh, I jumped into a pit.
Yeah.
What's the next question?
I was gonna say there's a few more questions there if you want to read them.
You can read
Lord
them
of
out
the
to me.
Cookies. Given how this is from Lord of the Cookies.
Yeah.
Given how you looked at mental health in games, do you know about the Psychonaut games? And if yes, what's your opinion on them?
Psychonauts, I have had, it has definitely crossed my radar, but I have not played them, I'm afraid, so I don't have any thoughts.
Is this like a developer or a selection of games or something? I haven't heard of them.
It's just a particular type of game, I believe. It's a particular game that happens to deal with it.
Okay. Okay, we got a really long question next.
Let's go.
This is from Matt. Do you have any opinions on audiobooks versus physical books? I've been consuming audiobooks only recently for convenience sake, but I know people who feel like the magic, in inverted commas, is lost when you aren't reading yourself. Also, any recommendations of books that can bring on powerful emotions, good or bad? Love that you're doing this and so glad to catch the streams I missed last year. Love your work and address to mental health videos have been really helpful. Keep on keeping on, man. From Matt. So, two-parter there. Audiobooks versus physical books.
Yeah, right, so oh, I fell through a hole. So, first part, audiobooks first. I gotta be honest, I did used to believe that, like, it wasn't, like, as real reading or whatever, but I have long since let go of that opinion. I have to read. I have to read a lot for my job. It's just part of it. And oh, okay, that's how I avoid them. I have to read a lot for my job, and I quickly realized as I got a couple of years into this that I was not reading at a fast enough pace, and I wasn't sure how to close that gap. And audiobooks were my answer. So I virtually always have an audiobook and a physical book going at times.
Yeah. I feel like it's also an excellent medium for people that are dyslexic or people that are visually impaired or for people that don't have the money. You know, it's elitist to say that it's not real reading because there are plenty of legitimate reasons for finding audiobooks more accessible, more portable, cheaper.
Totally. I mean, more important. I mean, like it is also true that audiobooks you do not digest the information as concretely. So if there is a book that I am wanting to make sure I sort of really pay attention to, I will typically read it by paper because the brain just simply, and I'm sure V can probably speak to this better than I can, does not pick.
Yes, just returned. What?
That the brain doesn't pick up information as well when we're listening to it as opposed to reading it. Like
that's actually very different depending on the person.
As I said, I thought it varied individuals to individuals, but
it's very individual, and like some people are very auditory. They really pick things up very well auditory. Other people need to read it. Other people need to like engage with it. If this is about the audiobook question, there's a lot of
I've heard pretty convincingly that people don't digest information through an audiobook as well as they would reading it because they cannot go back as easily. It's
possible that that's the majority, yes.
Yeah,
it's possible that this is just like what we're used to, but like for example, imagine like compared to a podcast, for example, you can still take in information pretty well in a podcast, or at least most people can. I, for example, cannot at all. Like my auditory processing just does not like purely audible content. It's just not for me. Like I also do everything with subtitles.
Yeah,
but it's very different between people.
Yeah, personally, I find like auditory so much easier. Even like in study, I focus so much better through like lectures than through self-assigned learning where I have to read it. But
right,
you know, I wouldn't even say
one aspect is, for example, dyslexia or people with like bad eyesight or astigmatism or whatever. Like if there is a certain limitation to your visual information intake, then it is very likely, and it makes sense that your audible or auditory information intake and processing would be better, and it would be easier for you that way.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said for consuming things in multiple forms, like especially when you're studying, going over it by reading it and by listening to it and by talking about it. Like, you know, it's multifaceted to do it, but it's definitely like a legitimate form of literature consumption.
Absolutely, I would say. Like absolutely. Definitely also for accessibility.
Yes.
So as said, I have an audiobook and
Yes,
a paperback book basically going on at all times.
Yeah.
And that is basically to pretty much double the information that I can digest at because I can listen to an audiobook when I'm driving. I can listen to an audiobook when I am cleaning. I can listen to an audiobook at all times, where I cannot with a physical book. So it's incredibly helpful.
I like that too. I do that for I listen to a lot of podcasts for that because I can listen to them while I'm like cleaning or like doing a craft or basically anything, traveling, whatever. You can consume media without having to use your eyeballs because that's kind of inconvenient when you're driving. You need to be focusing on the road.
Yeah, definitely. I think one aspect that might be like an argument for why people potentially retain more information when it's written as compared to when they hear it is that when it's written you like can easily go back, at least more easily than
that's
when
what I
you're
was
listening
kind
to
of
something.
thinking. Like,
I think that's one argument, but that's not really per se that we take information in better visually than auditory. It's that it's easier to just look at it again than to having to rewind to listen to it again.
Yeah.
That's like it's a different
convenience thing.
Aspect. Yeah.
I just absolutely educated myself. Like I thought that would happen, but
Also, Ethan's pointed out that if you crouch while you're running, you'll slide. So for that little getting under the door thing, if there's anything like that time-based, you can slip under.
Right. Okay, I can't do both of those things at once, though. Like, it just doesn't. So I have 4 fingers on the left here. Okay, to go in one direction, I have to go like this. Right. Okay, I can try and get better at that. Yeah, like one of the interesting things about. No, that's a tangent. I won't get into that for a second. But what was the so yeah, absolutely audiobooks are fantastic. 100% get into them. They are a fantastic way, I think, to get back into consuming stories. If you don't feel you have the time to read or just don't have sort of the brain space to read, because you can listen to them in the car. When I realized when I was driving, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm consuming half an hour of a book every single time I drive, you know.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I have literally just changed my kind of thing here,
ability
right?
To, yeah.
Yeah, my change my ability there.
For the sake of saying, I know people who feel like the magic is lost when you aren't reading it. Some people don't get like visual, like you know how some people can imagine things in their mind and some people can't. Sometimes Audible or even like you can get audiobooks that have voice acting and that have backing tracks and things like that. Oh, have we got an Ellie?
Welcome back, Ellie.
We're talking about books.
Yeah, and like honestly, having someone voice it is often like honestly, if you guys want the Sandman audio drama is a fantastic reflection of the story, and it's done as like an audio drama. It's amazing. It's not quite an audiobook because it's an adaptation. It's done differently, but
yeah.
Heard an audio drama of like Norse mythology by Neil Gaiman. That was amazing.
But yeah, I do select which books I tend to read on paper versus auditorily. So, because for me personally, I find it easier to consume information. For me personally, if I want to study something more deeply, then I need to be able to read it physically. I want to be able to think back on it and remember it and study it a bit more. Then I will pick the books that I want to study more deeply and to reference more specifically in videos and stuff. I will read as a physical copy, and the books which I just kind of might want to consume as sort of part of my everyday thing, I will typically listen to audiobook also. So, funnily enough, when I first read Children of Time, actually, that was just picked up. I did it as
spider one.
Yeah, I did that as an audiobook because I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll enjoy this. I don't know if this is kind of, you know, this is sometimes, yeah, this thing. But like, I do have to very often find exact quotes from books when I'm studying them, and
that's much easier when it's written, I believe.
Well, it's virtually impossible to do when you've got an audio.
Yeah, that would be so hard
Like
with an audiobook.
It's not like harder, it's like virtually impossible.
Yeah, Control F on an audio thing doesn't really work as well.
I'm not really sure what I mean to do here.
Well, we've got to turn off the electricity, right?
I know, and it's up there, but I don't really know how to get up there.
Can you open anything or place anything on there?
Grip on this.
What's that? Can you open any of the other toilet seats?
I don't really want to do that. Crouch down? No, it doesn't really want to. What if I pull this? I can pull the toilet roll. Oh, okay, so people asked, have I read Project Hail Mary? I listened to your recommendation of Children of Time because they sounded similar. Real weird aliens. Now, this is gonna sound weird, okay, guys, but I wasn't a huge fan of Project Hail Mary. Which I realized a lot of people, like, watched that Children of Time video and were like, oh, you should, you know, oh, I'm being so dumb. There's a giant goddamn switch here. People like you would like Project Hail Mary. I liked it. It was fine, but it was not nearly as spectacular as everyone kind of sold it to me as. To me, it was a little bit, I don't know. It was fun, but not much else. And I realized, like, that's not really an insult against the book. It's just how it was.
That's fine though. You're allowed to have things that aren't always amazing. I haven't read it, so I cannot comment.
I'm curious if chat agrees with that in particular. It's a fun read, but I didn't think it was particularly deep. I didn't think it had a huge amount to say necessarily.
Which is going back to that thing about, like, you can enjoy things that aren't necessarily measurably perfect, but they can still be.
Well, no, like Project Hail Mary is a very, very good book. Like it does everything it accomplishes everything it sets out to accomplish very, very well. Like, that's the difference between like that and Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End, where like Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End just kind of stumbles it a bit.
Yeah, but it's still fun.
Yeah, but no, like the Project Hail Mary like does exactly what it wants to do. The problem I sort of found was it just, what it wanted to do wasn't as good as I hoped it would be, I suppose. Oh, okay, I have to make the whole full run before I get through. For some reason there are electrical doors going between these children's rooms, which is horrific.
Yeah, the whole backstory of this game, you'll figure out as we go, is not exactly like a positive one. That's alright, we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, no, I to be clear, I did like it. I did enjoy the read. It was just not... I typically like stories which are probably a bit darker than it is. It's a very optimistic story in a weird way, and like Children of Time is optimistic in a different way. But I do have a tendency towards darker story. So yeah, I think it was mostly just a taste thing. Probably more than that. And it was interesting. It was fine. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I've disappointed people by saying that.
Did you want the second half of that question?
Yes.
This is obviously open to Ellie and V as well. Do you have any recommendations for books that bring on powerful emotions, both good and bad, or either good or bad? Books that
you
have
guys
made you
go
feel
first,
things.
man. You guys go first. I have so many thoughts.
I'm gonna have to think. I haven't, because I've been studying for so many years, haven't really read books in a long time.
All right, what's the question? I zoned out.
A book or media that's made you feel like a strong emotion, whether that's good or bad?
Strong emotion. Oh.
I generally respect books or even movies that end in a way that I don't predict, even if they are really sad. Like an unpredictable emotional ending, I respect. I, back in high school, read All Quiet on the Western Front, which is a World War I novel written from the perspective of a young German soldier. And it's a very,
Thank you. No, sorry.
What?
Nothing. I was about to be a pretentious dick.
No, it's alright. As per usual.
I know one.
It's written very from a quite clinical perspective, but obviously on quite a horrific topic, and it was I found it quite a unique commentary on that sort of war. It's also really beautifully written, I found, but it's one of my favorite books just because it's different and it made me feel quite depressed, even though it's not written in a deliberately depressing way. The movie's less good though.
I think the last book that really made me cry, I feel a lot of feelings a lot of the time, so it's not like the list of things that make me. I do cry a lot, so I mean it's quite a long list. Pretty much everything I watch, I get the strong feelings, but I think the last book that really made me cry a lot was Bambi. I managed to get a first English print, so second edition copy of Bambi. And it was given to me as a gift, and I read it, and I think I sent a whole chapter to you, Tim, the Existential Leaves. There were some things where I would read a chapter and then I would just sit and stare at my wall for 15 minutes.
Is it quite a big book?
No, it's not a big book. It was intended as a children's book, but it's not a children's book. It's just so beautifully written, and then there are these moments of complete horror in it, but it's wonderful, and I cried a lot.
Also, I want to be clear to chat. I was not saying that All Quiet on the Western Front is a bad book. I think it's a fantastic book.
Oh, the game is gone.
Yeah, the game did crash.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I have
halfway,
two answers to this question. One is not a proper answer because it will be your book, Tim, that I'm still reading. I'm not done yet.
Where are you? Oh, you can't say. Probably not. No.
I think approximately the 4th or 5th.
Can you give me a very, very vague, not spoily clue?
I'm trying. Wait, let me check is it okay if I say a chapter title?
Yeah, you can say a chapter title.
1 second. Let me check the chapter title that I'm currently at, and I can tell you exactly where I am. The chapter title I'm currently at is Half Moon, Half Tape Recorder. It's the 4th iteration of that.
Oh yeah. You know what? Is this Tim's book?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I read Tim's book after Bambi. I cried an awful lot reading Tim's book.
It's very, I'm not particularly far yet, I think, according to my books app. I'm 38% in. But so far, there's emotions in there. And to give a proper answer for a book that I can name and people can look up, very different emotion, The Poppy War. That was intense. It was just there are some scenes in The Poppy War that just get to you. Yeah, but very, very different type of emotion, must say.
I would like to know in chat, by the way, what the last book that made them cry was.
Someone saying a romance novel that ended really sadly made them cry. Oh yeah, last book made me cry was a cheesy romance novel that decided to be sad near the end unexpectedly, which does sound traumatic.
Oh. I will just say thank you to everyone who's been donating. $50, $4, $15, $100 from Julian. Thank you so much. $3 from.
We're so close to 15k.
We are, and when we get to 15k, guys, I will reveal how many treats each hit the Puppy Willow and the beautiful kitty Momo have been getting, and we will feed them some of those because we don't want to kill them with. But
So I have a funny anecdote from last year's stream to share.
Yeah.
I donation from someone called I'm not sure whether it's their actual name or just their screen name, called Finn McCool. And last year I asked, is that from the podcast Cabin Pressure? Because there's a sheep in that thing called Finn McCool, the third. And he was like, nope. And I was like, okay, all good. Never mind then. And then he went and purchased it and listened to the whole season in a couple of days and absolutely loved it. So I thought
How did you know this? How did you even contact Finn McCool?
No, they donated and made that, like, that was their comment on the thing, to be like, last year when Courtney asked my name was from the podcast, I went and purchased the podcast and listened to it and absolutely loved it.
Okay, well...
That's so cool. I love
and then
that.
has come back to donate this year to be like, it was great, thanks.
That's so nice. That's so nice. Back.
It's so cool seeing even, like, people in the comments year after year after year. Like, obviously, we're getting the same people on stream talking every year, which is wonderful.
I mean, that's nice to
Burgerkrieg
have
and
them.
OSB carrying it through for
important.
hours, but...
Okay.
Hi, Finn.
Books that have made me cry. I have to look at my... Give me a couple seconds to look at my bookshelf.
Get your shelf and find your faves.
I feel like you're not much of a crier at books.
This could be interesting.
That's just the feeling I get.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what sort of things make Tim cry and why, because he doesn't really come across as the I watched Bambi and, you know, ruined my day type vibe.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you also a big Disney movie crier, Ellie?
I am. I mean, I'm a big crier.
Just in general.
Yes, great.
So yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I was trying to think of a defense. I was like, well, not that much, and then I thought about it some more, and I was like, nah, I just cry a lot.
Nah, all good, all good. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. Being an emotional person is not a weakness.
I'm just very squishy, you know?
Yeah, it's okay. Being sensitive is...
So,
That's fine.
the 3 books that I have chosen is number 1, Shoko's Smile by South Korean author Choi Eun-young. This is a beautiful set of stories that are just deeply human and very creative settings in that, like, you don't typically see a huge amount. And I just really, really enjoyed that. The second one would be The Paper Menagerie by Ken Liu. He's a Chinese-American author who basically I've referenced it in my videos for a reason, and it's about a son who has a very difficult relationship with his mother who can't speak very good English because he has grown up in America and wants to feel American. And it is a very, very sad book, sad story. And then the last one I'm going to say is probably Bear Town by Frederick Bachman. And this is a book I was initially a little bit lukewarm on, but as time has gone on, I have just come to love it and appreciate it so much. It is an incredible perspective story. The characters in this book are unfathomably nuanced. And it is basically, it is one of my favorites. It has one of my favorite kind of like story webs, which is you've got a bunch of people who are hurting each other, but can't really seem to escape that cycle because they're doing it, they're all just being themselves, and it's because they're people in this situation together that don't work together very well a lot of the time. There are horrible people in this as well, but there are a lot of difficult relationships that are not necessarily difficult because one person's doing wrong, but because they are people who are in the wrong place at the wrong time with each other.
Yeah.
That
Real
sort of thing.
human situations and
Yeah.
reactions to shitty situations. I like that too. Not that book in particular, but I haven't read, but that concept.
It's a very, very, very human story. Sorry, I'll say again, Shoko's Smile, The Paper Menagerie, and Beer Town, I will repeat, by Frederick Bachman. If you want to look up the authors, it is Choi In-young, which I'm sure my mods will look up and put the correct spelling of that in the chat. And then Kin Liu, and Frederick Bachman. Yeah, it's and I'm really enjoying looking at like what you guys have been thinking with the stories that have made you cry.
I've found lately, I've actually found a whole lot of podcasts that have made me more. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts lately, kind of for that convenience while I'm doing other things and because I'm spending so many hours studying, I don't want to use my eyeballs in my leisure time. So podcasts are good, and there have definitely been some podcasts that have made me cry, which is a new experience.
Podcast.
Because it's a unique form of literature consumed, but ones that are like more dramas where you have voice actors and you've got soundtracks and stuff like that. It's not just a one person talking the whole time. If it's a like storytelling podcast, I've had a couple that have really, ripped my heart out and stamped on it a few times, but I respect that.
I cried a lot at Critical Role's Calamity. I cried an awful lot for that.
D&D podcasts can get quite deep.
That's my crying podcast story.
Yep. Where's my cell phone? Also, another strong emotion. I listened to a horror podcast that made me very upset. That's not obviously a positive emotion, but a strong emotional reaction to a piece of media. Definitely a horror podcast. That's a very unique way of consuming horror late at night, I must say.
Also, people saying Stormlight Archives. It's Shoko's smile, not Choco's smile. I just want to
Sorry.
Yeah, Shoko's smile.
How do you spell it?
It's Shoko.
Thank you.
Also, Tim, Horizon Zero Dawn talking about media that's made me emotional.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't want to give any spoilers for that because it's a relatively recent game.
But even the first game, I had a really massive emotional connection to. The second one, I can talk to you about in a non-spoiler way.
Oh.
But the first one, I found really, really, I connected with it a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Both of them I really connect with. Not, it's weird. Not the cast of characters. Like, I like Aloy, but not really else that much. The only other person was Elizabeth, who you just connect with immensely. Like, she's such a compelling character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found, the first one I definitely connected more with Aloy than anyone else. The second one, at the start of the game, I didn't really care much about everyone else, but I grew to be more attached to them over the course of the game because of how Aloy's relationship with other people and trusting other people changes.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think I'm getting changed. Oh, there's a giant baby head. Why is there a giant baby head?
I'm appreciating the occasional input from the horror game I forget Tim is playing.
I hate that. I hate this with a fiery passion. My goodness.
I'm waiting for the stream to catch up so that I can see this. There it is. That's... yep, okay.
No, I hate that this is chasing me. Oh, I got captured. I got captured by the giant baby head thing. That's horrible. Why is that a thing? Oh.
This game is just like that, someone said, which is true.
God. My goodness. I shall be back in a second. Oh.
Goodbye.
Do you listen to any other podcasts or just the Critical Role one?
Just Critical Role. But I think you recommended me loads, like last year.
Potentially, I do listen to quite a few.
And I just haven't got around to it. Like, I'm still catching up on Critical Role first campaign, so until I'm caught up with that, that's all I'm.
That's a podcast, isn't it?
It's and it's on YouTube. You can
I wish my brain could handle podcasts. I just cannot.
The way I got into them was
it doesn't settle. The information just doesn't go in.
Yeah, for me, it has to be one of two things. I either have to be actively doing something like cooking or cleaning, or like a practical task where I'm kind of engaging the forefront of my brain and the back of my brain is listening to the podcast. If that makes any sense, which I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
Or I use them to fall asleep because often I find that my thoughts keep me awake, so I use a podcast or an audiobook to focus on, and then that helps my like mind calm down enough to go to sleep. But at the same time, I'm also getting into a story. But I get it took me a long time to get into it, and it started off as either late night or while I'm doing something else, or like a really, really long car ride.
For me, audiobooks and podcasts are just like either I zone out or like I get distracted and then I'm like I suddenly realize I haven't listened, or I'm like chilling and then I will fall asleep. Like it will put me to sleep.
Yeah. Which
is nice, like to fall asleep, but it's just you just don't really get through a story at any reasonable pace, and like you have to rewind and find where did you fall asleep, like how much did you still get, and so on. It's not.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
I listened to a lot when I was living in one city and traveling to another once a week for work, so it was like a 2+ hour journey each way. So that's a real good way to whip through storylines.
Yeah, for me that's music a lot. Like I try to like listen to audiobooks and podcasts like when I'm traveling or when I'm doing stuff, but a lot of the time I just need music to like, I don't know, it's just I grew up with music. I mean, I live in a musician's household, so that's just the default for me. So there's like this, all those opportunities for audiobooks and podcasts are lost for me because I just need the music.
Yeah, I find I use podcasts.
You can only listen so much at a time.
Yeah, I mostly use podcasts if I'm driving, whereas if I'm on a plane or a bus, then I'm more likely to do music because the podcast keeps me focused on the road. Whereas when you're just sort of traveling and spacing out, you don't need to be consciously paying attention to the world as much.
Who knows? Maybe when I finally get a driver's license, it will be the same for me.
No, it's definitely different when you have to drive for like 6 hours at a time. That's a very different mental game to being on a train for 6 hours at a time.
I got through. Did you guys ever come across the game "The Woman in the Window"? Like, sorry, the game, the book. Did that book ever come across your thing? Because it was touted to me as this like fantastic thriller novel that you're never gonna guess is, what's gonna happen next. And I read it, because I like creepy thriller stories. Creepy mystery novels. They're like some of my favorite types of books. And if anyone in the chat has seen it, has anyone that has read it or seen it, because there was a film of it as well, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. But I was very underwhelmed by it as like a mystery. It was very. Just like the twists were kind of like exactly what you'd expect. And it felt like a mystery story for people who don't read mysteries. Ooh. Apparently my little yellow dude is happy.
Oh. What'd you do?
I don't know, they just sort of puked or something.
I got sick.
Oh. I would too if Tim was responsible.
Oh my god, Ellie.
Sorry, I started to say it and then I was like, oh, this is kind of mean, but I've started now.
This is live in front of a few hundred people. All good.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this game so far, Tim? What do you think is going on, if you have figured out anything?
Well, at the moment, I think it's just a metaphor for depression. That's my go-to with these sorts of things.
Yeah.
My assumption, if I was to interpret this story, would be, of course, that the kid was horrifically abused, and this is sort of a montage of the abuse that they faced, the neglect that they faced, and it's a nightmare, I guess, that represents it, and it's about them psychologically escaping their situation. Yeah, I suppose. They are potentially part of an orphanage, I would say. Because there was like this row of babies. And I'm like, well, it doesn't really seem like a place that you'd see like like if it's a family abuse thing, you wouldn't see this like rows and rows of little baby infants, but if it's like abandoned children, then it's, yeah, potentially. So, yeah, I would be. I don't know why I pushed that off.
Sorry, we'll see how we go for the rest of the game. I think was there another question? Hang on. Oh yes, there's a. Have you seen the Hades 2 trailer?
I did. I watched the Game Awards. Because a friend of mine, was...
Tim and I were reacting to each other throughout the Game Awards.
That's true. Ellie cryptically told me to watch it, and then I watched 2 hours of the Game Awards for those precious 1.5 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, it was a big moment for us. We've been working. I mean, not me personally. It was a big moment for us. We've been very excited.
So good thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it looked pretty damn awesome. Do you want to give the game a plug again? It was Transformers Rise.
No, it's not. It's Transformers Reactivate.
Reactivate. There you go.
Yep. But no, Hades. I think she was asking about Hades 2.
Sorry, yes. I only say that because the Hades 2 trailer happened at the Game Awards. The thing to. Yeah, the Hades 2 trailer looked good. I mean, I don't really have much to say because I've only played about as much Hades as you saw on this particular stream. It's not really my sort of game. I tend to be a lot more stealth and ranged and kind of slow-paced games. I'm not really a hack and slash combat type gamer person. I tend to... I don't know, I just sort of don't play them as much. That's not to say I didn't enjoy it, but it is not typically the sort of game I tend to play.
Cool to have some variety in your game styles for this one, though. It's definitely entertaining watching you cope with different challenges.
Yeah, it was definitely.
It was a really nice.
You cut out there, Ellie. What was that?
It was a really nice trailer, the Hades 2 trailer. Yeah, very pretty. It looked good.
You think you'll get it and play it?
Probably not. I don't play a lot of games.
I just watch someone play it on YouTube.
Yeah, in the background. Yeah, I haven't got time. I'm gonna be real. I haven't got time to play games, but I can watch them while I'm doing other things.
Yeah. I get that. I've definitely watched most of my experience with horror games is watching other people play them because I cannot play them myself. But I've watched the entire game of someone else play it.
Yeah, not a chance. That's way too frightening.
Yeah.
It's bad enough watching.
Even with Little Nightmares?
I actually haven't got it on because I really can't watch horror games.
Oh no, that's fair enough.
So I've not even got it open.
Okay. What did I am currently on the thing. Oh, I can just climb. Oh, I can literally just climb. Okay.
You're doing good, Tim. Someone's asked in chat, what games do you play for fun in your own personal time, not on live stream?
I don't tend to play kind of a lot of games like that much. I mean, the only one that I probably play a lot of would be a game called Age of Empires 2. Which I play a lot of Age of Empires 2 with a friend of mine called Callum. We play oh no, I just jumped in myself.
It's quite high.
Oh, that was quite a jump. My little legs were not prepared for that.
Your little child body can't handle this.
I think it sent me ahead. Because I don't recognize this area. Or did it send me way back?
Hang on, we're just catching up.
Oh no, it sent me way back.
Oh no. It would have been your last save point, right? Which is where you light the little lamps?
I did light the little lamp at the top though, that's the thing.
Ah.
So yeah, I play a fair bit of RTS games because I like RTS games, but they do not make for good streaming. I'll tell you that much. Because nobody wants to watch me play Age of Empires 2. I play a lot of co-op games with my friends, puzzle games. So this week I played like an escape room simulator type thing, and with a friend of mine, Natalie, who's in the chat right now. I played a series of games called We Were Here, which is a co-op puzzle game, and basically you work together to solve puzzles, but each of you only have half of the information. And can I jump like backwards? Oh, dropped again. We Were Here. I've played the entirety of that series, and I cannot recommend it highly enough. If you have a friend who you can set aside time to play co-op games with. So, like for an example of the puzzles, you've got one of you has the recipes for a potion, and the other person has the ingredients. But you'll have to describe things. You're like, okay, you need to find the cabbage that looks a little bit like a granddad, okay? You need to find the beetroot. Well, it's kind of like a beetroot. It looks a little bit like a spider's web, though.
Those games are so much fun, though.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's incredibly because you can then play through from the other perspective, and you can be like, how did you describe it like this? Why would you describe it like this? And it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Yeah, so I play those games.
Some games like that. They're very entertaining.
I did play, for example, It Takes Two as well.
Yes. I'm currently playing that with my partner, and it's very wholesome.
No, it's not. It's a horror game.
Have you ever played Death Square?
No, I need to... It is a horror game. It is atrocious.
In what aspect?
It is... Have you actually looked at the messaging in that game? It is absolutely horrific. You've got these incredibly awful people who are... basically, they're on the verge of divorce. They hate each other with fiery passion. And they are incredibly selfishly, all the time... Okay, I have to get off here. What? How do I jump from there to there? I don't understand.
Maybe I just have not been paying attention to it too deeply. Because I only play it every few, like, weeks because it requires time where we're both free, which doesn't happen very often.
Oh, okay, alright, I did that. Did it. Sorry. And so you play the first half of the game, okay? And you do these horrible things, and I won't say what the horrible things are if you're not into it, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone else. But you genuinely do, like, things that are mind-bogglingly horrible. And the only consolation that my friend and I had when we were playing that is, well, okay, well, they're gonna realize that they've been horrible people. Like, that's where this is going. That's the narrative. Okay, that's fine. You have characters do horrible things. And... oh no. Come towards me.
Horrible things. Maybe I'm not that far into it because I swear it's like...
Okay, does the elephant mean anything to you yet?
No.
Does the vacuum cleaner mean anything to you?
I remember the vacuum cleaner.
The vacuum cleaner where you make it suck out its own eyeballs because it dares question you?
The vacuum cleaner!
It comes out and it says, you abandoned me, you said you would clean me, and then you didn't, and now I feel awful, I feel sick, I have felt sick for years, and I feel like I want to die. And then, instead of being like, oh, I'm sorry, we probably should have dealt with this, what do? You murder it! You murder it! You make it get its arms and suck out its own eyeballs, and as it's doing that, as you're holding its vacuum arms to its eyes, to its face, it's going, please, God, let me live, please, don't do this, and you're going, no, I'm going to kill you, and you're going to shut up because we are a vacuum cleaner, you will do as we say. It's horrific.
30 seconds, that escalated so hard.
It is horrific. And then you just...
well, I'm not seeing the vacuum cleaner as the main issue here so much as their relationship and their parenting, right? Which I'm still hopeful is going to improve.
You just wait till you get to the elephant, man. You wait till you get to the elephant, okay? And then...
Tim has emotionally bonded with this vacuum cleaner and is still not over its death,
no,
clearly.
You don't understand. The elephant is even worse. The elephant is even worse than that. Okay? And then, so you're going, alright, so they're gonna realize that their parenting is incredibly damaging their daughter, and they're selfish people, and they need to like, sort their crap out. But they don't. They never... Oh, I can't stop. Can I spoil it? Can I say things or not? Can I?
No. Because I'm still like, they've had moments where they're like, this feels problematic, but they haven't dramatically changed anything. But I'm also not super far into the game, so...
Don't spoil it.
Fine.
Tim is upset about the vacuum cleaner's death is the most important thing we've learned about this.
You cannot, no, I'm sorry. The creators said it was meant to be a dark comedy. No, you can't say it was meant to be a dark comedy and simultaneously make a story about people who are meant to be, like, mending their incredibly damaged marriage that is horrifically traumatizing their child. Like, that is not the dark, and then make the dark comedy about, like, how horrible, like, it doesn't work. The comedy, if it's meant to be comedy, it is comedy. It's funny in the worst way possible. But it is not a successful dark comedy, okay? No. And it got one Game of the Year. For some reason, it won Game of the Year. I do not understand. It was horrific, okay? Now, I want to caveat this by saying the gameplay, it's great, it's lovely, it's fine, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's great, whatever. It's varied, it's creative, you get to do a million things, but it's also incredibly poorly paced. It should have been a third of the length, and it wasn't. It should have stopped, okay? It should have stopped, but instead, what it says, no, I'm the Book of Love, I'm the Book of Love, and you guys need to mend your marriage. And now you're gonna go and get the 16th freaking key to go and open up the lock of unselfishness.
Tim, are you breathing?
Yes.
Okay.
No comment. 13 hours in. How you doing, man?
I don't know, but I'm fine. I'm fine.
People in chat are also asking, 13 hours in, how are you feeling, Tim?
Yeah.
And someone else is asking, you good?
I'm good. I'm good. Yes, I'm talking about It Takes Two. Someone mentioned A Way Out. Yes, I have played that. That is a very good game. It is... Okay, if I don't really understand what I meant to... Which is, I feel like something I have continually been saying. If I go...
Yeah, you've been saying a lot. Maybe you should... No, I'm not going to say it. I already said it.
I should get good? Is that what you're about
to say?
Yeah,
I was going to say maybe you should get better at games. But I already said it earlier, so...
Look, it was just a monstrous game, man. It's a monstrous game.
Okay, we're not going to mention vacuum cleaners for the rest of the night.
No.
This is Tim literally playing a horror game where he's repetitively killing a child. Apparently the one with the vacuum cleaner was left in the cupboard for too long.
I'm not trying to kill the child, okay? I want to save the child. Use the other switch. There's another switch? Oh, this switch. Yeah, okay, I can turn it off.
Tim, did you play Stray?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh, but it's so good. And it's about a cat. I really thought you would have used first in line to play it.
Yes,
he said he was going to get it for Christmas.
I think I asked for it for Christmas, and then I realized, oh, right, if I ask for Christmas, then I probably can't play it for the stream, because obviously I don't want to ruin a present someone's got for me. So...
It won Best Indie.
I know it won Best Indie.
Well, yeah, yeah. I spoiled it for you accidentally because you were behind.
Exactly. She sends me a message and I'm like 30 seconds behind.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
I'm sure you will love that as well.
Someone just commented, I see Tim's stance on offing children has changed dramatically since playing Bioshock.
Yeah, that's true. Bioshock definitely is a bit edgier when it comes to the murdering children part of it. Did you end up sacrificing them, or did you save them all because chat donations were forcing you to?
Well, I think we might have been on the road to kill one of them at last, but the game called it.
It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
Really?
No, the universe said, let's just stop with the child murder. There's someone saying there's a small lever on the box.
There a small lever on the box? See any small
also,
lever?
don't jump. There's spikes down there.
Not the spikes. Come on.
Tim's had enough of spikes.
I do not see any small lever.
On the box. What box are they talking about?
Right.
The box you jumped on?
There is a ladder here, which I just jumped off a cliff.
Well done. Congratulations. Proud of you.
You should be able to get back on now.
Oh, I have to just like, I'm being so dumb. I just have to like run and jump it. Because it's slow. My brain is too slow for this.
All right, we're getting into the night.
No, it's only 12 o'clock. I'm feeling good. I'm on my first energy drink. I am feeling
Yeah, but we're
perky.
13 and a half hours into the stream, so we're,
It is true. We have
doing well.
$14,390.53, 95.94% of the way to Momo and Willow getting to have some of their treats, and revealing who's getting more treats.
Feed them. Feed them.
Yeah. So, in answer to that question, I play real-time strategy games like StarCraft and Age of Empires, and I play puzzle games. Cooperative ones with other people, and I play puzzle games on my own. My favorite game ever made is a game called the Tullos Principle, which I cannot recommend highly enough. I don't care what type of games you're into. I freaking love the Tullos Principle. If you have played the Tullos Principle, my opinion of you has automatically gone up 1 billion points.
I've played it and I've still not finished it.
Yeah, I started it and did not have I have very little patience for puzzle games myself, but
I think we should.
It was really about the patience. I fell out of it and then just never got back into it.
It's easy to do with games in general.
Something distracted me.
I think we should have a Talos counter for every time Tim mentions the Talos Principle stream.
Anyone in
Swear
chat,
jar, but
has
a Talos
anyone
jar.
played Talos? Please tell me you've played Talos. I will give you love points.
Yes, the valuable, meaningful currency.
They are a valuable, meaningful currency. You know what's? You know what? Who didn't get any love points? I'll tell you who didn't get any love points. The goddamn vacuum cleaner.
No, it didn't. Tim took that very, very personally.
Like literally, we were sitting there playing, okay, and we're going, all right. So surely we're gonna be able to like let the vacuum cleaner live. Surely we're gonna be able to like, you know, be like, ha ha ha, man, I'm so sorry. No, the game just waits for you to murder the vacuum cleaner, okay?
I mean, it sounds traumatizing. How you described it.
It was very traumatizing, okay?
All the indignance.
Is there any traumatic stories from your childhood that involve vacuum cleaners, Tim? Are you projecting something onto this game that other people may not have experienced?
Is it like it Inside Out that deep in your subconscious there's a giant vacuum coming for you?
He's the vacuum who was rejected and left in the corner and then murdered by sucking out his own eyeballs.
Yes. I haven't tried Talos. Do you think it would be good on Switch? Yeah. So one of the great things about Talos is that it's got such simple controls that it works in absolutely everything. We did it in VR and it worked.
VR.
Yeah. Someone said, would you like Frostpunk? I literally, I've had Frostpunk in my library for ages, and I just started playing it like yesterday. It is absolutely the sort of game I would love. Yeah, it has hands down the best designed puzzles I've ever seen in a game. And I know people are going to be like, is it better than Portal 2? Yes, it's better than Portal 2. It's better than Portal 1. It's better than Portal hands down. It's got better designed puzzles. It's got a better story. It's got a better world. It's got a better vibe. It's just better on every level.
I struggle with Portal so much. Oh my god, not in terms of it being a bad game, it just as an individual, I have a very shit understanding of three-dimensional space. So when you add portals into that, I just cannot. That's a me thing.
That's like a real problem for a game like that.
Whenever I play it with, because me and my partner play it together, he just has to talk me through it, and I'm like, yep, sure. I genuinely do not understand what's going on right now, but that's okay.
No, I get that as well. 3D space thinking is something that you've got to have a little bit of
intuitive understanding of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not easy. And plus, I mean, your partner's an engineer. It's probably comes with sort of mathematical.
Yeah. Well, he quite enjoys the challenge of figuring out both parts of the puzzle and then explaining to tell me how to do it because I don't know what's going on. So he gets double enjoyment.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I'm like, that's a win-win. I get to fuck around and like jump and fall through portals and then occasionally do what I'm, told to actually fix the thing while he's actually doing it. Don't ask me to solve it. Far out.
Here we go. Could be able to do that.
So, entirely unrelated to this conversation, I inherited a very old Scots cookbook from my grandmother with recipes from pre-1500 in it.
Whoa!
So I'm trying out barley bannocks with an old Scots recipe right now, and I have no idea how it's going to turn out.
Have you seen the YouTube channel that does that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, let me see if I can find it. I just because you said like pre-1500s.
Yeah.
You have to update us on how it goes.
Yeah, well, I'm making them right now, so you'll find out soon.
Live updates. It's called Tasting History with Max Miller, and he does.
He's such a good guy, man.
Ah, it's so cool. He does like old recipes from like whatever era, and then does the history behind it and the context of it as well, while like interspersed with the cooking of it. It's really cool.
He freaking blew up, I'll tell you that much. He had like he was just like, oh man, I'm just gonna make these fun videos, and suddenly he's got 2 million subscribers, and he was like, I don't know what to do.
That's really. I'll have to check out Max Miller. You said
it's called Tasting History with Max Miller.
With Max Miller. Okay.
Also, I have to ask chat, guys, who are your favorite YouTubers? Aside from obviously
Tim, number one.
I mean, honestly, probably not. Like, it's I'm sure there are some people, but like, I know that there are like other people who often have so much more of a presence than I. Like, whenever I go back and look at my scripts, I'm always like, oh, I'm not really funny. I don't have any personality in this. I don't, and like that. That's why my jokes are so. Also, yes, I was not saying that Frostpunk had better puzzles. I was saying Tullos had better. Syntac, H-Bomb, ContraPoints, My Mechanics, Jacob Geller, Nerd Cubed, Markiplier, Viva La Dirt League, Drawfee, OSP.
Cinema Therapy!
Book Roast. Oh, VoidCon did say me. That's very... Bernadette Banner. Bernadette Banner is the outfit one, right? Like, she does the old...
Yes.
Yeah, she does some
She also
cool
does,
stuff.
like, skits.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Yeah. Yes, very.
Incredible. That's a very funny work. Oh, there's a noose. That's... great. Do I pick up the noose? What do I get?
Maybe it helps if you just think like, what would happen in a nightmare, and then try that.
Yeah. Folding Ideas, Super Eye Patch Wolf. Finn McCool did say me. Thank you very much. CPG Grey, Game Maker's Toolkit, Rhapsody, Philosophy Tube, Jackie Gall, Dominic No, OSP. Yeah, like in terms of like my niche, because every YouTuber has a niche, right? Every YouTuber has a niche. My niche is
on writing and world building, perhaps.
Well, my aim is to do writing content that is more in depth, because like there are two types of writing content that I see a lot of on YouTube. There's one which is like 5 tips to improve your stuff, and oftentimes I am not a fan of that type of content. I won't spend too much time talking about that. But yeah, not super fan. And then the other hand is that you do get writing commentary, but it is typically like looking at the writing of a particular piece of you know, it's a discussion of the writing of the end of Game of Thrones, or the discussion of the writing of Top Gun Maverick. And so there's kind of like that narrow view, but it's not in the abstract where it's like, okay, if we want to actually structure a story, let's look at the structure first and not the media that, you know, that particular thing. So what my niche I take is for the most part, I tend to look at kind of like the idea in the abstract and then try to go in depth as possible and use examples within that, but I try to make the focus the actual.
It is a good niche that you're right, doesn't really cross over into either of those things, which is, you know, where you found your success.
Just killed myself again. Wouldn't Tim's niche be Avatar, because he's talking about world building and writing tips with Avatar? Wait, did I somehow survive that? Where the hell am I? Oh no, I somehow survived.
Can you, if you, this is gonna sound really bad, if you kill yourself, will you respawn back at your last save point?
Yeah, I know that. I just died, but I'm pretty sure I will respawn in the wrong place. Yeah, I managed to fall so far, and for some reason it made me spawn in an earlier place. Adam Millard is somewhat adjacent. Yeah, Adam Millard does the same sort of thing with game making. I really like Adam Millard's stuff with analysis on games. Yeah.
I've got another question from donations if you want it.
Yeah.
On the topic of cooking, what do you do for a Christmas meal? Which is probably going to be different between us and those in the, you know, winter type Christmases, because that's obviously a different sort of.
Yeah.
I'm actually, I don't actually think so. Like, we typically, New Zealand sort of weirdly emulates kind of like the winter Christmas thing just in summer.
I like this. I feel like certain foods vary, like what the emphasis is on. I typically see, well, I mean, this also varies family to family, right? Typically see more like of the roast chicken and salads than the roast ham and potatoes type thing, but definitely,
yeah,
you can have all of the above.
Oh, I can't. Oh, that kills me. That tiny jump killed me, but the rest of it didn't. You were supposed to fall down there. Oh, right, I turned off the power, which means that the electric thing is a lot. Ah, okay. I get it. I was meant to fall down here. I was meant to survive the impossible feat.
Revelations.
Sorry, yeah, the other niche, I mean, yes, Avatar is of course a niche. Like, I sort of fell into that. I actually started moving away from referencing Avatar all the time, because I realized that I had this audience of people who were interested in purely writing advice and, like, not... Like, I sort of started doing this as like, haha, man, I love Lord of the Rings and Avatar and, you know, Game of Thrones and Artemis Fowl. And but I built up this audience of people who wanted kind of like, you know, they were there for the writing advice specifically. And so I was going, all right, I need to kind of like broaden what I'm talking about here, beyond these kind of topics. And that was made especially aware to me in the when I brought out On Writing and World Building Volume 1. So genuinely, 100%, I believed I would sell 500 copies. I budgeted to sell 500 copies. I thought if I sell 500 copies, that's good, okay? 500 copies and I'll be happy, because then I'll break even, and that'll be an experiment, a successful experiment. But then it sold 30,000 copies. And
hell yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Hell yeah.
I know. And it's sold 55,000 copies now, which is pretty amazing.
That's amazing.
And I got all these comments basically saying, oh, well, he references Avatar too much. Now, I, of course, was kind of like, oh, well, I didn't really realize. I mean, I was just bringing out a book of my stuff that was clearly catered towards people who had my interests, right? And that's sort of like, oh, crap, there's like an audience of people out there who are clearly buying this stuff and being invested in this stuff when they're not necessarily that particular audience. And so in the second volume, I very much catered it towards that more objective, distanced crowd, I suppose you might. And I'm very happy with how it turned out. I think that's by volume 2. Yeah, it seems to be good.
Yeah, you should be proud of it. You did a very good job with those.
So, yeah, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, well, it was better the Christmas meal. What does your family's Christmas meals look like? Because I feel like here it kind of varies heaps family to family more than a nationwide standard.
We don't really have a fixed Christmas meal.
Mm-hmm.
We just decide every year what we feel like.
Yeah, that's what we do as well. Like last year we did like a brunch that was like, kind of more of a cooked breakfast, pancakes, etc. type vibe rather than a lunch or a dinner.
Oh, that's wow. We're very, very traditional. We're like very countryside traditional, so we usually do like full Christmas meal.
That's cool.
What does that entail? Like, what does a full Christmas meal entail?
So we'll usually have usually you'd have fish to start, but we can't eat all that food, so we will have fish like the night before, and then for the Christmas meal it's like a roast turkey and sometimes a roast ham as well, and then chestnuts and what are they, Brussels sprouts and carrots and greens and lots of potatoes and cranberry sauce and the full works. We stuffing, we make it like all in advance, so my mum and I have cooked a lot of our Christmas meal already and frozen it. So we just do the full lot.
Just for extended family as well?
Nope, it's just me and my parents and the animals.
No, that's cool. I respect that. I like doing a big meal for a few people, but I also know some people do, like, my dad's side of family is like 50 to 70 people type vibes, so.
Yeah, I mean, I love hosting things.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of work to host such a big meal for a lot of people, so we don't. Yeah. But I find it so interesting that you you'll sound so modern. Feels like we're
so very Kiwi.
Yeah, we think we have roast chicken, turkey, roast vegetables, potatoes,
roast lamb maybe.
Yeah, we don't really do lamb. I never grew up with lamb. Never do fish. That's not typically.
No, I've never seen fish.
Yeah.
The only time I've done fish is when I used to do Christmas in Auckland with my dad's family. Some of my mum's sister's kids would be in Auckland to see their dad as well, and we would go do fish and chips on the beach in the evening on Christmas Day, just like the 8 of us. It was a very casual, summer evening on the beach playing, frisbee or volleyball or something like that with fish and chips. So it's the only way I've had fish on Christmas, not part of a full meal, but I recognise that's very different to most people's.
Fish and chips on the beach, the classic
Fish
New
to
Zealand.
me isn't.
The classic Kiwi evening.
Yeah, classic Kiwi evening.
Bit of beach volleyball played very badly.
Yeah.
Is fish a traditionally Christmas type dish? I've never associated fish with Christmas, like at all.
Like, I don't know, it might be because, like, in the UK, we're a little island, so literally no.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's just food, man. There's no rules. You can do whatever you enjoy.
Yeah, I do want to say, guys, that I do plan to do more. I want to do a few more videos next year, by the way, writing videos where I can do kind of more, discussions of tropes more specifically that allow me to reference Avatar, because I know people do like that sort of thing. Yeah, so that will happen, because I know I've done kind of a lot of videos reference recently. But I do also want to do those kind of more easy videos.
I have another question for you, Tim, if you want it.
Yeah, shoot.
Thoughts of games by Supergiant Games, such as Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, Hades, etc.
I have played Transistor, I've played Bastion, and I've played Hades now. I didn't realize I'd played so many of...
3 of those.
Yeah, wow. They are fun. They're fun. I think. I mean, they're games which are like basically. They're games which are pretty much like you run into a room, kill everything. Here's some story. You run into a room, kill everything. Here's some story. And you know what? The format works for them. Yeah. They do have some really creative stories. I will 100% give them that. I think that's incredible. Hades, from what I've seen of it so far, really phenomenal storytelling stuff.
Only played like the first bit.
Yeah, but like I was very impressed with what I saw.
That's cool. I have one. Oh, we've got a couple more questions popping through. This is from Pablo. Great stream. It's 4 AM here. What are your thoughts on the Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton? Answer that how you will.
Now, do you guys know what that's referring to? I'm sure Ellie knows.
I have no idea.
No.
Wait, Ellie, do you not know?
No, I know.
Oh, you do know.
I know. Oh, yeah.
So, at the Game Awards last night...
Arrest a child.
A child, I'm not even kidding. Like the team that won the Game Awards last night, went up on stage and like a kid just followed them through. I feel like there is something I'm meant to be doing in here, but I can't really see.
Like a kid, like a teenager.
Yeah,
not like a 6-year-old just wandering on.
No, and they were I would say mid-teens, right? Like 15, 16 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
they ran in and they stole the mic at the end. Like they waited for they waited till the other people had done their speech and then they took the mic and they said, I want to dedicate this award to the Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
So funny.
Yeah, and
just as it cut away, you could see like all the security team going up.
Yeah.
Before the shit hit the fan, they cut.
It was. I mean, it. Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, man.
15...
Tim's thoughts are that's a good funny.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch it. I only heard about it later.
I finished watching the Game Awards at 4 I went to bed and then I got up at 7 to go to work.
You have not had enough sleep in the last few days, have you?
No, I had 3 hours last night and 3 hours the night just before the stream.
Are you alright?
I feel really good. I actually feel really good, which is weird because I don't function very well normally on little sleep, but I'm great.
Check in with me at about 3 PM. 4 PM is usually where I find it really catches up to me.
Look, it's probably the kid was probably just attention seeking, you know.
Maybe.
Someone in the comments said the 15-year-old who's done this stuff twice before.
Yeah,
so.
apparently they said Free Hong Kong at BlizzCon and NBA and an NBA in game in 2019. Look, the fact that they've done that suggests to me it's just clout chasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are worse things 15-year-olds could be doing with their time. There's a lot of 15-year-olds causing chaos in New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah, better they cause chaos at an international event instead, right?
Yeah, but it's like Mimi, right? We're getting like a lot of ram raids and like armed robberies by teenagers lately. It's very weird.
That's not so good.
No, less good, right? So there's a couple of different ways teenagers can go.
Chat, do you guys have any ideas what I'm meant to do here? I feel like... Oh, it just opened... Oh. Figured it out.
Good job, Tim.
Yeah, no.
Sometimes asking for help is all that you need.
I was convinced that I needed to jump from the chair onto like an invisible... Doesn't matter. Yeah, and it was funny, I guess.
It was amusing.
It was a moment for sure.
My favorite thing is that the Game Awards are more popular than the Oscars now. I love that so much.
Yeah,
that is good.
I mean, I really like movies, so I'm just like, everyone likes everything. Hooray, that's good.
No, I like
enjoy all the things.
For me, it's like I get immense satisfaction out of. Oh, I am watching the babies now.
You get immense satisfaction out of watching the babies.
No, God.
Hey, you said.
No.
I love how, like, half of the time you get distracted mid-sentence.
Yeah, and it's the real out-of-pocket questions about the game that just pop up halfway through the conversation that...
So I can now see... No, I get immense satisfaction out of basically like like archaic industries having stretching pains as they adjust to the fact that nobody is like on their page anymore, and the Oscars has definitely had to face that over the last decade. You know, like there's that whole thing that like there was this period where they were just not, you know, they were nominating basically only art films that no one was watching, right? And it's had growing pains as it's had to accommodate kind of what people are actually watching, what people are actually into. I don't know what I mean to do here exactly. I'm just I'm watching these babies in a cot, and I don't really know.
I think you just need to look at them, aren't you? And you can leave
you can
carry on.
press the buttons again and again. There's creepy things.
It is a horror game.
Yeah, it's... Right, now where do I go? This... Open?
I'm gonna have to wait for the live stream to catch up so I can see where you are.
Yeah.
I don't know
Is
where
that an
I mean
eye?
to go from...
Why is there a giant eye?
Because it's watching everything. Keeping an eye on it, quite literally.
Uncomfy.
Yeah, this definitely, I find this game isn't as scary as some others, but it's just definitively like unsettling the entire time.
I think that's the point of it.
Yeah,
Like,
no, but it does it
It's
well.
not meant. Right, it's not meant to be like terrifying horror.
Are there jump scares?
Not really. It's all creepy by the looks of it.
There's not like jump scares in the typical horror game sense, but there are definitely things they can give you a fright if you're not
No.
expecting them.
Yeah.
Yes, especially. I mean, I'm not sure if this is in this one. I think it's in the second one. There's one thing, I believe it's in the second one, that terrified me because it happened so sudden. I wasn't even playing myself. Like,
You just
It was
got, yeah.
terrifying.
I often find when I'm watching YouTubers play horror games, I get more of a fright from the person playing, screaming from the fright than the actual jump scare itself.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I mean, not for horror games, but for any game.
Am I missing something here, guys?
Probably.
I mean, I have to be missing something. This is not the end of the game. Yeah, there are chases, which are a little bit stressful. But I mean, I've done Ori and the Blind Forest, so...
Oh, those are very
Yeah, that's stressful.
I actually really, really like the Ori and the Blind Forest chases. To me, Ori and the Blind Forest is like everything. It's based. I don't know. People. Oh, I was gonna say something stupid. You need to go back and continue up the stairs. Okay, I'll go back and continue up the stairs.
Ori is one of my favorite games.
Ori's a beautiful game. I wish it had more lore, but it is beautiful. It's fantastic.
I actually think it's kind of wonderful not having tons of lore. It's so
like it leaves so much open to your imagination as well.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. When I say I want more lore, I don't mean like it was in the year 1300 that you came back, that this happened and whatever. I mean, I want more. I would love to have more questions. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Because like you can be like, oh well, there's a village and the village is of these mushrooms and the mushrooms like doing this. But there's I would love to have kind of like hints that the mushrooms, were part of the first, they were involved in the creation of magic or something like that. And I don't know, just sort of hints and little questions that kind of go, there's a lot more that I don't know, whereas it's very fairy tale, but I'm not sure there was a huge amount that like I wasn't getting,
Right.
And that's just because I love the world. I just kind of wanted more of what they were already doing.
Yeah, I see that. I would agree. It's very, like, I feel like the setting of Ori is very, like, first of all, it's just gorgeous, like, visually, but also it's kind of, I mean, trying not to spoil the story for anyone.
That is dark. There is a bed that just flips down from the wall, and it is a strapped-down bed.
Oh.
Oh, no.
What was I saying?
You're saying about Ori.
Oh, yeah, right. Like, the setting is so, like, there are so many ways how you could interpret this, right? Like, and it's kind of cute and kind of calm, but then at the same time, there's, like, obviously the story that why it is not calm and cute. And I really like this kind of balance between it.
For the record, Hollow Knight, people have been sort of bringing
I was about to say, Hollow Knight is like the same but opposite.
Hollow Knight does a lot of that. Hollow Knight is very, very soft. It does a lot of, kind of, you're just going through this place and there's a lot of environment and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. It's fairy tale-y. But it has so much intrigue in it. It has more intrigue than Ori does, I think.
Well, I think Hollow Knight has like such big lore and story. It's very similar vibes to Ori, but then with such an expansive lore and storyline.
I mean, it does, but like the amount of piecing together people have to do.
Yes. No, it's hard. You have to really work for it.
You have to really work for it. Like there's very little like text in the game. You
really have to dig deep and cross-reference.
Very funny, like Ori and Hollow Knight feel like, I mean, they're very similar games. Like obviously they're both platformers and everything. They're both kind of this gorgeous, intriguing kind of world building. But so for some reason it feels like people who love Ori are not Hollow Knight people, and vice versa.
Oh, I know exactly why that.
Is that just my impression?
I reckon Hollow Knight people are 100% into Ori, like because the people who love Hollow Knight just love that sort of roguelike game, a lot of the time. But like I know that a lot of people who like Ori can't get into Hollow Knight because it's just too hard. It's not forgiving.
It's
Ori.
Really hard.
I know the other way around as well, though. Like I have a friend who's really into Hollow Knight, and she just didn't like Ori at all.
Look, I'm sure that there are people out there, absolutely, but for me personally, it was just too hard, and I just get frustrated. If I lose everything, every time I die, I just stop caring. I'm just like, why would I keep
That's
trying?
very valid.
Why would I keep trying when I know that I'm going to so easily lose everything?
You know you can just go back and get it, though.
No, you say that like that's an easy thing to do. You do know that if you die in a boss battle, you have to go back to the boss battle.
There's your ghost.
Fight your way through to the boss battle, fight your ghost to get it, and then kill the boss and survive. Like that is not.
No, I know it's hard, but like, say you just lose everything without having a chance to get it back. I mean, you get a chance.
You get a chance.
Well,
I mean,
it's hypothetically possible.
Yeah, I love, for the record, people in chat, I absolutely adore the lore of Hollow Knight. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Like, just, it's so cool. It's so cool. And I wish that I could enjoy it. And as a gamer, guys, I've explained previously that I like puzzles, I like stealth, I like, slower paced games typically. Hollow Knight is a very fast paced, very melee oriented game.
Very skill based.
Very skill based. And
gotta be good.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I'm just not that interested in becoming really good. Like,
good at gaming, yeah.
Yeah, like
somebody says climb to cabinets. I don't know.
I am trying to climb to the cabinets. I'm trying to test if I can use this this thing as a trampoline. Okay. No, you cannot use it.
Also, would you like another question? We have one more.
Wait, I want to finish talking about Hollow Knight.
Yes, do it.
So, yeah, I think Hollow Knight is beautiful and fantastic as like the lore is just gorgeous. But when I play games, typically if I'm in the middle of something that I don't consider that important, like it's just like a mini boss that has no narrative stakes to it or anything, I will typically try, maybe 5-10 times, and if I don't get it within that, I'll just put down the difficulty.
That's very, very relatable.
I just don't care enough to play it at a difficulty that I know that is just gonna make me frustrated,
Yeah, I get really easily frustrated. That's my problem with it. And I'm genuinely just like not a good gamer, like reaction time wise.
What game is it?
Hollow Knight.
Yeah, no, I also have a very low bar for frustration, so while I respect it, I definitely couldn't complete it myself.
Yeah. I totally respect it, but the death mechanics are just too.
Yeah, you've got to have you've got to be able to enjoy the games you play, and that goes for any genre. That's why different people are into different things, right?
True.
Oh, I need to plug my cell phone in at some point. I'm running out of battery.
Battery of what?
My cell phone's running a bit low.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We have a whole network of cables around.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Do I use this to unlock the... Do I use this suitcase? Probably? I'm curious, guys in chat. 250 a year. What is your favorite game? What is the game that you love most that has such a special place in your... Do I want to play Kena Bridge of Spirits? It's actually a game that I just bought.
Oh, it's so pretty. It's so good.
It looks gorgeous.
My favorite game is honestly Horizon Zero Dawn still.
Oh, it's so good, right?
It is, yeah.
Is there like a horror thing is this? Oh, you can just walk through.
Possibly?
Halo Master Chief Collection,
so
Minecraft,
Chat
Smash
is
Bros.
replying.
Yeah.
We have Elden Ring, we have Halo, we have
Bloodborne.
Minecraft, Fire Emblem, Three Houses, Pokemon, Bloodborne, Smash Bros.
Witcher 3.
Skyrim.
Someone said Little Big
Little
Planet.
Big Planet.
That's a really interesting one because that made waves when we were really young, and then kind of vanished, didn't it? Like, it's not one that I hear people talk about a lot.
No, it was definitely had a massive boom when it was first a thing.
Yeah.
I also there can be, as we're talking about stuff that is nostalgic, like Assassin's Creed 2 was the first Assassin's Creed game I played, and objectively is one of the stronger ones, even though it's quite primitive. But for that style of game, it was the first one I played years ago, so that holds a special place in my heart as well. Even though I've enjoyed some of the later ones more, Assassin's Creed 2 specifically won't be beaten for me with my own experience with it.
Telos Principle and Nier Automata would definitely be the ones that have just stuck with me so much.
For me, it's Ori. I just love it. I love it.
Like, it's not even that I think the gameplay is the best ever. It's just the story of Ni no Kuni that gets to me.
The gameplay
and the
feels
art.
good. It does feel really good. Like,
I have been. Sorry, I interrupted you there. You want to say something, Ellie? I talked to her.
No, I was saying Ori. Ori is mine. My favorite.
I was just gonna say, I forgot what I was even gonna say.
I also, again, not because it's particularly fantastic, when you and I played Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Tim, just because we played it together and we were figuring out, like, the experience of it because of doing it socially and figuring out the plotline together, and it's very, very pretty and has a lovely, lovely spooky soundtrack.
It does. It does. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, by the way, guys, is a walking sim / puzzle game. Some very creative puzzles.
Yeah. And it's a unique way of telling a story too.
Yeah.
And very pretty. It's it's Rasputin that does a lot of games, like interesting game commentaries, eh?
Res does do some interesting game commentaries. There's a bunch of gaming video VCS that have popped up in the last while.
Yeah, I like those sorts of videos that talk about games from a unique perspective. I don't watch a lot of YouTube anymore because I just don't have time, but some of his videos have been a really cool way to, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen where he talks about, like, the way that you engage with games and the social aspect of it, and doing it with friends or online can create a unique thing, even if the game itself is, you know, fine. I swear he did a recent video on that. But...
People changing their answer to the Outer Wilds, Raz love.
Disco Elysium, Legend of Zelda.
Oh, Disco Elysium is a weird game.
But again, it's so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. For the record, guys, Outlast was one of the games that I was considering putting on the list to vote, but did not end up making the cut. Instead, Nightmares. There's a button there. I don't really know how to press it though. Said, I want to throw things. Up close.
So, update on the Bannocks. I'm not sure what I expect. They taste like they are. Like a gruely food you'd get in the Highlands among households that were not rich. You know?
What are you
talking about? This is a bread thing, right?
Pardon?
Did you say Bannock's like a bread thing? I've just had a Google because I haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
Brannock's? What is a Brannock's?
Bannock's, Bannocks is what I've Googled.
Bannock's?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, sorry.
It seems to be like a variety of quick flatbread cooked from a grain, old-fashioned.
Yeah, it's...
Peasant,
yeah,
1500s peasant bread.
Yeah, peasant bread. That is the perfect description of it. And I ate some and I was like, yeah, this tastes like peasant bread. I'm not sure why I expected anything else. I tried to cook it in the traditional way on like a flat, hot plate, but it was burning, so I've just put the rest in the oven.
No, that's cool though. I would love to cook some old recipes just to see how it is. I have a recipe. My oldest recipe book is one from like 1910, maybe.
Which is get all these recipes.
That's over 100 years.
Yeah, I got this recipe book in a op shop, I think, because I saw it and I was like, oh my god, I need to buy this because there's things in here I haven't even heard of. Lots of stuff in jelly, weirdly, like a weird proportion of stuff in jelly.
Gag.
I had to preserve things.
My goodness.
No, but like it's interesting historically to look at, different forms of.
Have you actually tried a pork pie with the jelly? It's some of the most vile food I have ever tasted.
It's disgusting.
It
doesn't sound remotely interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't sound remotely nice, but
it's revolting.
I've ever heard who says they don't like it purely on account of the fact it has jelly in it.
You just heard a second person right there.
Maybe that's because New Zealand and pies have a very special relationship that the rest of the world doesn't.
Yeah. It's true. Maybe. Okay, guys, chat. I want a
number of things in jelly.
I would like your opinion on jelly.
Pork
if I say
pies.
Jelly pork pies, is that people?
No. Pork pies always have jelly in them.
That's not true. I could easily make a pork pie that doesn't have jelly in it.
But when you
New
say
Zealand pork pie.
Yeah, but if I tell the Americans pork pie, I mean, I don't know if they'll assume that it has jelly in it.
Also, they don't call it jelly, they call it jello. To them, jelly is basically what we call jam, but without the fruit pits. So then you get into a whole lot of conversation about lingo.
Yeah. Don't poke the bear.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to go to that, but the weird number of things, meat and jelly, upsets me.
I don't
Apologies,
know what to
Ellie.
do, by the way, with this place. I don't really know what I'm missing.
That says, when 6 is looking at the button, you're close enough to hit it.
And 6 is looking at the button. Is my name 6?
Yes, I believe that's the name of the child.
The little character.
Oh, right. I did not notice that mechanic. Okay.
It's alright, Tim. That's what the chat's for. They're very helpful.
That's such like a very specific thing. Like you've got to look at what angle the kid's head is at when it only shows up at that angle for like a tiny little brief area where you're standing, and then he's like constantly looking around randomly.
Well,
I'm dying again.
oh no. Would you like another question with the death?
Hell yeah, let's go. Another question.
Alright, this is from Medea. What cringy series were you most into as a kid?
What, sorry? What sorry series?
What cringy series were you most into as a kid?
I know what Tim's answer is. I know what it should be.
I don't think there is an answer. I've never been into anything cringy ever.
Go on, Ellie.
Yeah, I've never
Tim
ever.
Tell us.
Tim loved Winx Club.
Tell us the truth.
Winx
Club?
Guys,
I didn't realize people didn't know. I assumed
I
people know
support
that.
this. Because I would have given the same answer. Winx Club would have
It
been my
had
answer.
the elements, okay? It had the elements! It had people shooting magic that was like fire and wind and ice and earth.
They're
Come on.
magical girls. They're amazing. Love that,
Yep.
Tim. I support this choice.
Wonderful.
Oh,
I agree. I mean, it's definitely cringy, but I've been considering recently actually to rewatch Winx, but in original language, which is Italian, because I would like to learn Italian.
Okay, chat.
And also, some kids things, like, sure, they're cringy as an adult, but they're made for kids, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no. Like,
Oh,
for a kids show...
God, I just got trapped by a giant hand. What the hell?
Apologies.
Oh, what happened?
My condolences, Tim.
Yeah, I just got trapped by some creepy hand. I got lured in because I was hungry by like some freaking meat. I think I ate like a liver or something. No, but seriously, Winx Club.
That's not good.
I was watching that.
Hey, it's good stuff.
And I was watching that, and like, hey, it had like final battles, and like they were like, let's protect the school against the common evil people, and there was like this like slow descent of the villains from like high school like, you know, bitchy girls or whatever to like full blown legitimate like warlock witches with like an army, a horde of people. Like it was epic, okay?
It got out of hand. You know what I loved about Winx Club? Sorry, Ellie, go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
What I loved about Winx Club is the fact that the only reason that the main characters are involved in any of this is because they just can't leave well enough alone. Like, it's not like most kids' stories where like, oh, it's kind of something happens that drags the main characters into this, like they didn't choose to be a part of all this conflict. No. They went there. They just couldn't leave well enough alone. They went there and they got into the trouble that was then the issue. Like, and I kind of love that because, like, yes.
Also, I
at
just
least
want to
it's
say,
their trouble.
Sorry, I just like dragged a cage with another human being in it, and in order to use them as like a stepping stone to get up to the next thing. That's horrific.
I'm glad. This is.
But no, someone put in chat that Witch is better, and I do absolutely agree. Witch is a better show.
I've never seen Witch, but I've heard so many people talk about it.
Did you watch the Netflix Winx Saga of like the live action one?
No, I need to.
I did.
Just because of the meme.
I
did.
it.
I've heard
Season 1 was painful. Season 2 was better, for some reason.
Season 2 was improved, but I think it was only improved because of Flora and Riven.
Absolutely.
Like those two characters feel like real, very interesting people.
I did like Terra's development without spoilers.
I liked her development, but I just find her to be kind of mean.
Oh yeah. In general, they're all a bit.
Is it? Is there like the boys' school part of it? Like, is there a boys' school?
Yeah. Yeah,
but it's
kind of different setup. It's all a very different setup, yeah.
Yeah, and just generally, what I must like my big critique about the Netflix show would be like the original Winx Club, like the kids show. They're like, yes, they bitch at each other sometimes, but they're like best friends, right? Like they're solid as friends, and that just didn't really translate in the Netflix show for me. No. It feels like they're just kind of roommates, and they're just kind of forced to like deal with each other, but most of the time they're really annoyed that they have to do that.
You know, there's something
which just that's not Winx Club's vibe.
There's something even worse that I kind of liked, and this was when I was really young. I got like, what was it even called?
What was it about? Give us some context, and we can see if we remember.
It was about a bunch of fairies, and I only remember one episode, but they ended up going through a crystal cave. And they, like, the fairies looked like babies, like, not almost babies, like, we're talking like 4 or 5 years old, so this was, like, real young. But my sisters were into it, and because I grew up with 2 sisters, I was exposed to a lot of, like, things that girls were typically raised with. I grew up with Barbies and stuff like that. No shame in it. But because of that, like, I would often latch on to just things that happened to have, like, a magical edge, because I liked magic. It didn't really bother me if they were fairies or anything like that. Yeah. But I don't remember what it was. This was when I was, like, real young, but it was like a...
that would bug me.
Does
it annoy you that you just can't figure out what it was?
I can see one of the shots in my head, but I have no idea what it was called. It was like...
Was it animated or live action?
Oh, definitely animated. It wasn't a strawberry shortcake fairy.
Strawberry shortcake. Dang.
Strawberry shortcake.
Throwback.
Fairy.
Yeah, it's throwback.
Ooh, there is a fairy version of it. I think.
It wasn't the Tinkerbell ones, was it? Those are a bit more recent though.
It's not. Oh my gosh, guys! There's a strawberry shortcake iceberg.
Iceberg.
Oh, you know, actually, do you want to know?
No idea.
Chat, if you guys didn't know, there is an area, and you might have known this if you've been around on the channel for like years, but if you haven't been around on the channel, you probably don't know. But I freaking love the Elder Scrolls lore, okay? Out of every single universe, like fictional universe in the entire world, the Elder Scrolls, in my opinion, has the most interesting and complex lore basically ever created. And there are so many reasons for that. If you're familiar with the Elder Scrolls lore, like the deep lore, then you'll know why. But I would love to go through an iceberg of that at some point. That would be so damn cool.
You should make your own.
Yeah, I mean, I could. Sorry, but yeah, if anyone knows what the fairy thing is that I'm referring to, please let me know, and I will.
Was it a TV show or a movie?
It was
Rainbow Bright.
definitely a TV show. Except I don't even remember it being a Rainbow Bright. Let's have a look up what Rainbow Bright was.
Man, I hate it when you can't remember those things and then you end up going down like.
Yeah.
No.
There's a show.
Sometimes that will waste a day for me. Like if I get stuck on something, like I must find out what this is.
I have a TV show I've been trying to remember for genuinely about 6 years, and it's just never come back to me. I'm like, I cannot find a trace on the internet. You know?
Me too. What is your one? Maybe between us and
maybe
the
we
people
can work together.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to come back to you on that because it's like so deeply in my brain. I remember being annoyed about it like 4 years ago, so I'll see if I can dredge it back up.
Okay.
Man, nothing's showing up.
Mine was an animated TV show for kids about animals escaping a circus, but
oh my gosh,
I found, but it was like it wasn't just like escaping a circus; it was a really evil circus. And I seem to remember they had a hot air balloon, and I think there was also a bit on a train.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm sure there was a koala.
It's hard when you have such little.
And I'm sure there was a koala.
The only koala I know is Blinky Bill, but that's
Blinky Bill!
Blinky Bill!
Bill!
Oh my god, that show was so fucking good.
Do you remember that game where you had to like piece together the roller coaster?
I never played a Blinky.
Yes, don't worry. Look, it won't take long to be back. I will be back.
Oh, the stream's crashed. 1 second.
Yep. Here we're lagging.
So I should be back by in a few seconds.
Yes.
So, okay. By the way, guys, people who
Ellie, The Wild. It's a movie from 2007.
Wild. Hang on. Okay, few things that my brain is going. Okay, number one. I think Tim is the only content who does a 24-hour stream and doesn't seem miserable by the end of it. You know what? I'm not miserable because of you guys. You guys make it. That's yeah.
Adorable.
Super adorable. And you know what would make me even happier? Reaching $15,000.
We're so close.
We're so close.
Yeah, sorry, what I was gonna say is, okay, a few extra clues about what the show is, okay? Number one, I remember that there were like a few different types of fairies. My favorite one was the red one, and I think her name was Ruby, okay? And then I think that the other one's name was based on a diamond, and I think there was an emerald one.
Is this I remember a book series that's very similar to that.
Is it trolls rather than fairies?
Nah, it almost definitely wasn't trolls.
Because they were all
Was it
based
animated?
on stones.
No, it's definitely not trolls. 100% not trolls. Absolutely not. Trolls was a little bit after my time. Oh, apparently it's looking for a game to capture. Why is it not picking up? Why is it not picking
You sure there is a troll called Ruby in it?
I promise you, it's not trolls.
Okay.
Like I know what it looks like in my head, and it's not that.
Can you describe the characters a little? Can you describe what Ruby looked like?
Ruby had kind of chubby cheeks. They were quite short. Like imagine like a person but squished.
Mm-hmm.
Rainbow Magic, the Rainbow Magic book series. Well, look, Rainbow. The thing is, I don't remember it being a TV show. I remember it just being a release to DVD series.
Sorry, may I ask, what was the animation style? Was it like 3D or 2D?
2D, definitely 2D. Rainbow Magic?
2D.
I'm afraid not. It looks
kind of anime. The Rainbow Magic ones.
Oh damn it, kids TV show fairies. Like, we're talking, surely it's gotta show up. Somewhere on.
Nah. Did you see the Twitter thread of people trying to locate that obscure Canadian animation thing that came out at Christmas for 1 year, and like there were thousands of people trying to find it?
I did not.
They did figure it out in the end because someone had a photo from like 20 years ago that just so happened to have a in the background of the photo, it was on the TV. Like,
also,
it was...
I 100% crushed on the wing.
So I rewatched some Winx Club recently because of our conversation about it. The quality's not as good as
No, I watched it too. I was like, oh my gosh, this is terrible.
Yeah, and their voices were a lot more higher pitched than I remember. I remember everyone having really unique voices, and they all just sounded the same, like children.
Yeah, I remember. This would have been probably 90s. My bet, if I was to take a stab at it. Yeah. It seems so specific. Feel like I'd have no idea since I didn't grow up in Oz. Well, neither did I. So, yeah, it's. I don't know. Look, maybe these are just one of the great mysteries of the human race.
There were fairies.
They were definitely fairies. They had wings, 100%.
Okay. Wings doesn't necessarily mean a fairy. It could be pixies.
Sure, maybe they were pixies, but I don't feel like they were pixies. Okay, I gotta look up Rainbow Red TV show. What is it? Rainbow Magic TV show. Let's have a... it's not the animation style.
There is a pixie called Ruby in the Winx Club.
It's not that. Hang on. Fairy named Ruby Kids TV show. This will... this is never gonna ever find this. And I know that there was a one episode which was about them having to go through a cave, okay? And they had to go through a cave. It was a crystal cave, a cave filled with a ton of crystals, and it was a maze, and they had to find their way out, and they did it with the power of friendship. You know, the old...
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. As you do. I always find my way with the power of friendship.
You know what? Is that what escape rooms are now? Are they the equivalent? You get stuck somewhere and you find your way out with the power of friendship?
I can tell you that they're not, because you go in there and then you start to hate your friends because they're all dumb idiots that never figure anything out, and hide all of the clues from you. Where am I now?
That felt like a personal attack against someone in this room, but I don't know who.
No, sorry. It's a personal attack against Natalie, who, no, I'm kidding.
I mean, I've only just joined in. What is this attack?
I was just saying how, you know, in escape rooms, it really sucks when you're doing an escape room with someone and they take all of the clues and hide them so you can't see any of the clues. That would be awful if a friend did that, right? Like...
Oh, you mean if they take all the clues and solve it before you've even started moving around?
Well, yeah, it'd be a real mission to solve it if you don't have any of the clues! Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. But it is... I do love escape rooms.
Sorry, I fell out.
Okay, I don't really know what I meant to do to get past this guy here. Can I hide in... Hopefully he doesn't find me. But yeah, no, it's thing. Do we have other questions? Did I miss part of the questions?
There are, I think, a few other questions. From Anonymous, what do you think of Omori?
I have not played Omori. That has come across my like vision in brain space various times.
And we have another question if you want to already have the next one.
Well, I'm afraid I probably don't really else to say to that.
So the next one is from Lord of the Cookies. I've done a fair amount of world building, but I'm still stumped on how to actually write a story in it, especially because I want to make it a multi-season story. Any advice?
Multi-season, so that's TV writing.
Well, apparently.
Like, I'd assume so. You wouldn't typically use the term multi-season for a book. Or multi-series?
It says multi-season. I'm only reading the...
Yeah, no. Where to start? Okay, so my personal opinion about, like, if you really want to start writing a story is to start narrow and small, have a very clear scope of what you're trying to accomplish. It's very easy to be like, alright, I'm going to imagine the final battle 16 books down the track at the end of this series. It's going to be amazing and all of this is going to come together incredibly. But that's a long, long way away. And I would be willing to stake a lot of money on the idea that if you're starting out with where you think it's going to end up, that you would probably end up with a different idea of where you want to take it or how you want to get to that point by the time you actually get to that, you know, final battle at the end of the 16 books or whatever. Or in this case, I guess multiple series. So just know where you want to end up in like a much narrower scope is probably my main thing. Okay, apparently I mean to run to the clothes so we can't hear you. Yeah. So that's actually why, like, I've only been writing like standalone novels pretty much, and this is gonna shock you guys, but I don't do much world building. My stories are actually pretty light on like world building itself, and it's just because I tend to like focus just more on like what the character arcs are, and I spend a lot more time on that. Oh no. I think I'm lost. I'm gonna die. Oh, whoops! The thing has gone away. There we go. Those are the options for. Zoom this up. What about you guys? Do you have any thoughts on how to do a story? I mean, you're both writers in some capacity.
I think more important than world building to me would be to have characters that you're interested in. Like, if you have a character that you're interested in, then you can basically just like give it a starting point and a push, and then see how it develops. At least that's like approximately what I would do my process, because I'm not really a planner. So if you have a world set up, find a character that's compelling and put them in this world and see what happens, basically. It would be what I would do, but I am aware that this is very much not for everyone.
Yeah.
Was the question just like how do story?
How do story,
Any
particularly
advice?
with a mind for like a big long story?
Oh, because I was about to say, keep it simple and short. Big long stories. Yeah, I think know where you're ending, and
Yeah, that's the big one to me, is knowing your ending and knowing where you want to end up.
And I think, like, if you are going to add in filler, then make sure it's got a purpose and it's not just there to be filler and pad things out. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll be right.
I've just jumped back on, have we discovered the show that Tim was looking for yet?
No.
For the entire time, I have two suggestions. One is Petals and one is Fairies, but I'm not sure if Fairies was ever, like, if it ever aired in English anywhere, so it might not be that. But Petals is my best guess, like, from what you've described visually, but, like, the names are not correct.
Rainbow Magic? That looks more recent.
I saw that.
Petal.
I saw that as well, but like what he described about like them being squished, art style.
It's not Petal. Doesn't look like.
The fairies thing was the closest that I found, but again, I'm not sure if that was ever in English anywhere.
Fairy. Oh, not the style. It's not the thing.
Someone said, do you remember what network it was on? But that's probably not very helpful considering New Zealand.
TV2.
TV2, yeah.
Yeah.
TV1 and TV2 being the only options back in the early 2000s.
No, we had TV3.
TV3. I feel like I never used TV3.
We had TV1, TV2, and TV3, basically.
These were our 3 channels back when we were kids.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So the other thing with like writing a big story that I will mention is very easy to get caught up in the scope of it, where you tend to like think, all right, so I've got this big idea for where it's going to end up, and it's you know, I'm going to have these big battles, I'm going to have these kind of big twists, right? And a lot of the time the sort of motivation, I guess, or like all of the effort kind of goes into facilitating those. And I'd just be like, make sure you've kind of got that character context to make those parts meaningful. And I realize this is still really broad advice, and I'm very tired. But understanding what each of those kind of like things mean for your characters. Damn it, I'm good. Is really important, rather than just being like, you know, and then they're gonna fight because it's gonna be the biggest, coolest battle ever. Like, let's give it so that everything they do is
I think sometimes it's also okay, like if you have a big world, it's okay to start by setting a small story in the big world, and there's a good chance that something bigger will develop out of it rather than trying to conceive an entire huge story right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like to just get you started, you know, get yourself writing in the first place.
TV these days has an interesting relationship with filler, because filler, I mean, it means a few different things, but people would often describe filler as like episodes that weren't important. And of course, there's an interesting thing, which is that these days there's a lot of like TV which is not serialized anymore. It's all one big story, and it's that's what sorry, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot less of kind of those episodes which stand on their own as like individual things that you can watch basically in isolation from each other, and that was partly a product of the idea that anyone should be able to sit down and watch these on their own at any time. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that or anything, having that sort of filler. And also, people sometimes talk about filler when what they're really describing is just like low-key character stuff that isn't like super driving the plot forward, you know? And that's, I wouldn't say a fair description. Oh no. Someone, you know, like there is nothing wrong with like episodes or parts of a story which are distinctly to do with slice of life, basically. They can play important roles in setting the tone, in developing characters in like a normal peaceful environment. Like it's a really so to take Avatar: The Last Airbender, it's a really important section to have to show Zuko like just living in the tea shop when he is like in Ba Sing Se, you know, and just like having a good time there, because it establishes kind of a baseline for what life could be like for him, you know, in some sense.
And it feels like an intentional, not a lull, but a change of pace deliberately.
Yeah, it's an intentional
to tell
change
a different part of the story as opposed to Monster of the Week episodes that a lot of more upbeat shows have.
Yeah. To get in once.
Getting to the meat hooks at the top. Apparently. I don't know. Chat is saying.
Oh gosh. Oh, I'm dead. No way in hell. I mean, like most people, when they say the term filler, what they mean is stuff that's is stuff that isn't important to the story. That's what they typically mean. And that means different things to different people. Like, I absolutely agree that like a lot of anime has filler, where it just like things are just clearly just making up space, and I personally don't really enjoy that much. Part of the reason I like things like Death Note and Fullmetal Alchemist is that like every single episode is vitally important and feels like it's all part of a cohesive painting, you know, a cohesive story. But it's not that there are no like lower key episodes or anything. I don't really know if I'm making sense.
No, I get what you mean. I've just been missing for half the conversation, and I'm still trying to look up fairy shows.
But like X-Files.
Flip side, like about the fillers, like yes, fillers were like episodes that were not really important, but like nowadays, as you said, like stuff isn't really episodic anymore, and a lot of series are also like being compressed into like being 7-8 episodes per season, and it doesn't leave room for filler. And like sometimes I almost think like, yes, fillers aren't necessarily like the thing you're watching for, but it's also kind of like erasing filler completely and having not a second of unnecessary like runtime is kind of like another extreme that I'm not sure is ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah. Okay, gonna have to be so careful.
Yes, focus on your game, Tim.
I don't know if you guys mentioned this while I was away. The only other TV show I've found is an Australian one called The Fairies. It's a live action one, but I know memory can be foggy.
No, it's definitely
Did you look at that one?
100% not live action. And no chance.
Okay.
It's I know what it looks like, okay? I know what it looks like.
I've just surprised myself before when I've remembered something and then I've found it and my memory was very, very janky. Because what you're describing sounds most like the Rainbow Fairy book series, but obviously there's a book series, it's not a TV show, so...
Not sure.
Or there is a show, but it's like much, much more recent, so...
Fairy kids show.
Was it an Australian New Zealand show, or was it a just because that can help? Because obviously, if it's an Australian show, that's going to be so much less accessible to the rest of our audience.
I mean, there's a chance it was a film rather than a... I think I remember it having like episodes on the DVD.
If it turns out to be like some whack ass like iteration of the Teletubbies or something, I'm gonna lose my shit.
But also be, you know how like they used to make kids movies, but with multiple
no, not Winx Club
installments.
Sometimes I don't know, maybe I don't know. Oh, actually, do you guys know what movie hits harder, way harder than it really deserves to? It's that one about like the it's like the Ant Queen or something, and like they're in the leaves and they're like warriors and.
There's two ant movies. There's Ants with a Z.
You mean A Bug's Life?
No, not Bug's Life. The Leaf Queen animated film. Epic. Queen. It's called Epic.
Ah, Epic. Yes.
Yeah, you remember
Epic. Oh yeah. Epic is really good.
I was just.
Well, I have to say. That might have been too fast of me, because I barely remember it, but I remember liking it.
Also, I just wanted to say thank you to just a guy who donated 100, anonymous 100.
Oh,
very
wow.
kind.
We're almost at 15,000.
We are almost at 15,000, we're very close.
Yeah, speaking of stream goals, have you thought about what you'd like to do for the 20,000? Would you maybe want to consider Stanley Parable? Yes, no, maybe.
Oh yeah, that was on the plan. That is still in the possible.
What? Okay, I want to know what chat wants. Chat, do you care about me playing the
Because that would be would that just be for the end of this kind of 4-hour segment before we do the next game bracket?
Right.
Question mark. That's an open question, not.
Am I?
Hello, Am
I streaming on Twitch?
What?
No.
Are you streaming on Twitch?
I don't. I'm looking at my notifications, and a bunch of people on Twitch are.
I don't know if you can.
me.
Can you accidentally stream on Twitch?
I don't know, but there's like dozens of them.
Hang on a second.
Oh.
I think you.
Are you also Hello Future Me there?
I think you probably could accidentally.
Is it the same username?
I can't find any.
These notifications are from 2 years ago.
Oh my god.
Okay. Never mind.
Never mind. Oh.
I'm gonna say that'd be impressive.
Switch?
We are very close. $14,916.05. 99.4% of the way. Let's see if we can get to that $20,000, and then I will reveal who has some more treats.
Oh yeah.
And
how are the votes faring, actually?
Well, you'll find out. That's part of it.
The treats are for the games, do you mean? Because the treats are revealed, but we can tell you how the games are running.
Well, who's winning in the games so far?
Currently, Fortnite is 3 votes ahead.
Ooh.
But we still have an hour on Little Nightmares, right?
Yes.
We do.
Okay.
So, if you guys want me to play Halo...
questioning my math.
Yeah, no, it's so good.
Also, I'm in a freaking, sea of shoes, and this feels like,
Very
you know,
dark
for sale baby shoes never worn.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I got eaten.
Yeah, the
Oh, no.
demon underneath the shoes gotcha.
Yeah.
There's a demon underneath the shoes? Sorry, the stream isn't there yet.
You can't see it, which is almost worse. It's just the movements
Yeah,
that you can track.
this whole game is just like... But the art style, though. Can we agree that the art style is just intriguing?
For this game. You mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
I think
it is.
it's a very interesting looking game. 100%.
It absolutely is. And I find the animation and the movements, like, even though Tim was initially finding them a bit janky, kind of add to that, like, spooky, dream-like quality to it, which works well.
Well, I was only... the
Kind
controls,
of mirrors that dream feeling of...
The controls weren't
like,
janky.
everything's
They
a
just
bit
didn't
wonky.
tell you anything, and so I was just sort of... And it's like they didn't only not tell you anything, but they didn't actually give you the ability to use the controls until you were a certain way through the tutorial. And I was like pressing all the buttons and clearly just had to pick the right one
You
before I
keep calling it a tutorial, but if they didn't tell you anything, was it a tutorial? Or did it just start?
Oh, guys, I'm getting chased by the dude.
Oh, no. Also, if you're hearing piano, please tell me, because my parents are like, you know, musicians and they're practicing in the room next door. I'm wearing headphones, but still, if there's background piano, let me know and I'll mute.
Will do.
Oh.
At the moment, I don't think we hear any piano. At least I don't hear anything.
I don't either.
You're not supposed to. Like, the headphones should prevent it, but like sometimes it's a bit...
Mm-hmm.
Also, how's everybody doing? Are your jaws relaxed? Are we hydrated?
I just went and brushed my teeth and cleaned my face to kind of decrust.
Such a good idea.
Because it's nearly 1 AM, so we're heading into the graveyard shift.
I might actually do the same. Brushing my teeth is a great idea. Now I noticed
yoga
that.
session a couple of hours ago, which was lovely.
Oh, good.
I actually joined you on that.
Yes,
I was on the
that was
floor
great.
For a while, like an hour ago. Go louder, more piano. I'm sorry, I don't have any control over the piano, Michael.
We can't hear
just
any piano.
It's good. It's just my mom practicing, so it's like a lot of. It's not like nice piano background jazz music. It's like the same passages
sequence
over and over because
Yep.
because it's somebody practicing. You know, it's very different from like nice piano background.
Yeah, my partner plays piano. It's the same thing. Sometimes he's playing like beautiful pieces for me, and other times I'm like, I've heard this sequence 10 times. Please put your headphones
Like, can you stop?
Yeah.
We also have like currently my dad has a singer here because they have concerts sometime next week, like an opera singer.
Oh.
And so at some point during the day they're going to start practicing that as well. But I'm on the upper floor, so I should not like that shouldn't be a problem with the stream.
Which is great.
I have what?
You get like a live show.
Oh yeah, all the time. Like if you grow up with it, it's not that exciting anymore. But yes, like I mean, my dad is a pianist and a composer.
I'm looking at my piano in the corner, like, yeah. I know what you mean.
Does it need some attention? Has it been neglected?
I know what you mean, like playing the same thing 10 times. When you're playing it, you're just like, I just gotta keep doing it. You don't get bored, but for everyone around,
Like, it
Everyone's
makes
like,
perfect sense, but for everybody around, it's like,
stop it.
there's actually
Stop,
I should show you something. Like, the chat will not be able to see it, but I'm gonna send you something. Because like a few weeks ago, I like took a Snapchat when my mom was practicing, and then downstairs my dad was practicing with a flutist, I think. So it was like all layered on top of each other, and my dad was practicing some kind of like, you know, modern classical music kind of whack piece. They can be very out there, you know. And I was very tired. I'll just send it to you.
We've also hit 15,000 for when Tim gets back.
Oh, nice.
Which is exciting. Unfortunately, Willow has gone to bed because it is midnight and she is a small friend.
I gave her a treat.
But
I donated to give her a treat.
We can reveal the treats because she will not be able to consume them all in one go without being very unwell.
Oh yeah, man.
How many treats?
I heard a recent story about Willow's adventure with the chocolate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, she was okay though.
Luckily,
I have friends that work at the After Hours clinic in our city, the After Hours vet clinic, and they were working that night, and she said it was all good.
Okay.
Did you graduate recently?
We had $15,000, guys.
We did, yes.
Yeah, my goodness. Okay, alright. Well, that means it is time for the treats to be revealed. Now, can I get an official count in the thing to tell me?
Let me just find the page. You give me a second. Also, just to let you know, Tim, the what's it called? The Willow has gone to sleep because it's very, very late, so we can just reveal the treats amount and we can give them in the morning
Where's
when
Willow?
she is awake again. She's in bed.
Is she in her crate?
I think so.
You wouldn't mind getting
Are you gonna wake up Laura as well?
Is
wake up your dog.
Is the crate in her bedroom?
Willow's in with Laura.
Oh.
Apologies.
That was a stupid decision.
Hang on.
Oh,
let me just.
Okay. One slight problem, which is that Momo isn't really a huge fan of treats, so I don't even know if Momo here will actually eat treats. But what is technically, guys? So you guys have been donating and picking who deserves to get one cute little puppy, or this big ball of cuddles here.
Let me just. This count may not be entirely accurate, but the latest we have is.
So, chat, I want you to tell me, who do you think got the most treats? Do you think it was Willow, the cute little puppy, or Momo, the cute little kitty? Tell me in chat.
They both definitely got a few though.
They did. It's gunk.
She's a little old lady that needs a little bit of help.
That's true.
And that's okay.
Momo.
Yeah, Momo.
Yeah, people going, well, you know what, chat guys, Momo people. Oh, Willow's getting a bunch of votes. Momo is, however, the winner. With a total of 100 treats. This entire thing here, alright? There's 100 treats in there. Momo gets 100 treats. And to the 51 treats that Willow gets in here, this little thing, which is probably good because Willow's a small little dog and doesn't need that many treats, you know. So, she prefers wet treats, so you might have to give her a wet treat.
Zero no teeth. I think Laura grabbed some of those out.
But let's see. Do you want some of these? she doesn't really like dry treats much. That is one thing we noticed. But I will totally feed her a wet treat. Get some of that. Something. What breed of dog is Willow? She's a Shih Tzu and a no.
She's a miniature poodle, isn't she?
I don't really remember. She's brown.
She's a little brown fluffy.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go. Look, I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know what breeds or what things. I forget. I always get it wrong whenever everyone asks me, and I've gotten it wrong so many times that I just kind of like I forget which one is the wrong one so much. Momo has totally earned these treats, 100%. She will be fed. But I think she wants a wet food, so I will give it to get. Oh, okay. You want this?
Honestly, this was the highlight of the stream.
Oh, absolutely. Cats are colored
What we're
breeds.
truly all here for.
She is eating the treats.
It's all right.
Is on.
Willow
That's okay, as long as the cat is happy.
Yeah, no, she's having the treats, guys. Let you know. I will give it to bring that. Not really. But she is eating the treats. She is very, very happy.
Mhm.
That's a win for the kitty.
What do we want to make our 20,000 goal?
To be honest, she wants more. Here you go, Mama. Want more? Oh. I don't know. What do you guys want for 20,000? Or let's go 17.5. Let's go 17.5. Yeah,
cool.
17.5. How do I get the ebook from the thing? So with your email, my people in the back will be sending you the relevant information linked to your perks as you donate. As a reminder, guys, we are raising money for Doctors Without Borders, who bring medical supplies and aid all around the world to those who need it. And they are keeping, Ukraine's medical supplies stocked as they continue the fight. And they are, they're helping people like those in Pakistan, which is awesome because the people who have. Oh, Momo is now in front of screen for me. What was I meant to like? I don't understand. What was I meant to pick up here? Oh, okay, right. I don't need to pick up anything. The face does it for me.
A what? Oh, we're back to the game.
Yeah, sorry.
God, I was so confused for a second.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
she has
the
gotten up.
transitions are-
Show you what she's doing. Look at that. Oh, that
Wait, so
one's-
did we decide on a goal yet? Like
we
for
go.
your next
we go.
donor goal thing?
Hang on. What, these? Go. Here we go. Look at that.
Oh,
Are we happy we get to see more having the treats?
yes! Look at
Yes,
that.
absolutely. Why YouTube not Twitch? Because reasons.
Because
why
we're a YouTuber.
Why YouTube?
She was a YouTuber, not a Twitch streamer.
Believe it or not, I am not a Twitch streamer.
It's
It's
all
like
the
building an
videos
entirely
on this-
different platform over there.
Yeah, and all the videos saved to the YouTube channel, so people that aren't watching them now can still
Yeah,
watch
exactly.
them. And you can go watch all the ones from last year's.
Yeah. People rarely watch streams back, I feel.
I mean, actually, it's
because
surprising
it's kind of like.
But
Really?
yeah, I mean, it does happen. Not a huge amount. Oh my gosh, Momo, she is now at the back of my computer. Do not go there. That is not the place you want to be. No, no, oh, she's gonna fall down. Nope. Back here. Go down.
Oh. Baby, listen to your
no,
father.
This is very bad. Oh, it reminds me of how much balance cats have. How... Oh, she's like coming through all the cracks. Stop standing on the keyboard to get to the treats, please.
She's desperate for the treats.
She is. Oh, okay. Look, I will put the treats on the ground. I'm gonna have to put her out because otherwise she will just keep bothering me until she has all the treats.
It's alright, you can chuck them out to me.
Very funny to like watch the stream and hear you talk about your cat at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Because the cat commentary almost matched what I saw on the stream as it was going on because there's the delay, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Momo, I'm sorry, but this has to stop. This has to stop, okay? Otherwise, you will get too fat.
Little agent of
People in the
chaos.
chat are saying, please hide. I think you're stressing them out, Tim. Momo's such a baby.
Okay, where am I? Here. Oh. Thank you everybody for it. Does a lot to me. I really like. Very, very cool that you guys are a part of it. The community.
It's amazing how much support comes in every year. Very impressive.
Much so, yeah.
We also do have another question if you would like to hear it.
Oh, shoot.
From Noi. I have issues writing too. I'm more of a visual person and keep getting nowhere when describing things since it always feels awkward. I end up feeling like I should be doing a webcomic instead, but I can't draw at all. Any way to start writing for books instead of thinking visually all the time? In fantasy and sci-fi especially, I have issues since it feels so weird. Any way to start writing for books instead of thinking visually all the time?
Any way to start writing for books instead of...
I've been thinking about this question since I saw it, and I don't have an answer.
I'm sort of trying to pass the question.
I end up feeling like
my best suggestion would be like try to get it out of your head, the image, and then try to like use that visual aid as a crutch sounds so demeaning, which is not the point. Yeah, like as a tool, like as a side help thing, like as a reference point, and then you write kind of with the visual image out of your head already.
So there's nothing wrong with webcomics. Like you can make beautiful, compelling stories with comics. Like it is a wonderful storytelling medium if that is what your storytelling is.
You do say, but I can't draw at all. I think that's the only issue.
Right. I mean,
which I relate to.
You could use that as a storyboard type mechanism in the way that they write movies to tell things, and then go and turn that into
with an artist.
Yeah.
If
it's the way to get it out of your head, you could start with that and then convert it into written text.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think if you don't want to go down that route and do want to learn how to write based on the visuals. Like if you've got a very strong ability to visualize things, then rather than trying to like write what you see, perhaps writing kind of the aesthetic and the vibe, and kind of trying to absorb the energy of what you're seeing, and, rather than the detail of what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
What... You may
Don't get lost in visual details.
Yeah. I think Richard
like, is
Adams
this the moment
really...
where the AI thing comes in? Like, would this be a moment where you could like try to get an image out of an AI just for yourself to like have as a tool?
Like, I mean, my first thing would be to, if you're struggling kind of like to write in the first place, my thought would be to write just whatever you feel you can, and then go back and fix whatever you. And slowly you'll figure out what your style is and what you want to do more of, because you know you'll write something and go, this isn't quite what I want. And try like radically different things, because it's really easy to get stuck in this kind of loop where you like you write something, and then you just keep editing it. You keep editing it and rewriting it and rewriting it and editing it and rewriting it over and over and over, and you feel like it's never really getting better. And that's because what you really need to do is write something complete.
Okay.
And if that's...
So they've also said something in chat, like to add to their question, to explain. Like, I'm writing sci-fi, and anytime I describe, I think this can be done so much faster as an image. Don't know if that clarifies the question.
I mean, that's... I suppose for that, it's kind of like, when you're describing, you're not necessarily just trying to communicate what it actually looks like. The way that you describe and how you use description is a fundamental part of the rest of the story as well, you know? You can use description to explore what a character is focusing on. You can use description or describing a piece of scenery to highlight an element of a really specific world-building detail that you couldn't really do visually, you know? If you've got like a character arriving in a city, you can obviously paint a city, you can draw a city, but it's very, very difficult to then put in a paragraph where you go, you know, it was the site, it was the site of a bloody civil war, and it was finally brought to its end when the third lord of the king of the third lord of Andius, you know, signed a treaty, that sort of thing, and famously this statue here. Like, that's just such dense information that visual mediums really struggle to communicate. And so, I mean, there are lots of things that you can do with description that you can't necessarily do with just painting an image. And sometimes, of course, sometimes it is literally just, you can do it quicker with an image. Sometimes it is literally just that. And I guess at that point, it's kind of like, you've got to enjoy the act of describing itself. You know, you've got to enjoy the poetry of it. You've got to enjoy the, how can I best describe it in this medium? Because if you keep thinking, well, I could describe it easier and faster with just like an image, it's like, well, yeah, but if that's your interest, then maybe you want to do that more. And that's totally fine. Do a comic, do a manga, do
screenwriting.
Yeah, do screenwriting if that's what you're interested in.
Like, there are different ways to convey a story without having to describe images.
And I think that one thing that's definitely true is that the more you practice descriptive writing, or the more you practice any kind of writing at all, actually, the more you will enjoy it. I actually tend to find that's the case, because the better you get at something, the more creative you can be, and the better you are, the more you're able to look at your stuff and be more specific about what you're trying to create. And that's not just like a learned skill, but it's an opportunity. It opens up what you can actually do, you know, with the story. So part of it is practice. Part of it is where your interest might lie. Part of it is, well, if you're just concerned about, you know, what could be communicated more deeply, figure out other interesting ways to use description Think about what your character is thinking and feeling and how that can be reflected in how you're describing it. Think about thematically how it can be described. Rather than just what is strictly on the screen, being presented. So, if I could describe that the walls of the city were cream-colored and they had a lot of holes in them, okay? From a bunch of sieges. Cool. That's factually true. Or I could say, the city was falling into decay. Time was wearing on it, and it was a place where, the character of the people was reflected in its architecture, that sort of thing, and that can play more into the themes and atmosphere of it potentially. I'm very sleep deprived at the moment, so I'm not giving particularly good examples, but yeah.
I think. Oh, go on, Tim. I thought you were done.
No, you go ahead.
I think Richard Adams is really, really good at visual descriptive writing. So if you wanted any examples to look at some of his books.
What has Richard Adams written?
Watership Down.
We're back here again.
Yeah, it's beautiful to read.
I honestly need to read it.
His descriptions are just, they're not particularly long, but they're just very visual and very evocative.
I mean, people are one of the best ways to learn about writing is reading, right?
Also just read until you find a description where you go, man, I wish I could do that, and then do it. Write out the exact same thing, but with different context.
Start somewhere. You're not just going to wake up and know how to write. You got to practice on the little things.
I remember reading the specific description of a character in Adrian Tchaikovsky's Children of Time, where it described a character as sitting on the chair of the sitting on the chair of a pilot's chair in a ship, like a priest turned tyrant on their celestial throne or something like that. And I remember just being really struck by the imagery of that. It's like, oh man, described but yeah, thinking about the implications of the visuals is the big thing for me. So whenever I'm describing in my novel, what I try to do most is I go, all right, so I'm describing something here, but what I'm really describing is how the character is engaging with it. What am I trying to do? What is my character feeling and thinking and being motivated by? Also, I have no idea where to go with this part of the Little Nightmares. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck in a little area, and if anyone knows, please tell me. I'm just absolutely lost. I don't know what to do.
Please tell Tim I bought a copy of Children of Time because of his interview with the author.
I have had so many comments about that. I swear I have sold hundreds of copies of that book.
Me with Scrivener.
Which I'm very, very happy with. Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Cannot help you, I'm afraid.
Can you climb the boxes? Someone asked in chat.
No, I tried climbing the boxes. Nothing happened. I can't get up to the next level. Can't get up to the next level. I can't go. I can't climb any of those boxes. Can't do anything here. I'm stopped. I'm stumped. Yeah. but every time I try to jump that one, doesn't do anything. If I jump that one, I can jump on this one, but it's not up. Need to climb the wall that blocks pathway. Big room. Oh, was that a ladder? Didn't all look like a ladder. Oh, I see it. I just thought it was a wall.
You need to throw the ape, make noise, and sneak by the janitor.
Yeah, I figured that much.
We have another question. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You've got the spoons for it.
From Ambrosia. Hey, I love your craft. How do you prioritize your reading list and balance fiction versus non-fiction? Also, I'd recommend the Demon Cycle books by Peter Brett.
So, I want to be straight up front. I don't really read non-fiction at all. That's something I want to change. And so I have asked for Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mum Died. Which has kind of made waves. But I suspect that might be a much easier book to start on. And yeah, I want to start reading non.
I tend to read non-fiction books for very specific purposes rather than just general reading, but that's kind of like an interest thing as well, right? Like whether or not you enjoy biographies or commentaries on things as a pastime.
Yeah, it's just not something I particularly enjoy for me personally. I prefer reading fiction, but I can very much answer.
How do you prioritize reading?
Yeah.
Even
my
like,
fiction.
I guess, how do you prioritize like your reading that you do for work versus your reading that you do for fun?
Well, there's not really much of a actually really okay, but I want to give. Can I do like a? I've actually I have a video coming out in a few weeks or a couple of weeks about all the books I read this year, because I read 25 books. I realized that's less than I read last year, but 25 books is good for me. I'm happy with that. And first off, guys, in chat, go and tell me what you guys have been reading this year, your favorite reads, that sort of thing. I would love to hear your thoughts. But I will give you guys just like a quick thought peruse of stuff that I've been reading this year, and I will talk through kind of what I have been reading and why. So over the last couple of years, I have been trying to intensely broaden my my tastes and my what I've been reading, but for my work, because I can't just draw on sci-fi and fantasy forever. Or I mean, I can, but more so, I want to broaden what I draw on a lot more. To kind of talk more about writing more broadly, you know, and so about 50% of what I read is sci-fi or fantasy, and about 50% of what I read has been not sci-fi fantasy. So one of the big distinctive decisions is that I made because of my job, and you know that I have to read a lot and stuff, is I decided to read a lot of short stories, and there were two reasons for that. Number one, I want to read more short stories just because it's a new medium and I wasn't super familiar with them, and I wanted to get more familiar with them. Number two, it's a really easy way to pack in a lot of writing and a lot of different styles and a lot of structures and narratives into kind of like a much easier, a much quicker time span. So these books I have been reading, I will get them all. I literally just arranged my library, and now I'm going to bring my library. That's fine. This is fine. So, yeah, short stories from a variety of cultural backgrounds and a variety of different styles. So I read George Saunders' 10th of December. This is kind of apparently very popular set of short stories. I was not a huge fan of this, personally. It's not my favorite of the collection. But this was a bunch of very down-to-earth, sometimes weird short stories that dealt with... I don't know, it's not really a huge unifying theme between them, but Hilma Wolitz's Today a Woman Went Mad in the Supermarket was a fantastic series of stories. This is primarily about the female perspective and the female experience, particularly in relation to men, from young child to being a wife, to being an old woman, to being alone, to growing up independently. There's a whole bunch. It's a really interesting exploration of gendered experience. And then the counter to that, the other side of that is Haruki Murakami's Men Without Women, which is about the male experience, funnily enough. And this is about men who have lost their women through affairs or death, or they've left them, or, you know, it's a whole bunch of different types of stories. A Japanese author. So I think these two books were two of my favorites because they just gave such different perspectives on kind of the same sort of topics. They went really well together. But these are, of course, not fantasy or sci-fi at all. I did Tim O'Brien, the Things They Carried. Apparently, this is a book that a lot of Americans read in high school. And it's a series of short stories about the experiences of a Vietnam war vet before, during, and after the war. So trying to avoid the draft, the experiences during the war and how you make light of that, what it does to you and your sense of self, and then coming back from that and who the sort of person you are. So I picked this one because I haven't really read a lot of semi-autobiographical stuff before, because it's written by a war vet, and I wanted to kind of expose myself to kind of... It was a bridge between, like, non-fiction and fiction, because it's like a fictionalized account of a semi-autobiographical story, his experiences. So I wanted to do that, and I don't really do war stories a huge amount, and especially not Vietnam War, because that's just not... I don't know, like the Vietnam War is not a huge thing in New Zealand history. It's not nothing. We definitely learned about it, but it doesn't have the same presence that it does in American history. And yeah, so that was a little bit different for me. So I picked that one for those reasons. Again, short stories, because it gets me a lot of different stories, different narratives, really easily. I did The Cursed Bunny by Bora Chung. This is, I wouldn't call it horror, but it is incredibly disturbing, and it's by a South Korean author. And this was one of the most unique experiences I've had. I wouldn't say it is one... I wouldn't say I loved it, but it was incredibly educational. It was stylistically very different. And it was more based not in horror, but disgust. The stories in here pull on that feeling of disgust of, like, you know, trying to, like, gagging or anything like that. A lot. It's a very interesting set of stories, and again, I picked this because it was so different to anything I'd normally read. I don't typically read horror, I don't typically read disturbing stories, I don't do body horror, and there's a lot of kind of body horror type stuff in this. And so there was that element to it, which I very much wanted to, and of course, from a South Korean background, I wanted to kind of move beyond kind of like typically Western literature. Then we have... I actually had read most of Ken Liu's stories, but I did read the rest of these. This was The Paper Menagerie and Other Stories by Ken Liu. And this is probably one of the books that have like have probably informed my writing styles and reading tastes quite a bit. he writes really intimate human stories, often with pretty soft magic, soft science fiction backgrounds. Oh, apparently it is the 10th of December in the rest of the world, so that was appropriately named, that short story collection. But yeah, it's so that this is it's by a Chinese American author, and there's a lot of Chinese cultural influence over it, though he is a native English speaker, I believe. But this was a bit more sci-fi and fantasy. There's a lot more sci-fi and kind of like soft magical realism type elements. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful collection of short stories that I would highly recommend anyone read. And like the one that's called The Paper Menagerie is about, as I said, a boy whose mother doesn't really speak English very well, and his mother wants to connect with him, but he refuses to because he has grown up American and wants to be seen as American and kind of like resents that cultural history. And she tries to connect with him over paper origami, doing some traditional kind of like Chinese origami things. And but of course he there's like this scene where he literally takes the origami pieces that used to come to life next to his bed when he was sleeping, and he like destroys them. And it's heartbreaking. It is really heartbreaking. Yeah, that was very much that. And I've mentioned Shoko's Smile by Choi Eun-young, which is South Korean author again. This is a very set of human stories, not fantasy or sci-fi. So there was that. I also read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky and Emma by Jane Austen, because again, those were kind of classic stories that I wasn't super familiar with, styles I wasn't super familiar with, and I read those for my work. And then I read a bunch of other stories. I read 3 Ian M. Banks novels, which is sci-fi, The Player of Games, Use of Weapons, and Accession. Accession is easily one of the best sci-fi novels I think I have ever read. I think ever written, to be perfectly honest. It is ungodly good. I read Fire and Blood for my work, sort of because I love A Song of Ice and Fire type stuff. But of course, House of the Dragon was coming out, and I wanted to read that before then. I read 3 Neil Gaiman books. I read American Gods, I read The Ocean at the End of the Lane, and I read Sandman. And then for pleasure, I mean these are kind of ones where it's kind of like, is it work, is it pleasure? Well, it's a mix, but Ian M. Banks was definitely pleasure. And then I read 2 books by Gillian Flynn. She wrote Sharp Objects, which is one of the best mysteries stories ever written. No, I'm saying ever written too many times. Only Accession is one of the best sci-fi novels. This is just a really, really good book, okay? I love Gillian Flynn's writing. She did Gone Girl. You might know her better by. And that was amazing. I read Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-5. I read Attack on Titan because I got to the end of the anime and I was like, I need to know how this ends, so I just read it. And that was interesting. I finished Stieg Larsson's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy, so I read the final book in that. That was for pleasure because I love that series. I read The 3 by Sarah Lotz, which was recommended to me by Courtney here. And I read Bud by Terry Pratchett, and a few other things here and there. Then a ton of other short stories and short novels from... Yeah, stories. Sorry, there you go. But... you guys have you guys read any of those books? I don't know.
My favourite book I read this year was the Pasava textbook of veterinary nursing. It was very helpful for my exams.
Very good. Yeah. No, absolutely understandable.
I haven't read heaps this year. I haven't had a whole lot of time because my course this year has been insane. I am most of the way through your book at the moment. What else have I read? I've read, after watching Bridgerton Season 2, I went and read those books, which aren't, like, fantastic, but it was more of a needing to know how things end. Didn't realise they were purely romance novels. I borrowed a couple of books of my sister that I cannot remember.
Give it away.
Here now. What was that, Ellie?
Did the show not give away that they were romance novels?
Well, no, but they're like exclusively romance novels with nothing else going on. It focuses on the couple with, like, you know how the show adds in like all the other plot and all the other characters like building up their stories. I read that it was like, oh, it's literally just Daphne and Simon, and that is it. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But yeah. I've mostly read literature. I enjoyed some of them. They were variable. Some of the stories I enjoyed more than others. I really, really liked Benedict's story. I thought it was very wholesome. Eloise, I think, could have done better. Francesca was interesting. So I enjoyed some of them, and others I was a little bit like, eh. But it was just my wanting to complete it and understand what's coming up next in the show. But also because they're so entirely different from the show, I didn't feel like I was really spoiling much because the show's kind of doing its own thing, which I like.
That's
Have you
good. Pardon?
Have you read them, or you just know of them?
No, I've seen the show. I haven't read them. No, I was just intrigued.
Yeah, no, some of them are better than others, honestly. They really vary. Some of the relationships are like not great. But some of them are cool.
The people asking in chat, what did I think of Slaughterhouse 5? I gotta say, it's not my favorite of kind of the classic sci-fi novels. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting, but I mean, I've read other classic sci-fi novels which I felt were stronger. However, I think it is a fantastic. I just killed. I think it's a fantastic example of looking at how to mix genres. That's really hard to do. Yeah, it's so otherwise very, very impressive. But not my favorite of the novels. Still good though. What's my timer at?
We're coming up to 16 hours. We're about 20 minutes away from the next game decision.
All right.
And currently, Halo is winning, but just.
Halo is winning, but just. Okay.
Just by one. It did a wee catch up there.
Oh, all right. Well, guess if I will play as side. Oh.
Are you planning on playing one of the campaigns or just the online stuff?
Oh gosh, you think I'm gonna play online?
Oh, Halo Online is not too bad. I do not play online games at all, and I play
No, I am not playing online. I am. I would just die every time. It would be a cycle of me dying every 5 minutes for 4 hours. Can you like? People think that Groundhog Day was being trapped in a hell. No, this would be the truest hell.
Okay, Halo Online is not ridiculously hard.
Okay.
It's pretty accessible for people that don't play first-person shooters.
Chat, would you guys prefer campaign or online? Tell me. If that happens. Or Fortnite. I think I'd rather play Fortnite, but...
Online would also be great.
I will do as the votes command.
People are saying campaign because I saw you, and then you got to figure out which game you want to play because you've got the Master Chief Collection, which is quite a number of the games. So would you start from number 1 or would you do?
I'll do number 3 probably.
Number 3.
Oh no,
yeah.
I'll let them pick if it happens.
Yeah, they could pick. You've got quite a few to pick from if Halo wins.
I mean, people are pretty overwhelmingly.
Campaign, yeah, cool. People better go vote for Fortnite with their money. Fortnite Halo, so that they make sure it wins.
Yeah, please.
Because it's only by 1 vote, so it could go either way.
Please let me play a game that isn't linear, and I have to hit my head against a wall until I get it.
To be fair, Halo is a first-person shooter. I wouldn't say it's linear in the sense of the rest of these games. It's just move forward and pew pew, and then keep moving forward, and then pew pew, and then occasionally fly around on something that also goes pew pew.
I mean,
and not being eaten by a demon. I have another question for you.
Yeah?
From Daniel Snow, what is your take on Avatar Studios and the plans for the Avatar Cinematic Universe by Mike and Brian?
Yeah, so I'm all for it. I think it's fantastic. It'll continue to keep my channel alive for the next 10 years. No, I'm totally on board with that. And also, I just wanted to say thank you for the donations. From Sarah J. I love that I popped in Rise the Book Talk again. If you're looking for good non-fiction, I'm loving Terry Pratchett. A Life with Footnotes. That is a one I would totally pick up. I would totally read non-fiction written by Terry Pratchett. And $20 from Daniel Snow. Thank you very much. $10, $6, $20, $75. Yeah, there's a lot of donations. Thank you, everybody.
He's $100 from Just a Guy.
Yes.
Which is very good of him.
What's the question again? Sorry, Avatar Studios. Yeah, no, I'm totally on board. I'm totally on board with the Avatar Studios doing things. I think it'd be great to expand the story more. I don't think that, so unlike like, I don't know, whatever, Marvel or whatever, I don't think that that Halo, I don't think that Avatar's kind of roar is yet spent. I think they still have more stories to tell, for me personally.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that's what I enjoyed about Korra being very different to the original Avatar, is that it was like, this is the same universe and the same setting and the same concepts we love, but instead of milking the crap out of something that we're going to keep going until it dies like lots of series do, we're just going to jump a couple of generations down and keep telling the story. And it's such a big world, there's so many stories to tell without running a particular arc into the ground, because too many shows or movies do that.
Yeah, I don't think that the story is done yet, which is quite different. I think there's a lot of room to go. I would love to see some other avatars.
Yeah. Like historical ones that we know about, or like new ones?
Probably new ones. I think going back to like just totally new ones would be fantastic. Like, part of the reason I think people get kind of sick of, certain types of universes is that pretty much they start with the big stories, right? And then they basically just whittle it down until they're making films about the most obscure characters. You see this so much with Star Wars. We're getting films about Boba Fett now. TV series about Boba Fett. And you can feel that. You can feel it. Oh, I gotta get this back somehow. What the hell?
Whereas I would enjoy watching, because I still love Star Wars as a universe, I still love Jedi as a concept. I would enjoy jumping back a couple of hundred years in the plotline just to tell a random other Jedi story about characters we've never met before.
Yeah, I tend to think that, like, people, if you're going to keep on expanding on a universe, like, it's weird, right? Because you go, well, let's keep expanding on a universe, but often what that means is keeping on plunging the depths of the same thing more so than like adding to it,
Yeah.
And so you can be like, well, Boba Fett is expanding the universe. I mean, is it, or is it just expanding on Boba Fett, who's a minor part of the other story?
Yeah.
Whereas that's why, like, I think Andor is potentially a lot better, is that Andor doesn't have a strong connection to the like actual main series that much.
Some of my favorite Star Wars video games have basically nothing to do with the actual main movies. They're just in the universe of and play around with the, you know,
yeah,
Jedi tropes, and that's all it needs to be.
So, like, what I wouldn't want with more Avatar adaptations is I wouldn't want we do, you know, we do Avatar Kuruk, and then we do Yang Chen, and then we do Sato, and then we do everyone. I think it's a little bit different with books. I don't know why it is, but I feel like books, it's easier to expand in those ways. But, like, I don't know if I'm just being delusional here, but like the Avatar books are genuinely really good. They are genuinely very, very good additions to the lore.
Really, I haven't read them.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Kiyoshi's novels, genuinely real strong. Really good additions to the lore. They take things which are very natural parts of the Avatar world, and you read them and you go, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Like, for example, there's like a whole politics game over who should train the Avatar. And it's like, well, of course there would be. Like, that's a massive role.
Yeah.
You know, of course there would be.
A lot of sense.
Exactly. And like one of the most powerful people in the world is this guy who basically picks who they should be training with him. Kiyoshi. So it's I love it. Yeah, I don't really think something I keep saying. Oh, I can climb. So yeah, that's the thing, right?
No, that's cool. That is a good answer. I'm glad you're excited for it, and yes, it is content you can continue to build on with the way your channel is going.
Yeah, theoretically, I would love to do that. Like the thing is that people go like, well, why haven't you said anything about Avatar Studios yet? And I'm kind of like, I don't know. There's not really much to say. Like, I'm not gonna put out videos being like, there's a new poster, or they said it's gonna be about the adult avatars. I'd rather just sort of talk about what it actually is when it comes out, more so.
You focus on the writing. You can't focus on the writing of something.
Yeah, well, I'm not a news channel. I guess.
And there are channels that do that.
There are channels that do that, and all power to them. They can totally capitalize on that circle that I could but don't. You know, it's just not an element of my job that I'm particularly expanding on. I think that. Okay, I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing here, by the way, in this room. I have the freaking crank. I put it. Oh no, where did I put the crank? Oh, there it is. I gotta get out over there again? But yeah, oh no, I'm super excited. I'm like... The more I've gotten on, by the way, the more I'm, like, excited to see the Netflix adaptation. Not excited in the sense of, like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be incredible. It's more like, I'm so damn curious. Like, the creators came out and said they don't feel that they can be on board with it, which, goodness, man, that is not a good sign if, like, they publicly be like, oh, nope, I'm out, I'm noping out.
That is never a good sign.
Yeah. So that's not a good sign, but that, like, makes me weirdly more curious. Because I go, you know, well, I want to know why. What's so terrible?
What's gonna be, yeah.
Yeah, but it's weird, because it's, like, simultaneously, there's a lot of good signs coming out about it. Like, the casting's been pretty damn on point. The actual writers seem to be saying all the right things, you know, like that they're genuinely passionate about the the series and that they really care about getting it right, and like the actors are like saying, you know, I mean, of course you can say it's all PR, and maybe it is all PR, but we'll see if it does actually pan out that way. You know, they say the same thing kind of about The Witcher, but and like Rings of Power.
The Witcher.
Yeah, I mean, the Rings of Power is probably the more obvious example because, you know, they were all like, oh, we love the series and stuff like that, but nah. But the more important element, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they did leave. The creators left so they could start their own studio, and you can't help but read into that and be like, well, they left it because they didn't like the creative direction and they wanted more creative control. So I'm a lot more interested in probably the Avatar Studios stuff. Just because, like, the Avatar Studios stuff in my brain feels more like, oh, they're creating more canon to a story I like. That has a high potential to be genuinely good. More than the Avatar Studios thing, which to me, I'm kind of just like, oh, well, you know, if it's crap, it's crap. I've already had one adaptation. How much could it possibly hurt? Where, like, it's not going to be the actual thing that people make. Like, that like, it's not actually the real thing, you know? It's not the real thing. It's just an adaptation. And hopefully it's not as terrible as the Shyamalan version. But they're also intensely aware. I mean, they've got to be intensely aware of that that backlash, right? They have to be.
Right. They've got to be, yeah.
They've got to be.
Sure they will be.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they wouldn't have even be willing to take it on if they weren't willing to, like, up that.
Yeah, they've got to be willing. So my hope is that basically they saw that and they went, oh, okay, this did not work when we tried to... Oh no, I pulled it too far. I pushed it too far. Like, I hope that they looked at that and they went, it clearly failed when we didn't actually pay attention to the story and do it justice, you know?
Yeah.
We've got to do it different.
It's a good way to learn from the mistakes of something else. Specifically, what wasn't accepted by people that watched it.
The Witcher, I weirdly enjoyed.
The TV show?
Yeah.
Oh, I really loved it, but, you know, there is an element of it that is
so far.
But I've enjoyed it.
I know that the fans are really gutted with it. Because it's like apparently really butchered the books, and I totally understand that.
Have you read the books, Tim?
No, I've been told to read Blood of Elves a million times. I have a friend who continually wants me to read it. But I have not gotten around. It's just not super high on my list because, like, literally every person who loves the books tells me, oh yeah, the books are a mess and they're not that great, but sometimes they're amazing. And I'm like, what? That's not really selling me.
Yeah, and then if it's your basis for the books, then has the show not done a good job of turning it into a more coherent story?
I mean, I don't want to say that sort of thing.
No, but like, if people are admitting the books are good and then the show has done a bad version of the books, I'd be intrigued to think, like, to see what they think a good adaptation of the books that they don't think are very good in the first place are.
Well, interestingly, the like the first series of The Witcher is like genuinely really good. Like, I didn't really enjoy it that much on my first watch, but then once I actually knew about the timeline stuff, because I watched the first series.
Oh my god.
Once I knew about that, I genuinely really enjoyed it. Like, I was watching it and I was going, this is really well put together. I'm totally on board with this. One of the interesting things about one of the sorry. Obviously, Game of Thrones came out, and then every single different series wanted, every single different studio wanted their own Game of Thrones, you know. So Amazon bought up the Rings of Power and Wheel of Time, and that's what they wanted to do. Netflix, they didn't really try to do a big fantasy adaptation. Like, you can say they did Shadow and Bone or whatever, but Shadow and the Bone is really more in the vein of, like, YA adaptations, I think, more than,
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely young adult fantasy.
It's tapping more into that, like, post-Hunger Games crowd, I reckon, more so.
Yes.
As a Shadow and Bone fan, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a good way, it hits right, but it's a different genre.
Yeah.
But
It does hit right.
yeah, so I think that's more tapping into that crowd more than it is the kind of Game of Thrones audience. The Witcher is probably the closest that they got to trying. But one of the reasons I really admire The Witcher is that it clearly takes, okay, high budget, really good, epic fantasy storytelling that's semi-political. Great. But it does it in a really intimate story, because there's like only a small cast of characters.
Yeah.
There's only a small cast of characters. Like, it's not like, which I think was a much wiser decision, like, to actually try it in a new context. I don't know what I'm doing here exactly. Oh, I can climb that. Yeah, I my bottom line is this, is that I think that The Witcher is probably the most successful attempt at keying into the Game of Thrones kind of love for higher dark fantasy, but doing it in a more interesting, in a novel way, rather than just sort of kind of like replicating the.
Because it's definitely not Game of Thrones. It's definitely its own
Yeah,
thing.
100%.
And it's a story that, it's not like it's a new book either. It's a series that's been out for ages, so they aren't just trying to remake Game of Thrones. They've been like, we're going to monopolize on the fact that people are into epic fantasy right now, but still take a completely different concept and
I don't really know where I'm meant to be going here, exactly.
away from the hands.
Well, thanks for clarifying.
That thing on the wall, are you meant to move boxes over so that you can get through the wall up on the top right?
I really don't think I can. I don't think so.
Can you move those boxes that are at the back corner?
Not without getting grabbed. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I can. No, I can't. If I grab onto it, I automatically start climbing.
Okay.
So. Really know where to go.
He searches one side of the room and then the other. You have to swap positions. It might just be an avoid him for a long period of time thing.
Oh, okay. Sure, I
Avoid
can do
the
that.
arms. Yeah, I've enjoyed the Witcher series as well. What were you saying, Ellie?
Has chat got any idea?
Yeah, other than that, just don't die.
Yeah.
Get good.
Yeah, I too enjoyed The Witcher. Like, I don't think I'd ever put it on like my top watches of the year because I'm not that into the lore and stuff, but I enjoy it, and frankly, like, The Amazing Devil has become one of my favorite bands because of it, so I'm pretty happy about that. I listen to them a lot.
Cool. I've started playing the games now because of it. I've always kind of vaguely been on my radar, but the TV series pushed me over to actually like get into them.
That's good.
Which the games are an unofficial sequel to the books. I'm also reading the books because, you know.
If you're doing the others, why not?
Exactly. And when I had a Google, so like the first two books are just a collection of short stories, and then it gets into the novel series, and the TV show is vaguely based on the main arc with the first couple of short stories inserted as those Monster of the Week episodes, and then the games are an unofficial sequel to both concepts. So it's kind of like a bit of a conglomerate of, you know, stories about the same thing. But
Pretty nice, though.
yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. And it's cool, like, because I can read the books and play the games at the same time because they're different timelines without too much drama.
I really don't know what I mean to...
Destroy the cage. You need to pull the cage under the gate and crush his hands. Ah.
Can't. I don't know how I could ever get possibly close. Like...
Can you jump over his arms while they're wiggling?
I can't, like... Oh, do I have to just, like, kind of creep my way in between them?
I think so.
Oh, alright, that's easy.
You just have to do some dodgems.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh my gosh, we're about to hit 16 hours. This is it.
And then Halo is still ahead. So unless anyone goes and votes relatively soon. Halo's currently 3 votes ahead.
Oh, I nearly had it.
Close.
Also, hello, I'm mentally back with you. I'm sorry, I zoned out so hardcore.
No, you're all good, V. It's been a long 16 hours.
I've organized my entire story graph though, so...
Nice.
At
You're
least
always
that.
really during these.
Well, I need to do something, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could also be doing things.
Brain go...
You're like, you're monitoring chat and stuff. I mean, I'm watching, but I'm not. I'm honestly not being very switched on to it. So, you know, you're being useful.
Helping provide entertainment is still useful. Because I'm often looking at multiple other screens and things, so it's helpful having you guys watch chat and relay thoughts about how to complete the puzzles, because
Oh, that'd be easy.
So what's your verdict now, Tim, about Little Nightmares? Like, how do we feel about the game?
Yeah.
That's fun. I think it's... there we go. I chopped off his arms, guys.
Nice.
Congrats. Well done.
Congrats, yeah.
There's too much arm for any one man, so it's good that you got rid of it.
Anyways, I believe that is the end of this game. Let's
Absolutely.
Get through this,
Is it time for my speech again?
Your
Hydrate,
speech.
stretch, relax jaw.
We'll cut videos as well because
Take care of
we're
yourself.
at the 8 hours.
Oh, and I just got an achievement, so
we
that
should
is
switch, yes.
that is a good place to stop. Alright, okay. And the official votes between the two of them is apparently Halo has won, is that correct?
It's 1 by 3. It took a lead towards the end.
Oh, alright. Well, that's decided. Here I will play. Yeah. Halo. I could make you all make me watch Civilization. Make you watch me play Civilization.
Or we could play Halo.
And the next last 2 games that you will be voting on, guys, with your donation, with us being at 15,279, 86. The Ori versus Journey. These are 2 beautiful, charming games. And I wanted to ask you guys, do you guys want me to play the Stanley Parable? Because is the Stanley Parable something you guys want? You know, if it is, then we will have it as the goal for 17,500. That's what we'll do. Otherwise, like, can you guys type in? I will definitely be playing Halo for the next long while. So it's gonna probably be like Ori, Journey, or Stanley Parable. Probably that's like the 3 that'll be tossed, right?
We could do Ori versus Journey, and then if we hit a certain bracket while in that
Yeah, well,
thing, then you
I'm
flick
just curious, guys. If you were to pick between Ori, Journey, and Stanley, like which one would you be the most excited for me to play? I'll sign in. Oh crap! I can't let you guys see this.
You need to cut streams anyway, Tim, because we're at the 8-hour mark. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
You can jump off, sign in, and then.
Yeah. All right. I will
get back
see
on
you back
board.